The Dragon King's title of king seems to be the same as more than 10 years ago. He hasn't unified the world. Even if he has invincible strength, he hasn't established any forces or rules. With the current strength of the Dragon King and the others, there might not be anything that can attract him. Time slowly passed. Ever since the Dragon King had destroyed 2 major forces, the entire world had once again become peaceful. This time it was much calmer than before. The gods who had lit the divine fire and the true dragon sons of heaven were keeping a low profile. They didn't even dare to be too arrogant. Now, most of the gods had gathered around the 2 tombs at the North and South Poles. Especially the South Pole. Not a single person had entered the Lightwing God Lord's tomb yet. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, a major event occurred. A true dragon son of heaven entered the vast starry skies and never returned. This news caused everyone to speculate. Very quickly, people thought of Earth. Before the Dragon King fought against the 2 major forces, the soaring heavens treasured palace wanted to lead Earth into the boundless galaxy with great power. But now, the soaring heavens treasured palace is almost in ruins. Earth has stopped spinning in the unknown starry skies. We can be sure that there are no life planets in a large area around our Earth. There should be many life planets in the boundless galaxy. The gods must be trying to enter places where there are many living planets. That's why they flew out of Earth and into the starry skies. Earth is still too small for the gods. Now that the Dragon King is on Earth, he's intimidating all the gods. The gods don't want to be restricted, so they want to leave Earth. This has little to do with US mortals. If Earth enters the boundless galaxy, it might be a good thing for us, or it might be a bad thing. On the internet, countless people were discussing that Earth had already stopped in the void, so it didn't have much of an impact on the people on Earth. But for those who had followed the gods to descend, they were full of panic. Many people had followed the gods here for opportunities. They had their own families in the boundless galaxy, and now that Earth had stopped, they couldn't go back at all. This made some people very dissatisfied with the Dragon King. However, they didn't dare to show it. The power that the Dragon King had now was too strong. Has that guy obtained the star map? He actually dared to charge out directly. It must be known that there might not be any life planets in the billions of light years nearby. If he encounters cosmic storms, cosmic lights, or something like that, even a God Realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. At this moment, 4 figures were sitting in a room at the North Pole. One of them, a young man, said with a frown. It said that the Ling Shao treasured palace's sacred hall, and the others used 3 years to descend to Earth. In the middle, more than a dozen gods fell. This was even before the star map. Without the star map, the death rate would be even higher. Another young man beside him knocked on the table lightly. Now that Earth has stopped here and the Dragon King is so powerful, we only have 2 ways. We can find the star map and leave this place, or we can take this planet and continue to advance. But the premise is that the people of the Ling Shao treasured palace and the sacred hall will lead the way and the Dragon King won't stop us. It's impossible for the Dragon King not to stop us. Now it's very clear that once Earth really reaches the boundless galaxy, the forces behind the Ling Shao treasured palace and the sacred hall will definitely destroy the Dragon King and the others. The Dragon King will definitely not take the risk. Sigh, this is really troublesome. I had originally thought of leaving when Earth was about to enter the boundless galaxy. But now, the 4 figures said somewhat helplessly, thinking about how they had fallen hundreds of thousands of years ago, and now that they had revived and obtained the Dragon Soul, they had originally thought that they would be able to suppress the world for an entire lifetime. They had never thought that the Dragon King would appear out of nowhere and suppress them, making them extremely fearful. Now they were even more passive. And, this brother, since you are here, show yourself. At this moment, a young man's ears twitched slightly as he looked up. And the other 3 figures were also slightly stunned as they narrowed their eyes. As expected of the true dragon's son of heaven, I immediately discovered him the moment I arrived. A middle-aged man in a black robe appeared and looked at them expressionlessly. Oh, who did I think it was? It turns out to be a stray dog from the Ling Shao treasured palace. A young man looked at the middle-aged man in a black robe and said with slight disdain, The middle-aged man in a black robe was stunned and slowly became embarrassed. His chest rose and fell slightly. For true dragons, son of heaven, I represent the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church to invite you to join us. PFFT. Join you? You're not joking, right? Join you and let the Dragon King torture you. The black-robed, middle-aged man said. But before he could finish, a mocking voice sounded. You should know that only our Ling Xiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall have the star map. I can tell you without exaggeration that without the star map, it's almost impossible to enter the boundless star field or any other life star field. Even if we had the star atlas back then, we still lost more than 10 God Realm experts, and this was with the help of the experts from our forces. Black Robe continued to say expressionlessly. And then, the four young men also put away their mocking expressions. The god of the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace was also telling the truth. Continue to bring Earth to the boundless star field. The forces behind us can guarantee that after we enter, they won't attack you. We're even willing to give you some resources. The black-robed middle-aged man continued. Hee, then what do we need to do? A young man smiled and continued to ask. Stop the Dragon King from disturbing you? I think it's better to forget it. Even if the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall join forces with all the gods, they won't be enough to fight the Dragon King. Before we have the strength to fight against Dragon Bay, we won't send ourselves to our deaths. Before the black-robed middle-aged man could answer, the youth beside him said directly, What if we have the strength to fight against the Dragon King? Do you all want to join us? The black-robed middle-aged man looked at them and suddenly asked, Ha! The four youths who were sitting there were slightly stunned and slowly stood up. When you have it, come and find us. The four of them looked at each other and said expressionlessly, All right. The black-robed, middle-aged man nodded slightly and disappeared in a flash. If they really have the strength to fight against the Dragon King, Seeing the black-robed, middle-aged man leave, a figure frowned and asked faintly, We still don't know the Dragon King's attitude. If they really have the strength, we can consider it. A young man said with a twinkle in his eyes. The four of them were members of the True Dragon Association. After the skyscraping treasured palace and the sacred hall were almost destroyed by the Dragon King, the True Dragon Association had one more member. There were two of them, but one of them broke into the starry sky. How is it? The Holy Church was located in a mountain range in the west. At this moment, there were 9 figures sitting inside the Holy Church. Yuan Kuei, who was in the center, looked at the black-robed, middle-aged man and asked with a frown. As expected, before we have the power to fight against the Dragon King, all the gods will not join us. The Dragon King's force is too strong. The black-robed, middle-aged man shook his head slightly. His eyes filled with helplessness. Right now, the people of the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall were cowering in the Sacred Hall and didn't dare to go out. They were afraid that the Dragon King would lead his subordinates to attack them. In the boundless star field, even if an expert who has ignited 8 or 9 wisps of divine fire arrives here, it will take at least 2 years. This time is too long. Right now, we only have one way. Luke Owen sat beside Yuan Kuei and said with a gloomy face. Right now, his body looked like a child. The energy in his body was extremely weak and his strength was only at the demigod realm. He sat there and looked a little comical. He wasn't the only one who looked like this in the Sacred Hall. After Luke Owen finished speaking, he looked at a young man next to him. In the Sacred Hall, everyone was looking at that young man. We've already received orders from the higher-ups. We can help you recover your cultivation with all our might. But remember your promise, Yuan Kuei said to the young man. Don't worry, but you have to remember your promise. A trace of excitement flashed through the young man's eyes as he said to Yuan Kuei and the others. Don't worry. Yuan Kuei and the others nodded and handed the interspatial rings to the young man one by one. These are all the resources of our precious skyscraping hall. These are all the resources of our sacred hall. These resources should be enough for you to recover to the level of 7 wisps of divine fire. One by one, the interspatial rings flew to the young man's side. The young man stretched out his hand and checked the resources inside. His eyes were burning with passion. In the past 10 years, Earth had recovered. The resources the Ling Xiao treasured palace and the sanctuary had obtained far exceeded everyone's expectations. However, this didn't mean that they could enjoy the resources themselves. They had to keep 50% of the resources and hand them over when they returned to the boundless star area. But now they had to take them all out. The young man in front of them was the god of resurrection that the Ling Xiao treasured palace had subdued in a divine country. In front of him, he had the strength of 8 wisps of divine fire. Now, he had ignited 1 wisp of divine fire. As long as he was given enough resources, he could quickly recover to his peak. The last trump card of the Ling Xiao treasured palace and the sacred hall was to use all their resources to recover their strength as soon as possible. At that time, as long as they could suppress the Dragon King, everything they had done was worth it. I'll go and recover my strength now. It won't be long before I can suppress all of the Dragon King and the others. Ha ha ha. The young man took the interspatial rings one by one with an excited expression on his face. With a move of his body, he disappeared. If it weren't for the 2 eternal God Lords' divine tombs on the planet, Master and the others wouldn't have been willing to take out so many resources. Yuan Kuei looked at the young man who had disappeared and muttered, "At this time, as long as we can destroy that Dragon King, everything will be fine." Luke Owen looked at his own body and a look of hatred appeared on his face. The reason why he had become like this was all because of the Dragon King. Unless we can kill him with 100% certainty, we must not act rashly this time. Yuan Kuei's eyes were also filled with hatred as he growled. Being forced to such a state by a Dragon King was something they would never have imagined. Is there a way to enter the 2 tombs? Luke Owen looked at a god beside him and asked. No one has entered the South Pole tomb. There are a few main mountain peaks in the North Pole, but no one has entered. The god shook his head. The tomb of the Lord God is not that easy to enter, Yuan Kuei said softly. If we can obtain the Lord God's inheritance, then the little Dragon King has nothing to fear. Luke Owen sighed softly. Soon the temple was silent. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I've entered. I've finally entered. However, at this moment, in the middle of a mountain in the North Pole graveyard, a young man was trembling as he stared at a statue shrouded in divine light. He was extremely excited as he walked towards the statue, tears welling up in his eyes. This is my opportunity. This is a great opportunity that belongs to me. I was originally a grain of sand in the boundless star field. I followed the gods here, but I'm still like dust. Today, I finally got my chance. I want to ride the wind and break through the 9 heavens. Not long after, I will let my name resound throughout the entire starry sky. Ha ha ha. This world, wait for my return. The young man trembled as he walked to the front of the statue. With a plop, he knelt down and kowtowed heavily. Wang. At this moment, the divine light of the statue shone brightly, enveloping it. A prostrating figure knelt there. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire North Pole divine tomb suddenly emitted a majestic pressure. The incomparably terrifying pressure caused everyone in the divine tomb to reveal shocked expressions. What's going on? What happened? What happened in the divine tomb? What's that sound? And this pressure? Shocked voices rang out from within the divine tomb. The gods within the divine tomb also had shocked expressions on their faces as they stared intently at the main peak. Bzzz bzzz. At this moment, an irresistible force suddenly landed on their bodies. Everyone's bodies were sent flying out. What's going on? In an instant, over 100,000 people appeared at the entrance of the divine tombs. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. They sized up their surroundings. When they saw that everyone had been expelled, their pupils constricted. How did everyone suddenly get expelled from the divine tomb? What happened? Could it be that someone entered the main peak of the divine tomb? How is this possible? Someone obtained the inheritance within the divine tomb? Otherwise, why would everyone suddenly be expelled? At this moment, everyone was discussing in shock. Even some of the gods were staring in shock. It can't be that someone has really obtained the God Lord's inheritance, right? If that's the case, then it's simply too terrifying. It's even more terrifying than the Dragon King. This earth is becoming more and more terrifying. The expressions of all the surrounding gods were somewhat unsightly. Now that there was a dragon king on this tiny earth, how could they survive if terrifying experts were to be born? In the North Pole god tomb, everyone has been expelled. It is suspected that someone has obtained the inheritance of the eternal God Lord. The eternal God Lord is a realm above the God realm. He can suppress a star field. He is definitely a star field expert. He can directly destroy a life planet. If he can obtain the inheritance of the eternal God Lord, he will be invincible in the world. It is suspected that someone has obtained the inheritance of the God Lord. What is an eternal God Lord? He has a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. He has an almost eternal life. He can suppress a star field. He is a true universe expert. What happened in the North Pole Divine Tomb immediately spread throughout the world. Everyone on the internet was discussing it. Earth, which had been silent for a month, was once again in an uproar because of what happened in the Divine Tomb. After all, the Divine Tomb was a place that even the Dragon King and the other gods could not enter. That was an existence of a higher level. The news quickly spread to every god. The remaining gods of the Holy Church and the Lingshao Treasured Palace also received the news very quickly. When all the gods received the news, their expressions were a little ugly. Even the other godly state experts had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Right now, Earth already had an existence like the Dragon King that had been suppressing the world for a lifetime. If an expert were to appear now, in the end, the unlucky ones would still be the gods. Even the true dragon sons of heaven were powerless as they looked at this news. Either we leave Earth or obtain the opportunities on Earth. Otherwise, no one knows what changes will happen to Earth. Some gods thought to themselves as they watched the changes one by one. At this moment, they had to consider the future. Whoosh! At this moment, on the Pacific Ocean, many figures were floating in the sky. Wuxia was floating in the sky with a smile on his face. Beside him, Ao Jian and Ao Qitian were standing on the left and right. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace did not follow them. Ao Jian, Qitian, check the surroundings and see which place is suitable to house the Dragon Palace. Wuxia said to Ao Qitian and Ao Jian. It's the Dragon King. The two of them nodded. After the Dragon Palace is transferred here, find an opportunity to destroy the remnants of the Lingshao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church and get the starry sky chart from them. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, they should be able to gain a foothold in the boundless galaxy. Wuxia thought to himself as he quickly teleported towards Jiang City. He still had something to ask Ji Lingfei. Furthermore, he had been away for a month. He wondered if the two girls had missed him. Buzz. Jiang City has undergone earth-shattering changes. Dragon Gate Academy has expanded by more than 10 times compared to before. When Wuxia arrived above Jiang City, he immediately noticed the changes in the entire city. It was not an exaggeration to call the current river city the most prosperous world. Longmen Academy, which had two gods overseeing it, was backed by the invincible strength of the Dragon King. Now, Longmen Academy was the most powerful force on Earth. Sensing that the two little girls were also at Longmen Academy, Wuxia's figure flashed as he came directly to the building in the middle of Longmen Academy. Ah, little brother, you still know how to come back. Huar saw Wuxia suddenly appearing beside them and shouted at him with obvious dissatisfaction. Bang! Little girl. Wuxia knocked her head directly. Wah wah wah, you left for a month straight away. Now that you're back, you want to hit me? SOB. 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 Huar let out a weird cry. Wuxia was speechless as he took out two serval fetuses and handed them to the two little girls. When the two girls sensed the mysterious power contained in the serval fetuses, they were slightly shocked. They immediately closed their eyes. Master! Master! Xiaoran and Ji Lingfei, who were at the side, greeted him respectfully. How is it? Did anything big happen recently? Wuxia asked them with a smile as he sat on a chair inside. Master, something big has indeed happened. At the North Pole Divine Tomb, everyone who entered the Divine Tomb was expelled. Many people guessed that someone had obtained the inheritance of the Master of God. Xiaoran frowned slightly and said, Huh? All of them were expelled. Wuxia was slightly stunned. A hint of seriousness appeared on his face. If someone had really obtained the inheritance of the Master of God, even he would have to be more careful. After all, that person was a Master of God. It was possible for him to leave behind some extremely terrifying treasures. Teacher, I have something here too. At this moment, Ji Lingfei, who was at the side, also said with a slight frown, What is it? I'm here because I have something to ask you too. Wang Xian put the matter of the divine tomb aside. Even if someone really obtained the inheritance of the Master of God, it would take at least a few decades or even thousands of years for that inheritor to grow up. By then, he might have already broken through to the sixth change of the divine dragon realm. A few days ago, my master sent me a message saying that he would judge me in the future. He even said that he would destroy all of us. Ji Lingfei's face was filled with worry as she continued, Furthermore, they will definitely not give up on my senior brother so easily. I'm afraid that they will have other means to take revenge. Furthermore, I'm afraid that my master will personally descend here. What is your master's realm? How strong is he in the boundless galaxy? If he were to descend here, how long would it take? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked consecutively. He was not afraid of the survivors of the Lingxiao treasured palace. Even if they did not seek revenge, Wang Xian was prepared to get rid of them. As far as I know, my master has already ignited 8 wisps of divine fire. He is also a giant in the boundless galaxy. If he were to descend here, he would need at least 1 to 2 years. I just don't know if my master would take this risk. Ji Lingfei replied. 8 wisps of divine fire? Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He wasn't very worried about the god of 8 wisps of divine fire. Even if he were to descend here 1 to 2 years later, he would be able to deal with it by then. At that time, it was not certain who would kill who. In fact, he might not even need the other party to descend. He might even bring Earth directly to the boundless galaxy. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire ground began to shake all of a sudden. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Eh? What's the situation? Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He flew into the sky instantly. Xiao Ran and the rest followed behind him in astonishment. They floated in the sky above Long'an Academy. What a pleasant surprise. When Wang Xian looked towards the south, a smile appeared on his face. He did not expect that a divine kingdom would appear again in the south. It was a brand new divine kingdom. In the past 10 years, many divine kingdoms and ancient lands had appeared. At that time, Wang Xian had missed out on many treasures. He did not expect that there were still divine kingdoms and ancient lands on Earth that were recovering. This was completely a gift for him. This kingdom of God belonged to the Dragon Palace. No other forces could get their hands on it. What happened in the south? Did another ancient land appear? I didn't expect an ancient land to appear at this time. How many treasures does this Earth have? Quick, everyone in the North Pole Divine Tomb has been expelled. I didn't expect a divine kingdom to appear immediately. The divine kingdom that just appeared must have many treasures in it. When the ancient land in the south shook and the divine kingdom appeared, everyone quickly flew towards the south. A new divine kingdom. All the gods on earth sensed the change in the south and revealed happy expressions. They immediately flew towards the divine kingdom in the south. Every divine kingdom that had just been unearthed must have the treasures of this god when he was alive. If this god had the power of 8 or even 9 wisps of divine fire when he was alive, the treasures inside might be a huge opportunity for their gods. Especially for the gods on earth who had just recovered. As long as they had enough resources, they could quickly improve. The appearance of this god's kingdom might be even more precious to them than the tombs at the North and South Poles. The group of gods immediately flew towards the ancient land in the south. Let's go. We'll go too. At the same time, Wang Xian spoke to Xiao Ran and the rest in the sky above the Dragon Gate Academy. He then flew towards the divine kingdom in the south. After 2 consecutive teleportations, they soon arrived above the newly emerged ancient land. This divine kingdom is pretty big. Wang Xian looked at the divine kingdom in front of him, his eyes gleaming. This divine kingdom that had just been excavated had an area of 300 kilometers. The divine kingdom was different from the other ancient divine kingdoms. It was filled with a wild aura. In the middle of the divine kingdom was a 1,000-meter-wide golden lion statue. This seems to be the divine kingdom of the Golden Lion King. Huar and Kair looked at the kingdom of the Golden Lion King below and guessed doubtfully.
The Golden Lion King? Wang Xian looked at the two little girls. The Golden Lion King is a demonic beast god. It has already ignited 8 wisps of divine fire. It is very powerful.
Kair introduced it to Wang Xian. 8 wisps of divine fire? It seems like there are many good things inside. Wang Xian smiled and scanned the entire divine kingdom with his dragon eyes.
There was an entrance to the divine kingdom that was completely open. With his current strength, he could only blast open an entrance from other places. The divine kingdom that had lost its god could only withstand the attacks of 2 to 3 wisps of gods. At this moment, countless figures were flying over from the surroundings. One by one, the gods had already arrived at the entrance. A newly unearthed kingdom of God would definitely drive the entire world crazy. Moreover, the kingdom of God that was unearthed was different from the tomb of the eternal God. It was not that difficult to enter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In less than a minute, nearly 10 gods had appeared in the surroundings. In addition, there were hundreds of thousands of people who had gathered in the surroundings. Their eyes were burning as they stared at the kingdom of God in front of them. Let's go to the entrance.
Wang Xian moved and arrived at the center of the entrance of the kingdom of God.
Ha!
When Wang Xian was floating in the middle of the entrance, everyone was slightly shocked. Even the god's pupils contracted slightly as they stared at Wang Xian with a solemn expression. It's the Dragon King. The Dragon King is here too. The Dragon King is here. This.
Hundreds of thousands of people looked at Wang Xian and the rest at the center of the entrance. Their eyes were sparkling. No one is allowed to enter this divine kingdom without my permission.
Wang Xian glanced at the 10 deities around him and said calmly.
His voice was heard by everyone instantly.
Come, let's go in. After Wang Xian finished speaking, he flew straight into the divine kingdom. He ignored everyone around him.
Hiss.
The hundreds of thousands of people around were slightly stunned when they heard the Dragon King's words. A helpless look appeared on their faces. We can only wait for the Dragon King and the rest to come out before we drink soup. Sigh, this is the world of the strong. In the past, the few major forces of the Lingxiao treasured palace monopolized these ancient lands. Now, it's the Dragon King's turn. Let's forget about it. Some people were talking helplessly. Now that the Dragon King had suppressed the world for a lifetime, the treasures that were unearthed would naturally be occupied by the Dragon King. They did not have the right to compete with him.
After all, the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church had almost been destroyed. This,
compared to the natives on Earth, those disciples who had followed the gods to descend and the surrounding gods who had ignited their divine flames looked very embarrassed. Nowadays on Earth, other than the divine tombs, only these divine kingdoms want to obtain resources. Now that the divine kingdoms have been directly occupied by the Dragon King, all the gods looked very unhappy. Earth was very small to begin with and there were many gods now. There were simply not enough resources to share. These divine kingdoms were the only way for them to increase their strength. Now that they were occupied by the Dragon King,
as for asking them to compete with the Dragon King, they really didn't dare.
Now that the Dragon King had suppressed them for an entire lifetime, even if all of them joined forces, they would just follow in the footsteps of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, a few other gods had arrived. Hearing the discussions around them, they frowned slightly.
The 4 true dragon sons of heaven from the sacred True Dragon gathering looked at each other and shook their heads with a frown. Everyone, as long as the Dragon King is here, any treasures on Earth have nothing to do with us. Now that the Earth has stopped in the void of the universe, entering the starry skies is undoubtedly a narrow escape. Right now, we can either risk a narrow escape or destroy the Dragon King. At this moment, a voice suddenly entered the ears of the surrounding gods. The eyes of the surrounding gods flickered.
Destroy the Dragon King?
With what do we use to destroy the Dragon King?
Let's wait until your Lingxiao treasured palace has the strength to fight against the Holy Church.
A god coldly replied in a direction. His face was gloomy, and his body moved, instantly leaving this place. The surrounding gods left the place unwillingly.
Soon, all of the gods left. It seems that they are wavering.
Two figures stood in the sky 100,000 meters high and said calmly, "Although they are wavering, they still have to depend on us in the end. Unless we can use our strength to fight against the Dragon King, they will not join us." Another figure said calmly, "Everything depends on that Qiyong. He has used up all the resources of our Ling Shao and the Saint Hall and placed everything on him. I hope that he will not disappoint us." The figure next to him said expectantly, "In just a few days, he has already ignited 5 wisps of divine fire. After a period of time, we will be able to take our revenge completely."
The eyes of the two figures flashed with a cold light. They looked down at the divine kingdom with hatred in their eyes, and their figures slowly disappeared.
I recommend a very good book, The Demon King of the City, written by Happy Heo. It's so wonderful that you can't miss it. Daddy was really domineering just now. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. It's so cool.
Inside the kingdom of God, Hua Erkai held Wang Xian's arms on both sides and said to him with a smile, "After suppressing the Lingshao treasured palace and the holy church, there will naturally be some benefits."
Wang Xian smiled. The Dragon Palace had suppressed the Lingshao treasured palace and the holy church for this lifetime. During this period, the Dragon Palace would naturally take over the divine kingdom. As for the other gods, would they have any objections? So what? It was already good enough that Wang Xian didn't suppress them all. Let's go and see if there are any treasures inside. Wang Xian and the rest flew inside.
All the ancient lands on Earth were huge resources to Ao Crab. He could totally devour all of them.
However, Wang Xian did not do so for the time being. These ancient lands of the divine kingdom were a place of cultivation for the people on Earth. If Ao Crab were to devour these ancient lands of the divine kingdom, the cultivation speed of the people on Earth would be the same as that of the supernatural continent. Without the assistance of the divine kingdom, it was extremely difficult to produce a demigod powerhouse.
It was different with these divine kingdoms. The divine kingdom was the best place for cultivation on the Transcendence continent.
For the future of the people on Earth, Wang Xian thought about it and decided not to let Ao Crab devour all the divine kingdoms. "Master, have you lit the divine fire?" The 5 of them were searching for all kinds of treasures in the divine kingdom. When Xiao Ran and the rest saw Wang Xian making a move, they were shocked. "Yes."
Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. In a few days, the Dragon Palace will once again stand tall in the ocean. It can be considered as the complete return of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace?
Xiao Ran nodded his head silently. At that time, the underwater Dragon Palace had shocked all the powerhouses in the world. Now, it was about to be shown to the world again. "Wow, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy? Golden Lion. There's actually a golden lion in there."
At this moment, Hua's excited voice came from the front.
"Ha!" Wang Xian flew over and looked at the golden lion statue in the center of the kingdom of God. As expected, there were 2 mighty golden lions there. The 2 golden lions were about 10 meters in size. Their golden fur looked extremely mighty. A golden lion that has already become a god? Could it be the fallen golden lion king? Wang Xian flew over and sized them up.
"Daddy, it's not that golden lion king. It should be his descendants that have used a special method to keep them alive. These 2 golden lions are so cool. They are simply too cool."
Hua Er and Kyer stared at the 2 golden lions with sparkling eyes. However, they did not dare to go over.
After all, they were 2 golden lions that had lit up a wisp of divine fire. Their attacks were extremely ferocious.
Roar! Roar! The 2 golden lions stared at Wang Xian and the rest with a curious and cold gaze. They grinned and roared.
"They are indeed powerful. If you like them, let them be your mounts."
Wang Xian looked at the 2 golden lions and said with a smile.
At the same time, the dragon's might emitted from his body directly covered the 2 golden lions.
Roar! 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 The 2 golden lions felt the dragon's might from Wang Xian, and their eyes instantly revealed an extremely fearful expression. They laid on the ground and stared at Wang Xian with trembling eyes. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Come. I'll give you delicious food." Hua Er and Kyer saw this scene and immediately took out some food. She walked to the two golden lions and handed it to them. Roar, roar, don't kill us. The two golden lions looked at Hua and Kair. Their bodies shrunk to only 1 meter in size. Follow us and we won't bully you. No one will dare to bully you in the future. How about it? Hua took the food and placed it beside them. Roar! The two golden lions looked at Wang Xian in fear. They bent down towards Hua and Kair to show their submission. Wow, you're so obedient. That's great. I'll call you gold and gold coins from now on. Hee. Hua said excitedly. The two golden lions lay there speechless. Let's go. We will take all the treasures in the divine kingdom. Wang Xian walked over and ordered the two golden lions. Now that he had ignited the divine fire, as one of the top divine dragons in the universe, even if the golden lions were not from the water tribe, they were still unable to resist under his pressure. This was also the reason why the two golden lions were willing to submit to the two little girls. Ho ho, yes? The two golden lions spoke to Wang Xian in awe and stood up slowly. You too. Grow bigger and bring us along. Hua patted the head of the golden lion and spoke to them. Ho ho. The two golden lions nodded and returned to their original size of 10 meters. They didn't forget to eat the food that Hua had given them. Roar! The two little girls rode on the golden lion. They leaped into the air, causing the two little girls to cheer. A god-level mount was not something that an ordinary god could obtain. 2 hours later, Wang Xian and the rest searched the entire kingdom of God and kept all the valuable items. Let's go, gold coins. Hua Kaya sat on the golden lions and said loudly while stroking their fur excitedly. Roar! The two lions roared and flew out of the divine kingdom while exuding a powerful aura. A majestic roar resounded across the entire sky. When they flew out, there were already millions of people gathered outside the divine kingdom. Although because of the Dragon King's order, no one dared to enter, they were still waiting. When the Dragon King came out, they could have some soup. When they saw two divine beasts emitting divine might fly out from inside, they were shocked. Oh my God, that's a golden lion. It's a divine beast that ignited the divine fire. Look at them. On top of them are the Dragon King's two daughters. Good heavens. The two divine beasts have become the Dragon King's daughters' mounts. Hiss, in just 2 short hours, the Dragon King and the others have subdued 2 divine beasts. These are divine beasts. Shocked voices rang out one after another as everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. The Dragon King had actually obtained 2 divine beasts in the ancient land? Who wouldn't be tempted? Everyone can enter the divine kingdom. There are still some resources inside. At this moment, the Dragon King's voice rang out. Everyone looked towards the exit and saw that the Dragon King and the others had also flown out. There are still some resources inside. Let's go in. Let's quickly enter. There are some things that the Dragon King doesn't like, but they are treasures to us. Quick, quick. Everyone was shocked that the Dragon King had obtained 2 divine beast mounts and was frantically rushing into the ancient land. Extra, the ancient land has appeared once again. The Dragon King's words have intimidated all the gods. 2 hours later, the Dragon King subdued 2 divine beasts, the golden lions, and left. The Dragon King's 2 daughters rode on 2 divine beasts, the golden lions. It was simply too cool. The Dragon King has obtained 2 divine beasts that have ignited divine flames in the ancient land. The Dragon King's power has been strengthened once again. Less than a day after the ancient land was born, the entire world was once again in an uproar. In particular, the appearance of the 2 divine beasts, the golden lions, caused everyone's faces to reveal looks of envy and shock. These were 2 divine beasts at the level of gods. They had actually become the Dragon King's daughters' mounts. Using divine beasts as mounts, what kind of concept was this? In the entire earth, no one could be as mighty as the Dragon King. The news caused a huge shock. Especially when the gods saw this news, their expressions became even more unsightly. 2 divine beast mounts. If they could enter the divine kingdom, these 2 divine beasts might be tamed by them. These were 2 divine beast mounts. All the gods felt deep jealousy. Once, a divine beast-level pet cub could cause 2 powerful forces to fight over it. Now, they also wanted to fight over it. If the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church really have a way to fight the Dragon King, it's not impossible to join. Sometimes, some risks have to be taken. Some gods looked at the information on the internet with cold eyes. No one who could become a god was indecisive. They all had their own boldness. If they were really forced to a certain extent, they would be crazier than anyone else.
Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger.
The current gods were already forced to the edge of a cliff. If it was the soaring heavens treasured palace and the Holy Church suppressing the current life, they might choose to endure for a period of time. After all, the two major forces would bring Earth into the boundless star field. Now that Earth was docked in the void, there was no starry sky map and no hope of improvement. In the situation where there was no way forward, they could only fight to the death. Two divine beasts. Back then, we collected more than a dozen divine kingdoms, but we didn't get any treasures like divine beasts. At the beginning, only some weak divine kingdoms were unearthed. If there were more divine kingdoms to come, they wouldn't be any worse than the Golden Lion's divine kingdom.
Damn Dragon King, if it weren't for them, all the treasures would be ours. When we go back, we will definitely be able to ignite 1 or 2 wisps of divine fire.
At this moment, in the Sacred Hall, the Lingxiao treasured palace and the other gods of the Sacred Hall revealed furious expressions when they heard the news. All of this originally belonged to them. Now they could only hide here. Furious and unwilling. Let's wait a little longer. 10 days at most. 10 days at most. Yuan Kuei took a deep breath at the side. A terrifying killing intent shot out from his eyes.
Dragon King. In the villa in Jiang City, Ao Jian and Ao Qitian returned not long after Wang Xian and the rest had returned.
How is it? Have you found a suitable place? Wang Xian immediately asked them. Dragon King, we have found 3 places that are more suitable for the Dragon Palace. Ao Jian nodded. Currently, the sea-pacifying needles in our Dragon Palace are up to 10,000 meters tall. There are only a dozen or so places in the ocean that are more than 10,000 meters deep. We will choose 3 good locations from these dozen or so places. We will wait for your final decision, Dragon King. All right, let's go and take a look. Wang Xian nodded his head. With a shift of his body, he teleported towards the depths of the ocean. The Earth had undergone a change. The entire Earth had expanded by 4 to 5 times. The sea area that was originally thousands of meters deep and thousands of meters deep had also increased by a few times.
The deepest part of the ocean had already reached about 20,000 meters. It could totally house the underwater Dragon Palace.
This place is not bad. However, the area is not big enough. We need to modify it at the bottom of the ocean. Wang Xian chose one of the 3 locations. It was located in the middle of the ocean and there was a rather big island beside it. Call Prime Minister Gui over. Ask him to modify the surroundings. After that, we will transfer the Dragon Palace over immediately. Wang Xian instructed them once again. It's the Dragon King. The 2 of them nodded and took action immediately.
Daddy, where's the Dragon Palace now?
Is it fun? When Wang Xian returned, the 2 little girls couldn't help but ask curiously. Xiao Ran, Ji Lingfei, and the rest were also filled with curiosity. You will know when the time comes. Wang Xian smiled mysteriously and didn't explain too much to them. This made the 2 little girls' faces filled with displeasure. They snorted coldly as they plucked the fur of the gold coins and gold pieces. This made the 2 golden lions want to cry but have no tears.
2 weeks passed very quickly. When Wang Xian received the news from the members of the Dragon Palace, a smile appeared on his face. The matter regarding the ocean had been settled. Next, it was time to transfer the Dragon Palace over.
Xiao Ran announced that the Ocean Dragon Palace has returned. Also, announced that all the gods can become external disciples of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he gave an order to Xiao Ran. Ha! Xiao Ran was slightly stunned. He looked at his master in astonishment.
Yes, master?
He didn't ask further and nodded immediately. The Dragon Palace will be transferred to Earth. Next, we will destroy the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church. We will find the starry sky map and make Earth move toward the boundless galaxy once again. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling.
Next, he had to make plans for the future.
Apart from destroying the Holy Church and the Lingxiao treasured palace, he was also planning to recruit the gods.
Recruiting them was to prepare for Earth to enter the boundless galaxy. There was no harm in having more gods under his command.
However, Wang Xian was not planning to recruit the gods into the Dragon Palace. In the future, he might arrange for these gods to be placed at the Longmen Academy. To resist foreign aggression, one must first settle down.
Before Earth entered the boundless galaxy, Wang Xian had to ensure that there were no problems within Earth. You two girls, don't you want to know what the Dragon Palace looks like? Let's go, I'll bring you to take a look. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he said to Hua Erkaya. All right,
let's ride Gold Coin and the rest.
The two girls' eyes lit up as they said excitedly.
Let's go. Wang Xian nodded and flew directly toward the center of the ocean. What's that? When they arrived at the center of the ocean, 2,000 disciples of the Dragon Defense Division were standing on the surface of the ocean. They formed a circle within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. They were holding tridents in their hands, and their bodies were emitting a blue glow. They exuded a powerful dignity. Dragon King, Prime Minister Aoyeka and a group of godly state experts of the Dragon Palace were standing in front of them. When they saw Wang Xian, they bowed respectfully. Are you all ready? Wang Xian looked at the members of the Dragon Palace and said faintly to them, Dragon King, everything is ready. Prime Minister Gue bowed and said, All right, since that's the case, let the Dragon Palace descend.
As Wang Xian spoke, he moved and immediately arrived at the center of the Dragon Defense Division. He extended his arm slightly toward the sky. Behind him, Hua Erkaya looked at the scene with a face full of curiosity.
Buzz.
Rumble. At this moment, a gigantic object that blotted out the sun appeared out of thin air above Wang Xian.
The vast and majestic Dragon Palace slowly emerged. 9-colored light enveloped it. When it was revealed in this space, the entire world shook. It covered an area of more than 1,000 kilometers and was no smaller than the Lingxiao treasured palace.
It looked even more majestic than the Lingxiao treasured palace.
The 10,000-meter-long ocean-pacifying divine needle stood in the center of the Dragon Palace. The divine dragon sat on it, and the words, ocean-pacifying divine needle, flickered with golden light.
Even if it was a few thousand kilometers, it could still be seen clearly.
Wow!
Hua Er and Kaya were astonished. They raised their heads and looked at the majestic Dragon Palace.
Greetings, Dragon King. At this moment, the members of the Dragon Palace immediately knelt down on one knee and shouted loudly. Their voices were earth-shattering. Whoosh! Wang Xian waved his arm gently and arrived directly above the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace shall be suppressed for an entire lifetime. Wang Xian looked down at the Dragon Palace beneath him. He looked down at everything around him and shouted in a deep voice. A voice spread across the entire earth. The Dragon Palace shall be suppressed for an entire lifetime. This is the voice of the Dragon King. It's the voice of the Dragon King.
When everyone heard these words, their faces were slightly shocked. They quickly looked towards the ocean.
What is that? What is that?
Oh my God, is that the Dragon Palace? The Dragon King's Dragon Palace?
More than 10 years ago, the Dragon King's Dragon Palace was located at the bottom of the ocean and shocked the world. Now, the Dragon Palace is even more shocking.
When everyone saw the enormous Dragon Palace near the ocean, they were shocked.
At this moment, the gods also looked toward the ocean. When they saw the majestic Dragon Palace, their pupils constricted again. Look on the internet. The Dragon King's disciple, Dean Xiao, has posted a message. He said that the Dragon King is recruiting all the gods. The gods can become external disciples of the Dragon Palace.
Hiss, this is a big deal. The Dragon King is openly recruiting underlings and only godly state underlings.
The Dragon King is too domineering. He made all the gods become external disciples of the Dragon Palace. When everyone was shocked by the Dragon King's voice, someone on the internet quickly found the message that the Dean of the Dragon Gate Academy, Xiao Ran, had just posted. When they saw the content of the message, they were all shocked. The Dragon King actually announced that the gods could join the Dragon Palace and become external disciples of the Dragon Palace.
was too domineering.
He made the gods external members of the Dragon Palace? Perhaps on Earth, only the Dragon King had the strength to say this. The Dragon King and the Dragon Palace indeed had the qualifications. Becoming an external disciple of the Dragon Palace, this Dragon King is somewhat insincere. The gods quickly received this news, and their expressions became slightly unsightly.
After all, they were also gods who had ignited the divine fire.
If we don't join the Dragon Palace, will the Dragon King destroy us?
Some gods' eyes flickered and they were extremely gloomy.
There were also some gods who were considering whether or not they should ask the Dragon King for some information. Boom! Boom! Boom!
At this moment, something unexpected happened again.
In the middle of the current continent, the earthquake-like situation happened again. A huge divine kingdom was slowly unearthed. The ancient land, which covered an area of 200 to 300 kilometers, once again shook the entire world.
On the ocean, Wuxia was floating above the Dragon Palace. When he sensed the vibration coming from the center of the continent, he was slightly stunned.
Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Is this a congratulation for the arrival of the Dragon Palace? He smiled faintly and looked at the leaders of the Dragon Palace.
A new divine kingdom has appeared at the center of the continent. Bring all the valuable items here, Wuxia said to the leaders of the Dragon Palace.
Kiki, Dragon King, leave it to us. I'll go. Mo Sha and Ba Qi looked in the direction of the continent. Their eyes were sparkling.
Qitian, Xingmu, bring Ba Qi, Mo Sha, and the others with you.
Prime Minister Gue looked at Ao Qitian and Ao Xingmu and ordered.
Yes, Prime Minister Gue.
Ao Qitian, Ao Xingmu, and the others nodded. Together with Ba Qi, Mo Sha, and the other two members of the Mad Dragon Seed, they immediately flew toward the direction of the continent.
There were 6 gods in total. Apart from Ba Qi, Mo Sha, and the others who could only fight against 2 wisps of divine fire, Ao Qitian and the others could fight against 4 wisps of divine fire.
This strength was enough to suppress everything. Perhaps only Yuan Kuei from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace was slightly stronger than them. However, the Lingxiao Treasured Palace did not dare to come and seek death. Crash.
Wuxia's arm slowly swung downwards. The gigantic Dragon Palace fell towards the bottom of the sea.
Daddy, bring us to the Dragon Palace to take a look. Hua Erkaier's excited voice rang out.
Wuxia nodded his head. At the same time, when another divine kingdom was unearthed, the attention of the entire world shifted from the Dragon Palace to the ancient land.
Countless people surged towards the ancient land. In the previous ancient land, even if the Dragon King was the first to enter and take away the most precious treasures, the things that were left behind still drove them crazy.
Now, they had to rush over quickly. Even if they could get some soup, it would still be good. The gods were also very unwilling. They quickly flew towards the divine kingdom. The 2 gods closest to the entrance saw it and did not hesitate at all. They directly flew inside.
If the Dragon King came again, they might not be able to enter. Pong!
However, just as the 2 gods were about to enter the divine kingdom, an enormous ocean-pacifying needle landed in front of them, causing their expressions to instantly change. Kiki, our Dragon Palace has suppressed this world for a lifetime, so all the treasures naturally belong to us. You are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, die.
Ba Qi's gaze swept past the 2 gods at the entrance, then arrogantly swept past the surrounding gods. The corners of his lips curled up as he said coldly.
When the 2 gods saw the ocean-pacifying divine needle in front of them, they looked at the Dragon King's subordinates in the sky, and their expressions were incomparably ugly as they retreated. The experts of the Dragon Palace have arrived. Let's prepare to drink soup.
Just as the Dragon King said, the Dragon Palace will suppress this world for an entire lifetime. All the treasures will belong to them.
When the surrounding people saw the scene, they took a deep breath and slowly spoke.
No one had any objection to the Dragon Palace taking over this ancient land again. Good, this ancient land appeared at the right time. I didn't expect that even God would help us. Ha ha ha. However, at this moment, a few figures in a place that was hundreds of thousands of meters away from this ancient land were covered in flames, and their faces were filled with excitement and malevolence. Only 6 members of the Dragon Palace have arrived. This is the time for us to act. As long as we can easily suppress them, the other gods will naturally know what to do. After the Dragon King occupied the ancient lands of the Divine Kingdom twice in a row, the other gods have long been dissatisfied. Just now, the Dragon Palace actually announced that the gods can join the Dragon Palace. However, the Dragon King is too arrogant. He actually wants the gods to become external disciples of the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon King is too arrogant. He completely doesn't put the gods in his eyes. You have to know that this group of gods may have once ignited 7, 8, or even 9 wisps of divine fire. They are so arrogant. How could they join a god faction with the highest 6 wisps of divine fire?
Moreover, they are only external members. This is simply an insult to them.
Among the 7 figures shrouded in flames, 6 of them looked down with hatred in their eyes.
Hee. Didn't the Dragon King's Dragon Palace descend into the ocean?
Why don't you just let me say it?
I'll go and destroy the entire nest of the Dragon King. There's no need to go through so much trouble.
The fiery red figure in the middle of the group smirked as he listened to the words of the people around him. A lazy look appeared on his face as he said indifferently,
"We absolutely cannot take any risks before we have 100% confidence." Yuan Kuei looked at the young man beside him and said with a solemn expression, "Humph! I have almost ignited 7 wisps of divine fire. With the weapons and battle experience in my hands, I can contend against 7 wisps of divine fire. Isn't this a 100% confidence?" The young man looked at Yuan Kuei and snorted lightly. "This time we can't take the slightest risk. If we fail, we won't have a chance to turn things around. I'll only act when I have 100% confidence. The strength of the subordinates of the Dragon Palace is extraordinary. I'll only be at ease if I can rope in a group of true dragon sons of heaven and gods." Yuan Kuei's face was gloomy.
"Hee, with me around, you can rest assured."
The young man smiled and looked down. "When they come out, I'll make my move and show you my strength." Yuan Kuei and the others looked at him and nodded heavily. They looked down at the Divine Kingdom and waited quietly. I wonder what treasures the Dragon King's subordinates will get this time? This ancient land seems to be bigger than the one 10 days ago. There might be more treasures in it. Look at the internet. Someone took a picture of the Dragon King's Dragon Palace on the internet. My God. It's as big as the skyscraping treasured palace, and it looks even more majestic. There seem to be a lot of people in the Dragon Palace. Those are all the strength of the Dragon King. With the current power of the Dragon King, he can really be said to be invincible in the world. Even the recruitment of the gods this time is only to make them external members of the Dragon Palace. It's too domineering. Only the Dragon Palace can make the gods external members of the Dragon Palace.
The more the ancient lands of the Divine Kingdom appear, the stronger the forces of the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace will be. It's hard to imagine what other forces can contend with the Dragon Palace.
To contend with the Dragon King, one must obtain the inheritance of the eternal God in the Divine Tomb. As time passed, more and more people gathered around the ancient lands of the Divine Kingdom. Soon, there were several million people.
Because of the orders of the 8 points, no one dared to enter. Even some gods hid in the surroundings. The strength of the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace was too strong.
Especially just now, when the Dragon Palace descended into the ocean, its mighty power caused many people to be shocked.
Now, even the gods were shrouded in the light of the Dragon King. They might even become the Dragon King's subordinates. In the sky, 7 figures listened to the discussions coming from below. Their eyes were cold as they waited. They would make the world tremble again.
Time gradually passed, and more people gathered around the Divine Kingdom. Everyone was waiting for the members of the Dragon Palace to come out so that they could enter. 7 to 8 hours passed, but the people around did not lose their patience. They were still waiting. As expected of the Divine Kingdom of the 8 wisps of divine fire God. There are so many treasures inside. At this moment, the excited voices of the 8-limbed Mo Sha and the others came from the Divine Kingdom. 6 figures slowly appeared at the entrance of the Divine Kingdom. The rest can enter. If they are lucky, they might be able to obtain the method of becoming a god left behind by the god inside.
Mo Sha and the others looked at the millions of people gathered around them. They raised their heads slightly and spoke to them.
What? The method of becoming a god. Hiss, the method of becoming a god. Could it be the inheritance of the god's cultivation? At this moment, when everyone heard Emosha's words, their faces revealed an excited expression.
Their eyes were burning as they stared at the divine kingdom. Hee, all of you took away all the treasures and resources. You only left behind some cultivation methods. Your dragon palace really deserves to be destroyed.
Just as everyone was going crazy, a voice suddenly sounded in the sky. When they heard this voice, the faces of the millions of people around them revealed shocked expressions.
Some of the gods hidden in the surroundings were also slightly shocked and immediately looked towards the sky.
Which reckless thing dares to challenge the dignity of our dragon palace?
Hearing the words coming from the sky, Bachi and the others were stunned and stared at the sky with their blood-red eyes.
Ha ha ha! The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace will suppress all of you for a lifetime? Today, I will suppress all of you. At this moment, a terrifying flame covered Bachi and Ao Xingmu from the sky. The flame was like lava. Boom!
In an instant, a pillar of fire rose around the eight-headed demon, sealing them completely.
Today, I will kill all of you, and then I will destroy your Dragon King.
An extremely arrogant voice continued to come from the sky.
Oh no!
Not good, the opponent is very strong.
At this moment, when Ao Xingmu and Ao Chiyin sensed the flames around them and the flame lava in the sky, their expressions changed drastically, and a hint of shock appeared in their eyes. Break for me!
Ao Chiyin let out a furious roar. The blood-red chains wrapped around the sea-pacifying divine needle and directly attacked the sky.
Bang! However, when the sea-pacifying divine needle fell into the flame lava, it was actually slowly melted. A flame followed the chains and attacked Ao Chiyin.
The opponent is very strong. Run!
Ao Xingmu saw this scene and immediately shouted with a shocked expression.
Run!
When the eight-headed spirit and Emosha saw this scene, their hearts beat even faster. They let out a sharp sound and fled into the distance. Boom! However, in front of a god who could almost fight against 7 wisps of divine fire, they could not escape at all with their strength.
The terrifying flames fell directly on their bodies. You guys, in the future I will pull your tendons and skin you. Just you wait,
In front of the ancient land of the divine kingdom, screams of extreme pain could be heard from the area covered by the flames. Roar, roar! In the center of the flames, the screams of Ao Chiyin and the others could be heard. The millions of people around were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What was going on?
Suddenly, a voice sounded, followed by flames that directly covered the experts of the Dragon Palace.
The few godly state experts who had followed the Dragon King to destroy the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Templar Hall screamed in pain.
Someone actually attacked the Dragon King's subordinates and the members of the Dragon Palace. Who is it?
Oh my god! He killed all the experts of the Dragon Palace with one move. Who is he? Is he a hidden expert of the Lingxiao treasured palace of the Sacred Hall? The millions of people around looked at the sky in shock. Hee, a bunch of dying things. How dare you shout?
I can easily kill all of you.
The arrogant voice sounded again, and 7 figures slowly appeared in everyone's sight. It's the people from the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Sacred Hall. Who's that youth in the middle? How can he be so terrifying?
Beside that youth is the strongest person from the Lingxiao treasured palace, the Yuan Kuei god. When the surrounding people saw the figures one by one, shock appeared on their faces.
They widened their eyes and looked up in shock. The Lingxiao treasured palace and the Sacred Hall are going to take revenge, and it's going to be so fierce. Some people murmured as they watched this scene in shock. Boom! At this moment, the young man in the middle of the sky waved his arm, and the flames below suddenly disappeared. Bang, bang, bang! The flames disappeared, and the corpses fell directly to the ground.
6 corpses, not a single one less.
Hiss! Seeing these corpses, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces.
I remember that the devil monkey and the plant god were also relatively strong among the Dragon King's subordinates. Apart from that crab, the devil monkey god and the plant god were the strongest. Now, they were killed in an instant.
Looking at the corpses on the ground, The bodies of millions of people trembled in shock. A young god had actually destroyed 6 powerful subordinates of the Dragon Palace with a wave of his hand.
The Dragon King dared to destroy our Lingxiao treasured palace and kill the god of our Lingxiao treasured palace. Within 3 days, we will destroy his dragon palace and take his head.
Yuan Kuei stared coldly at the 6 corpses on the ground with a bloodthirsty look on his face. It's just a small dragon king. With me, I can easily kill him. The young man beside him said indifferently. As he spoke, he waved his arm, and the interspatial rings on Ao Chitian's and the others' bodies were directly put into his bag.
Let's go!
The corners of Yuan Kuei's mouth curled up slightly, and he shouted softly. Whoosh!
The group of people directly left, leaving behind a group of more than 1 million people with shocked faces.
Whoosh! Seeing the powerhouses of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall leave, everyone took a deep breath. Do they really have the strength to fight against the Dragon King? Some people murmured and looked at the corpses on the ground in a daze. Soon, the noise and shaking sound reverberated through the entire sky and soon spread across the entire internet and the entire world.
Looking at the corpses of the 6 godly state experts of the Dragon Palace on the internet, everyone widened their eyes in shock.
The Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church still had their trump cards. Perhaps they could really fight against the Dragon King.
This was the thought in everyone's mind.
Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was strolling around the Dragon Palace with the 2 girls, had already sensed it the moment Ao Chitian, Ao Xingmu, and the rest died. His expression changed slightly. Ao he.
Wang Xian shouted with a solemn face and immediately shouted. Dragon King. Ao he, who was dressed in black armor, flew over and bowed slightly. What happened?
Huar Kaier looked at Wang Xian, whose expression had changed. She asked curiously. Ao Chitian, Ao Xingmu, and the rest have fallen. Bring the soul-returning wood with you. Let's see if they have fallen in the Divine Kingdom, or if it was someone else who did it. Wang Xian gave an order to Ao he. Ao Chitian and the rest are dead?
A hint of blood flashed across Ao he's eyes. He nodded immediately. It's the Dragon King. I'll head over immediately.
Buzz.
After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly.
Ao Chitian, Uncle Ao Xingmu, and the rest have fallen? Huar Kaier also looked at Wang Xian with an awe-inspiring expression. Yes. With their current strength, they can fight against a god with 4 wisps of divine fire. They shouldn't have fallen in the Divine Kingdom. Someone might have made a move. Wang Xian's eyes were flashing with a cold glint. To dare to kill the god of the Dragon Palace and be able to kill Ao Chitian and the other 3, it was definitely not simple.
An ordinary god could not do it at all. At the very least, he could light up 5 wisps of divine fire and above.
Who is courting death? Huar Kaier revealed an angry expression when she heard Wang Xian's words.
It's all right. We will know the news soon.
Wang Xian's eyes were gleaming coldly. He wanted to see who was the one who made the move.
We will deal with the top-notch experts under the Dragon King. The rest will be left to you. You have seen our strength. This is your last chance.
However, at this moment, the black-robed figure appeared once again at the location of the True Dragon Union. He spoke to the 4 true dragon sons of heaven in front of him calmly. If you have the strength to destroy the Dragon King, why did you call for us? A young man looked at the black figure in front of him indifferently and knocked on the table lightly. This is the last chance for the soaring heavens treasured palace and the sacred hall. Even if we are confident, we still have to make sure that there are no mistakes. Joining us is the best choice for all of you. I don't think that all of you want to become external members of the Dragon Palace. Black Robe's mocking voice sounded.
The 4 from the sacred true dragon gathering looked at each other with shining eyes. We will give you an answer tomorrow. The 4 true dragon sons of heaven said lightly. We welcome all of you to the sacred hall tomorrow. A smile appeared on the black-robed middle-aged man's face and disappeared instantly.
This is an opportunity for us. Watching the black-robed middle-aged man leave, a young man looked at the other 3. The conditions given by the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall are not bad. They can't let us become external members of the Dragon Palace. This Dragon King is really laughable.
A young man said coldly. It is indeed laughable. As the son of heaven of a true dragon who did not ignite the divine fire, he still wants us to bow down to him. He is extremely stupid.
Another youth said coldly.
The four of them conversed and had already made a decision in their hearts. Soon, in less than 5 hours, the gods received invitations from the Saint Hall and the Lingxiao treasured palace again. This time, when they saw that they could easily kill the experts under the Dragon King, the gods began to move. Dragon King, I have received news that it was the powerhouses from the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church who destroyed Ao Qitian and the rest.
Furthermore, they once declared that they would destroy our Dragon Palace within 3 days. Dragon King, do you want me to go to the Holy Church and destroy them immediately?
As night fell, Ao Crab returned from the Dragon Palace in the depths of the ocean to report.
Is it the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church? Was it Yuan Kuei who did it? Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne in front of the Dragon King Palace and looked down as he asked. Below, the subordinates of the Dragon Palace and the godly state experts were standing respectfully below. No, it was a young god. At that time, that young man killed Ao Qitian's leaders with just one move. That young god should be more powerful than Yuan Kuei. According to my guess, the other party must have ignited at least 6 wisps of divine fire or even more. Ao, he reported with a cold expression.
Dragon King, as long as you give the order, we will head to the sacred hall immediately and destroy them completely.
Prime Minister Gue immediately requested. Since they are courting death, we will fulfill their wish. Wang Xian's eyes were flashing with a cold glint. He had initially thought that after the arrival of the Dragon Palace, they would be completely exterminated. However, he did not expect that the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church would have such strong people.
Since that was the case, he would not spare any of them.
Wang Xian stood up slowly and swept his gaze across the subordinates of the Dragon Palace.
After killing more than 20 strong people from the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church and obtaining a bunch of fruits after the upgrade of the Dragon Palace had an additional 10 wild dragon species.
Apart from that, Duan Jinming and the former clan leader of the Fire Hammer clan had also ignited the divine fire.
After Ao Crab had become the devouring dragon, his entire body had undergone a huge change. At the same time, he had awakened the darkness attribute. After devouring more than a dozen divine kingdoms, he had already ignited 6 wisps of divine fire.
With Ao Crab's current strength, he could definitely fight 2 levels above Wang Xian. His strength was still much stronger than Wang Xian. Regardless of whether it was the god with 6 wisps of divine fire or the god with 7 wisps of divine fire, they were all going to die this time. Master, Xiao Ran is here to pay his respects. At this moment, Xiao Ran's voice suddenly came from outside. Ha! Wang Xian looked at the sky and gestured to Prime Minister Gue. Prime Minister Gui nodded and immediately flew out to bring Xiao Ran, Ji Lingfei, and another young man over.
Damn, is this the Dragon Palace?
It's too domineering. The young man following Xiao Ran looked around in shock.
When he entered the Dragon King Palace, his heart trembled slightly. He looked at the Dragon King on the huge dragon throne and the ancestral tree behind the dragon throne. He then looked at the people in the Dragon King Palace.
When he felt the terrifying pressure from Ao Crab, Ao Yao, and Ao Jian, his face changed slightly. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. At the same time, he suddenly felt extremely fortunate.
Fortunately, I made a wise choice. The Dragon King's subordinates are far more than what they appear on the surface. Fuck, the last time when the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church were destroyed, the Dragon King seemed to have said that all the powerful figures of the Dragon Palace were here. Now it seems that at most half of them went last time. Dragon King, you're really too shameless. He kept complaining in his heart, but he forced a smile on his face. He kept nodding at Prime Minister Ao Crab Turtle and the others in a flattering manner.
Master, Xiao Ran and Ji Lingfei looked around and were equally shocked. They bowed to Wang Xian. Xiao Ran, what's the matter?
Wang Xian looked at them in puzzlement.
Master, this is the god of the divine peak of the Huashan celestial race. He told me some news about the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church just now. I will inform Master immediately.
Xiao Ran pointed at the young man beside him and said to Wang Xian, "Hello, Dragon King."
Shun Feng bowed to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. It's you. What's the matter?
Wuxia was naturally very familiar with the young man below and asked indifferently.
This Dragon King. Xinfeng smiled and said, recently, some powerhouses from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church have come to look for me. They want me to join them to deal with you. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
Of course, I, Xifeng, will not join them, so I rejected them decisively.
Just now, they invited me again and said that many gods have joined them and are ready to destroy you. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in 3 days. At that time, I said that I would think about it. Now, I came to report to you immediately. Hehe. Speaking of which, I, Xinfeng, have never admired anyone in my life except you, Dragon King. You have a heroic figure. To be able to reach this stage on this lawless earth, I, the divine peak, am practically prostrating myself. All this while, I, the divine peak, have wanted to follow you, Dragon King. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance. As he talked about the information one by one, he started to spout nonstop. What did he mean by, I look up to you like a torrential river? All right.
Wuxia interrupted this fellow's series of flattery and shook his head speechlessly.
Hehe. When Xinfeng heard his words, he smiled and shut his mouth. Wuxia slowly closed his eyes and sensed the information of the true dragons, son of heaven, one by one. Looks like they are all courting death. As Wuxia sensed the information one by one, a cold expression appeared on his face.
He didn't feel the messages of the true dragon's son of heaven all the time.
9 of the true dragons, son of heaven, and 1 of the true dragons, son of heaven, were killed by Wuxia. There were still 8 of them left. Among them, when Wuxia ignited the divine fire on the Transcendence continent, the demonic dragon, son of heaven, and the earth, son of heaven charged into the vast starry sky.
At that time, Wuxia couldn't sense them because they were too far away. Therefore, he couldn't stop them from leaving.
When he returned to Earth, the 2 of them were already in the vast starry sky. For this reason, Wuxia hesitated for a moment and didn't call them back. Could be considered as leaving a seed behind. There were also 6 true dragons, sons of heaven. They were all on Earth and had already accepted the invitation from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church. It shouldn't be just the 6 true dragons, sons of heaven, who joined the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church. The other nearly 10 gods should have joined too.
I originally wanted to subdue them. This is good too. I'll turn them all into resources.
The corners of Wuxia's mouth curled up slightly. His eyes revealed a sinister look. We'll wait here for them to attack us. It just so happens that everything that needs to be cleaned up has been cleaned up. Wuxia sat down slowly. He still didn't know how many gods had joined the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church. If he were to go over, he would instead alert the enemy. Since that was the case, they would just treat it as them coming. Destroy the Dragon Palace within 3 days?
He was waiting for them here. At the lower position, Xinfeng could not help but shiver when he saw the expression on Wuxia's face.
What bad idea does this Dragon King have? He is really bad. What's going on?
It's been more than 10 hours and there's still no movement from the Dragon King?
Could it be that he's afraid of that powerhouse?
When the Dragon King led a group of powerhouses to attack the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall, he said that this was all of his strength. And today, all the powerhouses killed by the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall are top-notch powerhouses under the Dragon King.
The Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall dare to take revenge on the Dragon King at this time. They dare to say that they want to kill the Dragon King within 3 days. They definitely have the confidence. Even the Dragon King might be afraid of them.
6 gods were killed in an instant, and all of them are the elites under the Dragon King. This time, the Dragon King might really be doomed. After all, they are the gods that descended back then. They still have many incredible trump cards. It had been more than 10 hours since Ao Qitian and the others were killed, and the entire internet was in an uproar.
Even in the middle of the night, there were still hundreds of millions of people discussing the Dragon King and the Lingxiao Treasured Palace's Sacred Hall.
The Dragon King did not make any sound for more than 10 hours after the powerful experts of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace's Sacred Hall were killed, which made many people think that the Dragon King might be afraid of the other party's strength.
It made sense. The other party had killed 6 top-tier gods of the Dragon Palace in one move.
The only one who could fight against that terrifying young god was probably the Dragon King's crab subordinate. However, it was still unknown whether that crab god was a match for that young god. The Dragon Palace was completely silent. There was no movement at all, which made many people guess all kinds of possibilities.
Lord Luke Owen, Lord Yuan Kuei, Lord Scarlet Sun, a god has arrived. The night passed quickly. The sun rose and shone on the Holy Church. The entire Holy Church was emitting a bright divine light. Inside the Holy Church, a middle-aged man respectfully entered and reported, "Invite that person in."
Luke Owen heard his subordinate's report and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up as he said to him, "Yes, sir." The middle-aged man nodded.
Very quickly, a middle-aged man slowly walked in. The middle-aged man carried a large golden saber on his back, and his entire person gave off a terrifying aura.
"Welcome this brother to join our holy church and the soaring heavens treasured palace."
Yuan Kuei and the others stood up with smiles on their faces as they spoke to the middle-aged man. "Remember your conditions." The middle-aged man looked at them and said indifferently, "Don't worry, we can swear a blood oath and make a contract. Even the lords of our boundless star field can guarantee it."
Yuan Kuei nodded at the middle-aged man. "Please sit down, brother. We'll wait for the others."
Luke Owen had a trace of a smile on his face as he gestured to the middle-aged man. "All right, Dragon King, damn it."
The middle-aged man nodded and coldly said a few words before sitting down at the side.
Soon, in less than half an hour, more gods arrived. In the next 5 hours, more and more gods arrived one after another. Even the son of heaven of the true dragon arrived. "Sorry, we're late." Near noon, a figure walked in. Seeing the 4 of them enter, everyone in the sacred hall looked at them.
"Haha, welcome the 4 true dragon sons of heaven from the sacred true dragon gathering. With you here, it'll be easy for us to kill the Dragon King this time."
Yuan Kuei saw them walk over and a smile appeared in his eyes. Almost all the gods had come. As for the 1 or 2 that were missing, they didn't care if they came or not. It's easy to kill the Dragon King. I can kill him in 10 moves. However, I still have to hand over the crab under the Dragon King to you." The 4 true dragon sons of heaven swept their eyes over everyone in the room.
Apart from the 4 of them, there were 7 gods from the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall, and 10 of them had joined in. Altogether, there were 21 gods. Compared to the previous powers of the sacred hall and the Lingxiao treasured palace, it was slightly less. However, when their gazes landed on the youth who was playing with the fire god Pearl in the middle, they felt confident.
To be able to kill 6 top-tier gods of the Dragon King in one move, his strength was enough to resist or even kill the crab. Apart from him, there was also Yuan Kuei. Top-tier strength was enough.
Not to mention, including the 4 true dragon sons of heaven, there were a total of 6 true dragon sons of heaven. First of all, I'd like to welcome all of you to join our Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall. Congratulations on making the right choice.
I can say this. Even without you, with my strength, I can still destroy the Dragon King. Seeing everyone arrive, Qiyang slowly stood up. At the same time, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire room. At this moment, when all the gods felt Qiyang's pressure, their expressions changed. 6 wisps of divine fire. No, it's higher than 6 wisps of divine fire. The middle-aged man with the golden saber on his back narrowed his eyes as he stared at Qiyang in shock. "With your strength, you should be able to fight against a god with 7 wisps of divine fire, right?"
A true dragon son of heaven felt his strength and revealed a solemn expression. This strength was indeed terrifying.
Some of the people present who did not lose their strength were only SOSO.
The Dragon King's strongest subordinate is that crab creature. We have fought with it before. The Scarlet Sun God can fight against ordinary 6 wisps of divine fire.
Yuan Kuei's lips curled up slightly when he saw everyone's shocked expression as he said indifferently,
"I have the confidence to kill that ugly beast in 5 minutes at most." Scarlet Sun said with confidence.
We believe in the strength of the Scarlet Sun God. The Dragon King has a total of 28 godly state experts. Even if we add in the 2 golden lions that he has just subdued, There are only 30 of them. Yesterday we killed 6 of them. There are still 24 of them. In the 5 minutes that the Scarlet Sun God fought against the crab, we shouldn't have any problems fighting against the Dragon King and his group, right?
Luke Owen's gaze swept across everyone around him as he said, I really didn't expect to gather 6 true Dragon Sons of Heaven today. After you killed the 6 subordinates of the Dragon King yesterday, I think that just the 6 of us will be able to suppress the rest of the Dragon King's subordinates. Hee hee.
A true Dragon Son of Heaven indifferently swept his gaze over the 4 true Dragon Association members and the other true Dragon Son of Heaven, revealing a strong expression of confidence. This Dragon King is very annoying. He actually stupidly tried to recruit us as external members of the Dragon Palace. How pitiful, how laughable. A true Dragon Son of Heaven from the sacred True Dragon Gathering smiled. When do we act? Let's make a deal first. All the resources in the Dragon Palace belong to us.
A god took out a long sword and lightly wiped it as he asked indifferently. Do it now. Don't worry, everyone. We only want the divine kingdom on this planet. The treasures in the Dragon Palace belong to you. The gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall stood up one by one, their eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Haha, then let's go kill that arrogant Dragon King.
Boom boom boom. 21 figures in the sacred hall released terrifying auras as they floated in the air.
With a youth dressed in a fiery red robe as the leader, Yuan Kuei and the other true Dragon Sons of Heaven followed by his side.
They all looked towards the direction of the ocean.
Let's go, this time we'll let the entire world know the power and majesty of our soaring sky treasured palace and the sacred hall.
Yuan Kuei's lips curled up slightly, and a cold expression appeared on his face.
This time, I'm going to rip off the Dragon King's dragon tendon. I'm going to use his body to make a throne to take revenge.
The faces of the several gods of the sacred hall and the Lingxiao treasured palace were filled with malevolence. Buzz, buzz. The 21 gods moved and immediately flew toward the ocean.
In less than 5 minutes, the 21 gods arrived about 100,000 meters in front of the Dragon Palace. They stared ahead with murderous intent. What a huge dragon palace, it actually gives off such power. Yuan Kuei and the other gods looked through the ocean and stared at the huge and towering dragon palace at the bottom of the ocean. A hint of surprise appeared on their faces. This Dragon King must have obtained a powerful inheritance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a small earthling to reach this stage in just a dozen years. Now, I even wonder if this Dragon King has obtained the inheritance of the eternal God Lord.
A true Dragon Son of Heaven stared at the Dragon Palace below, his eyes shining. It's really possible. However, he has obtained the inheritance of the eternal God Lord and hasn't lit the divine fire yet. This is a bit of trash. It shouldn't be the inheritance of the eternal God Lord. If he obtained the inheritance of the eternal God Lord, he would be even more powerful. An eternal God Lord can shock an entire region.
Several figures were talking.
All right, who cares what inheritance he obtained? I'll go and destroy them now.
Qi Yang stared at the Dragon Palace and said confidently.
Wait. Everyone, don't worry. You don't need to attack in the first round. Yuan Kuei waved at Qi Yang and said indifferently.
Eh?
The first round. The gods looked at Yuan Kuei in surprise, and even Qi Yang looked at him in puzzlement. Hee everyone just wait and see. Since the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall have decided to kill the Dragon King today, we must be 100% sure that we will unleash all of our strength and trump cards. A hint of madness flashed in Yuan Kuei's eyes. As he spoke, he slowly took a few steps forward. Dragon King, destroy my Lingxiao treasured palace and kill the god of my Lingxiao treasured palace. Today will be the day of your death. Next year, today will be the day of your death. Yuan Kuei stared in the direction of the Dragon Palace and let out an angry roar.
This angry roar resounded throughout the entire earth. His voice could be heard from every corner of the earth.
At this moment, it was as if the entire world had fallen silent. Whoosh! Immediately after, the world went into an uproar.
What's going on?
Did the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall seek revenge on the Dragon King? So fast? They destroyed 6 godly state experts of the Dragon Palace yesterday. And now they're going to cover the entire Dragon Palace. The Ling Xiao treasured palace and the sacred hall are so confident. Hiss! The dragon palace just landed on the ocean yesterday. And now the Ling Xiao treasured palace and the sacred hall are fighting. Everyone was shocked when they heard this voice. Especially in the cities close to the ocean, the experts immediately flew to the seaside. Some of them were bold enough to fly into the ocean. They wanted to watch this vast battle. Whoosh! 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 However, at this moment, everyone in the seaside city suddenly heard a whistling sound. The sound was somewhat similar to a rocket launch. Oh my God! Look at the sky! That's... Suddenly, an extremely shocking sound came from below. An old man looked at the sky with a face full of shock. Bomb weapons, it's a bomb weapon, and it's even a nuclear weapon that has been modified by a special energy. Hiss! Back when the gods descended, all the bomb weapons were taken away by them. It's said that someone has added the modification of nuclear weapons, which can make the power of the bomb weapons even more terrifying. How many weapons are these? If these weapons were to be thrown on Earth, they could destroy the entire Earth. At the seaside, everyone raised their heads and looked at this scene in shock. Terrifying weapons flew through the sky. There were at least 1,000 of them heading towards the Ocean Dragon Palace. Weapons washing the Earth. Shocking. Shocking. Someone once said that as the most powerful weapon on Earth, its attack power is comparable to that of a god. Even if it's only comparable to the attack of a wisp of divine fire god. These thousands of weapons. Some people murmured. No one had expected that the Ling Xiao treasured palace would have such a terrifying weapon. This is the most powerful weapon on Earth. At this moment, the gods around 100,000 meters away from the Dragon Palace were also surprised when they saw Tan Wu flying toward them. That's right. After being modified with demigod-level metal materials, it's even more powerful. Tan Wu whistled in the sky while Yuan Kuei watched this scene with a smile on his face. Although this planet is very weak, it has invented a weapon that's quite powerful. It can be used as the first wave of attack against the Dragon Palace. He continued to speak as he looked indifferently at the bullets that were about to land on the Dragon Palace. It's about to begin. Suddenly, his voice was filled with excitement as a lightning shield appeared in front of him to block the bullets. The first wave of attacks was the bullets. The hearts of the surrounding gods trembled as they stared intently at the bullets. More than 1,000 bullets were about to land on the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, the people from the Ling Xiao treasured palace and the Holy Church are here. I didn't expect them to have so many bullets. The power of the bullets is comparable to the attack of a wisp of divine fire god. The power of thousands of bullets attacking at the same time is not small either. At this moment in the Dragon Palace, when all the gods from the Ling Xiao treasured palace and the Holy Church arrived, the scouts of the Dragon Palace had already discovered them. However, to the surprise of Wang Xian and Prime Minister Gui, the first round of attack from the other party was actually the Dan Wu. Thousands of Dan Wu were raining down on them. Without dodging, a divine kingdom could be directly destroyed. They really used all their strength. Wang Xian looked at the Dan Wu that was raining down on them from above. A cold expression appeared on his face. Dragon King, with the defense of the Dragon Palace, these bullets won't be able to touch us at all. Prime Minister Gui raised his head and looked at them indifferently. I know. However, since the upgrade of the Dragon Palace, I haven't tested the offensive power of these bullets. Let's test them out. A faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. A level 6 Dragon Palace could withstand attacks below the level of Eternal Lord. Similarly, a level 6 Dragon Palace also had offensive means. Although the attack could not be compared to the defense, Wang Xian wanted to take a look. Dragon Palace attack. He shouted softly. Roar! 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 At this moment, dragon roars sounded from within the Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace attack? Roar, roar, roar. With a thought from Wang Xian, the attack formation of the Dragon Palace was activated instantly. Earth-shattering dragon roars came from the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the sea and charged upwards. 9 dragon shadows formed by attributes charged out of the Dragon Palace instantly and out of the sea. Dan Wu is about to land on the Dragon Palace. There are thousands of them. There are thousands of them. What would happen if all of them exploded? At this moment, some of the experts who had rushed over were shocked when they saw the bullets flying toward the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon Palace was going to be destroyed?
Some thoughts rose in his mind. Yuan Kuei and the other gods were watching this scene from a distance of 100,000 meters away with smiles on their faces. However, when the majestic roars of dragons came from the bottom of the sea, the faces of the gods from the Lingxiao treasured palace, the sacred hall, and the others turned solemn. Walla! Roar! 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 9 enormous divine dragons rushed out of the sea and roared at the bullet weapons one after another. 9 divine dragons, 9 different colors. Each divine dragon exuded a terrifying majesty. Boom!
Boom! Boom! At this moment, the Danwu in the sky exploded under the impact of the 9 divine dragons.
Mushroom clouds surged upwards, rolling upwards.
The entire world shook.
Roar!
Roar!
Roar! However, at this moment, the bodies of the divine dragons emitted a radiance of various attributes. The radiance completely blocked the aftershocks of the explosion.
One after another, the divine dragons suddenly opened their huge mouths and devoured the exploding clouds.
This scene caused everyone's faces to be filled with shock. The divine dragons formed from the 9 attributes were at the center of the explosion. Not only were they not shattered, but they were also rolling in the mushroom clouds. The divine dragons opened their mouths and quickly devoured the harmful substances in the exploding clouds. At this moment, the experts who had taken the risk to come here to watch were completely dumbfounded. The 9 dragons wreaked havoc at the center of the explosion, covering thousands of kilometers of the explosion. Instead, it seemed to have become a playground for the 9 dragons. This is an array formation. The 9 dragons were formed by an array formation. I didn't expect that the Dragon King would have such an array formation.
It's indeed not simple. It seems that the Dragon King is the legendary son of heaven of the first true dragon. Furthermore, the Dragon King obtained many more treasures than the other son of heaven of the other true dragons.
At this moment, the gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace in the sky were shocked when they saw this scene.
They stared at the 9 divine dragons formed by the array formation with solemn expressions.
Things had gone beyond their expectations.
This formation is very strong, but that's all it is.
Qi Yang felt the power of the 9 divine dragons and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He slowly flew forward. When the gods saw him flying forward, they immediately followed closely behind him. Buzz.
So many people are seeking death. Following the Lingxiao treasured palace and the holy church won't end well. At this moment, at the bottom of the sea, Wang Xian led a group of disciples of the Dragon Palace and slowly surfaced from the water.
Wang Xian, who was wearing a crown and sitting on the dragon throne, stared coldly at the 21 gods in front of him.
Behind him, more than 10,000 disciples of the Dragon Palace stood at the back with weapons in their hands. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at them.
Huh? Dragon King.
When he saw the Dragon King and the rest taking the initiative to come out, Yuan Kuei's eyes were filled with killing intent. They looked at the majestic Dragon King who was sitting on the dragon throne and scanned the members of the Dragon Palace behind Wang Xian.
I really want to know what inheritance your Dragon King has obtained. He actually has so many powerful subordinates. Qi Yang's gaze swept across the tens of thousands of members of the Dragon Palace. His face was also filled with astonishment. The strength of an ordinary high-level demigod was not something that an ordinary demigod could compare with.
It seems like I can't let you live,
Qi Yang said coldly. If the Dragon King was given a few more years, the strength of the Dragon Palace would be even stronger. Hihi. You can't let me live? Wang Xian's gaze landed on Qi Yang who was in the middle. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Dragon King, how dare you kill Ao Qitian, Ao Xingmu, and the rest. Let me kill him. Ao Crab looked at Qi Yang, his eyes full of killing intent. Bone spikes extended from his arms.
You are that crab. Tsk, I will kill you within 5 minutes today.
Dragon Palace, prepare to die, ha ha ha. Boom. A carefree laughter came out of Qi Yang's mouth, and a terrifying flame rose. In an instant, The seawater below him evaporated instantly. The seawater below him was about 100 meters lower than the other locations. His imposing manner was completely locked onto Ao Crab. His face was filled with a smile. It was as if he didn't put Ao Crab in his eyes at all. He was very clear about Ao Crab's strength. It was also because he was clear that he had strong confidence. Ao Crab, kill him. Wang Xian ordered Ao Crab indifferently. It's the Dragon King.
Ao Crab stared at Qi Yang, who was emitting flames all over his body. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes.
Ha ha ha. 5 minutes. All of you only need to hold on for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I will kill this fellow. Then, I will come and destroy the Dragon King and the rest. Qi Yang's body moved, and he flew directly hundreds of thousands of meters into the air. Boom! He waved his arm, and a terrifying spear attacked Ao Crab. Dragon King, give me 1 minute. Ao Crab stared at Qi Yang, who was extremely arrogant and did not put him in his eyes, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. His body flickered. Boom! The flaming spear instantly collapsed. Crash!
Ao Crab's waist shook and a huge wing appeared on his back.
Stupid thing! He roared at Qi Yang coldly.
Ha ha, you are the stupid one. Today, I will let all of you witness my full strength.
Qi Yang roared with excitement.
Boom!
Boom! Boom!
The entire sky was instantly covered by flames, completely forming a fire domain.
In the fire domain, the fire giants stared at Ao Qi coldly, as if they were alive. Hee hee, Dragon King. I wonder if you have any more subordinates who can fight with me. Yuan Kuei saw that Qi Yang was restraining the strongest subordinate of the Dragon King. He stared at Wang Xian coldly and said with a smile, "Don't be so arrogant." Ao Qi slowly took a few steps forward. Around him, the 9 members who had upgraded to the Berserk Dragon Seed followed behind him. After Ao Qi killed the gods of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall, he transformed into a Berserk Dragon with his divine spark. Unlike Ao Qitian's body, Ao Qi's blood-red armor covered his entire body. He had a blood-red hammer in one hand and a blood-red spear in the other. At his waist, a blood-red chain wrapped around him.
Similar to Ao Qitian, there was an eye between his brows. The blood-red Goyu was in the middle of his pupils.
10 mad dragons locked their cold eyes on Yuan Kuei.
Haha, Dragon King, your 10 subordinates have locked onto me. All right. Today, let me experience the strength of your 10 subordinates. Yuan Kuei saw Ao Qi and the others exuding a powerful aura, and his face revealed an excited expression. Even if the sudden appearance of these 10 powerful creatures was beyond his expectations, he could clearly sense that the other party's strength was definitely inferior to his.
This meant that the Dragon King only had that crab as a trump card. Seal.
Ao Qi's entire body emitted an incomparably violent aura that belonged to the Berserk dragon species. His body shook and blood-red chains directly attacked Yuan Kuei.
Ha ha ha, come and fight. Today, I will take your heads one by one. Yuan Kuei's figure moved, and he directly flew into the sky, his body covered in dense lightning. TSK, Dragon King, as the first person to obtain a dragon soul, you are known as the head of the true dragon. Now, I want to experience it. I don't know if you have condensed a divine dragon body. Roar, roar, roar. Come, Dragon King. Let me give you some pointers. A young man from the True Dragon Gathering glanced at Yuan Kuei, Qi Yang, and the others. His body moved and he stepped forward. At the same time, he raised his head and roared as his body underwent a huge change. Roar, roar. A golden dragon that was 3,000 to 4,000 meters in size appeared in front of everyone. Golden scales and a majestic dragon head stared at the Dragon King.
Haha, the head of a true dragon?
Then let the rest of us meet the so-called head of a true dragon today.
Behind them, the members of the sacred True Dragon Gathering also moved.
Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar.
Heaven-shaking sounds sounded as 3 terrifying divine dragons floated in the sky.
Jie. The 6 of us are enough to kill the Dragon King and the others. Behind them, the other 2 Son of Heaven looked at each other and moved. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar.
Another 2 dragon roars shook the sky as 6 divine dragons that were 2 to 3,000 meters long appeared in the sky above the ocean. Hiss, maybe we don't even need to do anything. 6 true dragon sons of heaven are so powerful and terrifying. Behind them, the last 13 gods looked at the terrifying divine dragons with shock on their faces. They felt that they didn't need to do anything in this battle. Lord Qiang, Lord Yuan Kuei, and the 6 true dragon sons of heaven are enough to destroy the dragon palace. A god from the Lingxiao treasured palace looked excited when he saw this scene. He raised his head slightly and looked at this scene proudly. This is the true dragon son of heaven? The dragon king is already strong enough. I didn't expect that the true dragon son of heaven isn't weak at all. The dragon king and his group of top-tier godly state experts are completely restrained. How are they going to fight against the 6 true dragons son of heaven now? This is going to be troublesome. Some of the experts who were more than 100 kilometers away were observing the situation here through formations and weapons. When they saw this scene, they took a deep breath. They felt that after the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Saint Hall recruited a group of true dragons son of heaven this time, their strength was even stronger than when they were at their peak. Dragon King, come and face your death. The group of true dragon sons of heaven hovered in the sky and turned the seas upside down. Their dragon eyes were filled with mockery as they stared at Wang Xian, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Among the 6 true dragon sons of heaven, 3 of them had already ignited 2 wisps of divine fire. Even if they had not learned the divine dragon transformation, they could still fight 2 levels higher. This was the strength of the divine dragon body. This was also one of the reasons why they dared to provoke and even mock the Dragon King. This was because, in their opinion, the Dragon King had not ignited the divine fire yet. Without a group of subordinates, they could easily kill him. Roar! 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 The 6 divine dragons raised their heads together and let out a deafening dragon roar. The dragon roar was filled with dignity and dominance. Hee hee! Wang Xian looked at them with a faint smile on his face. He slowly stood up from the dragon chair and stared at the 6 divine dragons who were staring at him with disdain. Since you guys are looking for death, I shall grant your wish. As he spoke, his mind moved. We are looking for death, huh? I. When one of the true dragons, son of heaven, heard Wang Xian's words, a smile of proof appeared on his face. He opened his mouth and a wave of terrifying dragon breath was condensing. However, his actions came to an abrupt halt. The other 5 figures who were swaying their bodies in the sky suddenly froze. Roar, roar, roar. No, what's going on? What's going on? Get out of here. All of a sudden, one of the true dragons, son of heaven's dragon body was swaying and rolling in the sky. He seemed to have encountered great fear as he roared in horror. Roar, roar. Who are you? Get out of my body and get lost. The other 2 true dragons, son of heaven, who had ignited 2 wisps of divine fire, also had a look of horror in their eyes as they roared ferociously. As for the other 3 true dragons, son of heaven, their bodies were floating in the sky without making any sound. They're just a bunch of chess pieces. Wang Xian looked at the 6 true dragons, son of heaven, and said indifferently, Roar! 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 At this moment, the 6 divine dragons suddenly raised their heads and let out a roar toward the sky. Buzz! At this moment, the dragon bodies of the 6 divine dragons trembled violently. They turned around and looked coldly at the dozen or so gods behind them. What's the situation? When the dozen or so gods saw the 6 true dragon sons of heaven suddenly roaring in fear, and when they saw them suddenly turning around and staring at them with murderous intent, the gods behind them were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? With the current strength of Lord Scarlet Sun, Lord Yuan Kuei, and the 6 true dragon sons of heaven, they might not even need to make a move in this battle. What was going on now? Why were the 6 true dragon sons of heaven staring at them like that? Kill them! Right at this moment, they heard the Dragon King's voice. Kill! Immediately after, more than a dozen experts with divine might flew out from behind the Dragon King and directly attacked them. True Dragon Son of Heaven, what are you doing? Kill the Dragon King and the others. A god from the Sacred Hall saw the Dragon King's subordinates attacking and immediately shouted at the 6 true Dragon Son of Heaven. Roar!
However, at this moment the 6 divine dragons roared and attacked them.
At this moment, the gods were completely stunned. What exactly happened?
Bang! You, a god who has only ignited 6 wisps of divine fire, dare to say that you can kill me within 5 minutes?
Suddenly, the sound of a heavy collision could be heard from above.
An AO crab with savage wings on its back and an arm filled with sharp thorns stabbed into the Scarlet Sun God's chest and dove down. No, how is this possible? The Scarlet Sun God felt the pain on his body and stared at the AO crab with a blank expression. The 10 or so gods behind him also widened their eyes when they saw this scene. Didn't they say that they would kill the crab in 5 minutes? Why was it only 10 or so seconds?
What?
What is going on?
All the gods looked at this scene in astonishment. The 6 true dragon sons of heaven who suddenly attacked them.
The Scarlet Sun God whose body was suddenly pierced by the sharp spikes of the Dragon King's subordinates, especially the Scarlet Sun God. Didn't he just say that he would kill the Dragon King's crab subordinate in 5 minutes? It had only been 10 seconds, but he had already been attacked and injured. Run! Run! At this moment, the dozen or so gods didn't hesitate at all. They turned around and fled into the distance. The Scarlet Sun God was the strongest among them. They had relied on him for everything in today's battle. Now he had been defeated so easily.
How is this possible?
In the air above the Dragon Palace, Yuan Kuei faced Aochi and the rest of the berserk dragon species alone. When he saw that Scarlet Sun had been injured, his face was filled with shock. How is this possible?
How can you be my opponent?
Get lost. In a daze, his body trembled, and terrifying flames shot out from his body toward Ao Crab. Whoosh!
The bone wings on Ao Crab's back extended forward, directly blocking the flames that were covering him.
Through the bone wings, Ao Crab's blood-red eyes were filled with disdain as he stared at the Scarlet Sun God. With your strength, you still dare to say that you can destroy me in 5 minutes? Ao Crab said to him with a disdainful look, and the sharp thorn in his hand moved slightly. Ah! A sharp pain entered his mind. Looking at Ao Crab, who easily blocked his attack, a trace of fear finally appeared on his face.
Shitian Furnace, Divine Kingdom Protection.
He gritted his teeth and roared fiercely.
Behind him, a huge divine kingdom of the furnace immediately appeared.
The divine kingdom did not expand, but slowly wrapped around his body.
A powerful force rushed toward Ao Crab. He wanted to get rid of Ao Crab's attack.
You still want to resist?
Ao Crab stared at him, his mouth split open in a sinister smile.
At the same time, he pulled out the bone spike that had pierced into the Scarlet Sun God's body. His arms slightly curled up. Escape!
At this moment, seeing the bone spike being pulled away from his chest, the Scarlet Sun God hurriedly dodged to the side in fear.
However, at this moment, he saw Ao Crab's arm, which was filled with sharp spikes, slightly curled up in front of him. Roar!
Roar! A terrifying and ferocious dragon roar suddenly came from his arm.
Under his shocked gaze, the arm expanded at a terrifying speed. The position of the finger turned into an incomparably ferocious monster.
The head of the monster was somewhat like that of a divine dragon, but it was much more ferocious and terrifying than a divine dragon. It emitted an evil aura.
Devouring dragon! At this moment, Ao Crab's emotionless voice rang out, and the terrifying and ferocious dragon head directly attacked the Scarlet Sun God. Heaven-fusing furnace! When the Scarlet Sun God saw this terrifying scene, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared out. The divine kingdom behind him was like a world furnace, directly melting towards the devouring dragon head. Roar! However, just as they were about to clash, the terrifying dragon head bit down on the divine kingdom's furnace.
Ka-ka-ka! The sounds of shattering rang out and the Scarlet Sun God's expression changed as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. No, how can you be so strong?
How can you be so strong? Not long ago, you were only equivalent to 6 wisps of divine fire. How can that be?
The threat of death shrouded the god of Scarlet Yang. His face was filled with despair. Looking at his divine kingdom being devoured piece by piece, his entire body was trembling. Roar!
The dragon head of the devouring dragon spewed out a terrifying dark light and landed directly on his body. The terrifying power penetrated through his divine kingdom and landed directly on his body.
Scarlet Yang widened his eyes. His face was filled with unwillingness as he landed heavily on the ground below.
Wang Xian raised his head slightly and looked at the god of Qiyang who was landing on his side. His eyes revealed a hint of coldness. He waved his arm and the dying Qiyang landed directly on Wang Xian's side.
Bang!
When he landed in front of Wang Xian, an invisible barrier caused his body to crash heavily onto the ground. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Both of his hands were trembling as he held onto the spot on his chest.
If you want to destroy me, you might not be strong enough. At this moment, Wang Xian's voice rang in his ears. Qiyang turned his head with difficulty. He looked at Wang Xian in a daze. Please, don't kill me. I'm willing. I'm willing to submit to you.
He spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke with great difficulty. You're not qualified. Wang Xian looked at him and flicked his finger. A destructive force entered his body instantly and wreaked havoc on the life force in his body. Buzz! A mournful sound of heaven and earth rang out. A cloud of fire hung in the sky. A god of fire had fallen.
Lord Qiyang is dead. Lord Qiyang is dead.
At the back, a group of gods who were about to escape had sensed the death of Qiyang. They shouted in fear. In less than a minute, the invincible Scarlet Sun God was killed. This was a god that was comparable to 7 wisps of divine fire. Now, he was easily killed by the Dragon King's subordinates. Run, run, run now. Run into the starry sky. At this moment, more than 10 gods' faces were filled with panic. It was too terrifying. They didn't dare to stay on Earth any longer and all of them tried their best to escape into the starry sky. Even if they didn't have the starry sky map, even if they had a slim chance of survival, it was still safer than staying on Earth. It's too late to escape. The godly state experts of the Dragon Palace attacked.
The 6 divine dragons swayed their huge bodies and blocked in front of them. No, no, you bunch of true dragon sons of heaven, you actually betrayed us. What's going on?
Did the 6 true dragon sons of heaven betray us? Or panic and despair appeared on the gods' faces. At first, they thought that the Dragon King would be killed without their help. Now, it was the Dragon King who hadn't made a move. How can this be? Is the heaven going to destroy the Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall? Yuan Kuei also noticed Qi Yang's death. His face was gloomy and his breathing was hurried. Why were the subordinates of the Dragon King so invincible? Even in the endless star field, such strength was a very powerful force. Only Master and the others can kill the Dragon King. Only Master and the others can suppress the Dragon King.
Yuan Kuei's mind kept running wild.
Suddenly, he felt a gaze that made his scalp tingle as he looked in his direction. His figure immediately retreated, and when he raised his head, he met Ao Crab's gaze. At this moment he saw death.
Gulp!
Yuan Kuei looked at Ao Xia's cold and disdainful eyes and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva.
How could he defend against an expert who could kill the Scarlet Sun God in less than a minute?
He couldn't defend at all. Roar!
Roar!
At this moment, Ao Xia waved his arm, and the arm that had transformed into a ferocious devouring dragon attacked Yuan Kuei directly. No, no, I'm not resigned. I'm actually going to die on a small planet. At this moment, feeling the fatal threat of death, he roared out in despair and unwillingness.
Yuan Kuei wanted to escape, but Ao Qi and the other 10 people were blocking him. Not to mention, even without them blocking him, Ao Crab's attack was still not something he could dodge. The difference was too great.
Ahoy! The devouring dragon's head bit his body, causing him to let out a desperate scream.
With the death of the Scarlet Sun God and Yuan Kuei's death, the dozen or so gods surrounded by the divine dragons and members of the Dragon Palace completely collapsed at this moment.
Even a god that was almost comparable to 7 wisps of divine fire was easily killed by the Dragon King and the others, not to mention their group of 1, 2, or at most 3 wisps of divine fire gods.
Dragon King, I submit. I submit. Please don't kill me.
I am willing to become an external member of the Dragon Palace. I am willing to submit. The gods did not want to die. It was not easy for them to be resurrected. After experiencing death, they were filled with fear towards death. But unfortunately, no.
Soon, desperate voices rang out. Above the dragon palace, the wails of heaven and earth rang out continuously.
When the 15th sorrowful cry of heaven and earth fell, the entire world regained a trace of tranquility. Around them, the death of the water elemental god rained down. The death of the wind elemental god caused the winds to howl in all directions. The entire space appeared unusually chaotic.
Aohe, bring some people to the Holy Church and kill all the survivors of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church.
Wang Xian ordered Aohe directly. It's the Dragon King. Aohe nodded and looked at Aochi's 10 members. Let's go.
Aochi nodded and followed behind Aohe as they flew towards the Holy Church.
Hiss. This is an easy massacre. The Lingxiao treasured palace and the Holy Church were killed so easily. Who would have thought that it would end so quickly?
The nuclear weapons were easily blocked by the Dragon Palace, and the one who killed the 6 top gods of the Dragon Palace was killed so easily.
When everyone thought that the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Sacred Hall could compete with the Dragon Palace, who would have thought that it would end up like this? This time, the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Sacred Hall have completely disappeared from Earth. All the forces that had descended have fallen.
Hundreds of kilometers away, all the figures saw the scene, and their faces were filled with shock and respect.
After this battle, the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King would completely establish their throne. A high throne.
The cries of the heavens and the earth should be the beautiful rhythm of the Dragon King's death.
Lord, the Scarlet Yang Fire God Yuan Kuei, and the true Dragon Sons of Heaven destroyed the Dragon Palace within our expectations.
Luke Owen stood in the sky above the sacred palace and looked in the direction of the Ocean Dragon Palace with a smile on his face.
Every mournful cry made his smile even wider. After destroying the Dragon Palace, no one on Earth will be able to fight against us, Luke Owen said with a smile.
Unfortunately, we can't do as you wish.
At this moment, a cold voice entered their ears.
At this moment, Luke Owen and a few other gods who had been resurrected by dripping blood had a huge change in expression. They hurriedly looked up into the sky. You. How did you get here?
How is this possible?
When they saw Aochi and the others, their pupils constricted slightly and their foreheads were instantly filled with cold sweat.
They stuttered, and their expressions changed drastically.
They're all dead. You guys should go and accompany them. From now on, the Temple of Heaven will completely disappear,
Aochi said indifferently. He raised the thunder hammer in his hand, and the blood-red lightning was brewing on it.
No, how's this possible?
With Qi Yang and the other's strength. Luke Owen's face was full of shock. He hurriedly hid into the temple.
Crackle.
Ah! The 2 figures beside him could not dodge in time. They were struck by lightning in an instant, and their bodies fell to the ground. Do you think that this sanctuary can still protect you? Ao Crab looked at the sanctuary that was covered by a powerful array formation, and a cold expression appeared on his face. He moved slightly, and an earthy black tail appeared behind him. The tail changed at a terrifying speed.
The entire tail was covered in black scales, and there was a terrifying spike on the tail that looked incomparably heavy.
Whoosh! Ao Crab waved his tail, and the sharp spike pierced directly towards the array formation. Bang!
A muffled sound rang out, and the terrifying tail pierced directly into the array formation.
No, how is this possible? This is an array formation that can withstand attacks from 8 divine flames and below. How did you suddenly become so strong? When Luke Owen saw that the array formation had been broken, a look of despair appeared on his face. At this moment, he also understood why Scarlet Sun Yuan Kuei and the others had been killed so quickly.
Directly breaking the array formation?
This was probably something that only the higher-ups of the Soaring Heavens Palace could do, right?
Die!
Ao Crab stared coldly at Luke Owen inside as his terrifying tail stirred. Boom!
Boom! Boom!
The sound of collapse could be heard.
The sound of screams could be heard from inside.
Take all the useful materials away, and then clean this place up, Aochi said to the people beside him. He held a long spear in his hand and threw it down directly.
Rumble. The entire Holy Church occupied an area of 700 to 800 kilometers.
Sacred mountains and palaces. But soon, the enormous Holy Church began to collapse bit by bit.
The invincible Holy Church, which had stood tall in the West for more than 10 years, began to collapse.
It was just like the soaring heavens palace in the eastern sky. Aochi and the others put all the resources in the Holy Church into their interspatial rings. Half an hour later, the enormous Holy Church was reduced to ruins. In the surrounding area, everyone was shocked when they saw the huge object collapse. From now on, the Temple of Heaven and the Holy Church will be completely wiped out. There will be no Temple of Heaven and the Holy Church on earth. When the Holy Church collapsed completely, Ao Crab and the others floated in the air.
A majestic voice came out of Ao Crab's mouth and resounded throughout the world. Everyone heard it clearly. At this moment, everyone in the world slightly opened their mouths. Especially those disciples who had followed the gods to descend. Their hearts were shaken and their faces were extremely ugly.
The Lingxiao treasured palace and the Templar Hall have been completely wiped out. Hiss, they were so high and mighty that we all worshipped them. Now, they have been completely wiped out by the Dragon King. 15 cries of sorrow. This time, the fallen gods are not only the last gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Templar Hall, but also the resurrected gods. They are on the wrong side.
I thought that the Lingxiao treasured palace and the Templar Hall would be heavily attacked this time, but I didn't expect that in less than an hour, the two forces would be completely wiped off the face of the earth.
The Dragon King is too powerful. In the future, even if someone ignited the divine fire, he wouldn't be able to contend with the Dragon King. Can everyone count how many gods have fallen at the hands of the Dragon King now?
There are a total of 30 to 40 of them.
When everyone heard Ao Crab's voice, their faces were filled with shock, especially the 15 whales of the heavens and earth just now. Those voices caused the entire world to shake. The high and mighty gods, the gods who had lived for 100,000 years, died one after another. At this time, people thought of the gods that had fallen during this period of time. 90% of them were related to the Dragon King.
In total, there were almost 30 to 40 of them.
They looked like gods, but the Dragon King and the others had killed 30 to 40 of them.
What kind of concept was this?
Many people felt that they and the Dragon King were not in the same era.
I didn't expect that our Lingxiao treasured palace would be completely destroyed and wiped out.
How are we going to return to the boundless star field?
The disciples who had followed the Lingxiao treasured palace to descend at that time trembled with despair on their faces.
At that time, they had made a great decision and had paid a great price to descend here. No one had expected this outcome. Initially, they still had a glimmer of hope for the few gods of the Lingxiao treasured palace. Now they were in complete despair. Dragon King, wipe out all the remnants of the Holy Church.
At this moment, Aohi, Aochi, and the rest arrived in the Dragon Palace and reported to Wang Xian.
Have they been wiped out?
How many gods are there in the world now?
Wang Xian nodded with a smile and asked Prime Minister Gui.
Dragon King, other than that young master from Shifeng, there is only one god on earth now. Prime Minister Gui reported.
Master, that god knows Shifeng and once expressed his goodwill to me. His words shouldn't be a problem, Xiao Ran said to Wang Xian at this moment. The young master of the celestial race was also standing beside Xiao Ran. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he had made the choice. As expected, Old Een was still more awesome than the Dragon King. Such strength would be considered a considerable force in the former Milky Way galaxy.
It's the Dragon King. I'll talk to that god. How about we join the Dragon Palace in the future and become external members?
I don't think he will reject us.
Shifeng also spoke up immediately.
There's no need. If it's you guys, just join Xiao Ran's Dragon Gate Academy directly. Wang Xian said to Shifeng. It's the Dragon King. Then we'll join the Dragon Gate Academy. In the future, we'll build a powerful God Academy together with brother Xiao Ran. Shifeng was delighted when he heard Wang Xian's words. He nodded immediately.
When Xiao Ran heard his master's arrangements, he exchanged a glance with Ji Lingfei and revealed a smile. If 2 more gods joined the Dragon Gate Academy, their foundations would be comparable to the forces of the gods that descended back then.
Dragon King, this is the starry sky chart that we obtained from the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church. The 2 starry sky charts are identical.
At this moment, Prime Minister Gui walked over and handed the 2 starry sky maps to him.
Can the pulling formation at the Lingxiao Treasured Palace still be restored? Wang Xian looked at the starry sky map with a glint in his eyes. Yes, Dragon King. Are we going to bring Earth into the boundless star field? Prime Minister Gui asked Wang Xian. If it's the boundless star field, we are going. As for Earth, Wang Xian pondered for a moment before saying, Xiao Ran, go and inform the world. If most of the people agree to let Earth go to the boundless galaxy, we will enter the boundless galaxy. If they don't want to go, we will leave Earth here.
After all, Earth was their hometown. He was not going to make the decision to change the fate of everyone on Earth. If they wanted to enter the boundless galaxy, we could bring Earth there.
If they didn't want to go, Wang Xian could also order the Dragon Palace to travel through the starry sky and head to the powerful galaxy.
Yes, Master?
Xiao Ran nodded. Also, as usual, the Dragon Palace rules the ocean and will not interfere in other matters. Wang Xian stood up slowly and said in the end. Xiao Ran and the rest nodded. They did not stay in the Dragon Palace any longer and flew out. Next, after we revive Ao Qitian and the rest, we will raise the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian instructed Prime Minister Gui. This time, they had killed 15 gods and all the treasures in the sanctuary.
The resources were not as much as the last time. However, there was the corpse of a god with 6 wisps of divine fire.
After Ao Qitian and the others recovered, these resources could also increase the number of godly state experts in the Dragon Palace. In the outside world, after a battle that focused on the entire world, the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church completely disappeared.
While many people were discussing, the Dean of the Dragon Gate Academy announced something.
Today, there would be a vote on the internet. The content of the vote would be whether Earth was willing to go in and head to the boundless star field. When this news spread out, it caused a huge sensation. When the gods brought Earth to the boundless galaxy, it caused a huge panic.
With the people's understanding, they gradually calmed down.
But even so, facing the unknown galaxy, they were still filled with confusion and didn't know what to do. Now, they were given the right to choose whether or not to enter the galaxy. I didn't expect the Dragon King to let us make a choice. It seems that even if we don't enter the boundless starfield, the Dragon King and the others will go there on their own. I want to go there. According to the gods, that is the starfield for cultivation. The divine sons and goddesses of the various starfield sects compete for glory. Powerful existences can destroy the stars with a wave of their hands.
Only by entering the boundless starfield can we have the chance to become such an existence. There are benefits and disadvantages to entering the boundless starfield. If our Earth wants to improve, we must enter the boundless starfield.
It proves that Earth has already walked quite a distance. We might as well go there directly.
Countless people were discussing on the internet. Some young people of the younger generation wanted to continue traveling on Earth and wanted to venture into unknown starfields.
And those disciples who had followed the gods to descend had excited expressions on their faces when they saw this scene.
They still had a chance to return to the boundless starfield.
Master, the voting has ended. 80% of the people want to go to the boundless galaxy. Only 20% of them want to stay here. A day later, Xiao Ran passed the results of the online voting to Wang Xian. Most of them still hoped to step into the boundless galaxy. They also wanted to ignite the divine fire and become gods, roaming in the void. Once they became gods, they would have a lifespan of 100,000 years. If they could step into a higher realm, their lifespan would reach 1,000,000. Who didn't want to obtain a longer lifespan?
Who didn't want to roam the void and see the races in the universe? Seeing this result, Wang Xian wasn't too surprised. If it was him, he would also choose to enter the boundless galaxy.
In that case, Earth will continue to move forward. Wang Xian nodded at Xiao Ran and immediately ordered Prime Minister Gui and the rest to restart the array formation.
The array formation was in the dilapidated Lingxiao Palace. After restarting it, as long as they put in spirit stones, they would be able to move forward rapidly.
At this speed, they would be able to enter the boundless galaxy in 4 years. It's moving. The planet is moving towards the boundless galaxy. I didn't expect the Dragon King to be so bold. He really dares to go to the boundless galaxy. The Dragon King might not know how powerful the boundless galaxy is. He has killed so many gods in our skyscraping treasured palace and the Holy Church. The great forces of the boundless galaxy will not let him go. At that time, he will regret everything he has done. However, we still have to thank the Dragon King. If he really doesn't dare to enter the boundless galaxy, we won't have the chance to return to our hometown. The disciples who had followed the Dragon King to the boundless galaxy sensed that Earth was heading towards the boundless galaxy once again, and their faces were filled with excitement. Earth once again plunged into the vast starry sky. And just like the era that the Dragon King had suppressed before, the Dragon King guarded the land of the sea and didn't care about anything else. The Dragon Gate Academy had become the world's most powerful force, and it was also a force that countless people were fighting to join. Now, there were 4 gods in Dragon Gate Academy. These 4 gods were the only ones other than the Dragon Palace. Since there was only one god in Dragon Gate Academy, it was natural for countless people to rush into it. Now, Dragon Gate Academy had opened 2 more branches. Those who could enter were all elites of the entire world. Even many disciples who came with them also joined Dragon Gate Academy. Time flew by quickly. Earth was wandering and Wuxia had been staying in the Dragon Palace. In the middle of the time, he returned to the Transcendence continent to check on the group of girls who were cultivating. According to his estimation, the group of girls would be able to ignite the divine fire soon. The entire Dragon Palace fell into silence. In the beginning, 2 divine kingdoms appeared one after another on Earth. It was a pity that after the appearance of the 2 divine kingdoms, no more divine kingdoms appeared. After the 2 little girls ran around the Dragon Palace for a month or 2, they got bored and now stayed under the ancestral tree to cultivate. All the members of the Dragon Palace were in closed-door cultivation. The speed of cultivation for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for more than 100 years. In just a year, many members of the Dragon Palace had made great breakthroughs. Now, the weakest members of the Dragon Palace were at the demigod rank 8 realm, and half of them had already reached the demigod rank 9 realm. The number of members of the Dragon Palace who had lit the divine fire had reached 25, and the number of those who had the combat strength of the god realm had reached about 40. This strength could be said to be very terrifying. In this one year, because of the great power of the Dragon Gate Academy, the entire world was peaceful and there was no large-scale war. Many people entered the divine kingdoms to cultivate, and their strength increased greatly. On Earth, experts at the profound void realm weren't as rare as before. I heard from teacher that it's very difficult for us to become gods. Those gods would need at least 1,000 years to ignite the divine fire. We have the divine kingdoms to cultivate in, and it's also a huge opportunity in the boundless star field. But not everyone has Dean Zhao's opportunity. Dean Zhao has the Dragon King. In just a year, the Dragon King has advanced to the divine realm. If only I could become the Dragon King's disciple. Don't even think about it. It's said that the Dragon King doesn't accept disciples. Even Dean Zhao is only the Dragon King's in-name disciple. If we want to become gods quickly, we have to obtain opportunities in the divine tomb. We've been wandering around here for 2 or 3 days, but we still can't get in. Sigh. It's not just us. Look around you. There are at least tens of millions of people who want to find opportunities. In the North Pole, around the vast divine tomb, cultivators who were dreaming of entering the divine tomb to find opportunities were wandering around. At present, no one had entered the divine tomb in the South Pole. The North Pole was fine, but since the last time the divine tomb was closed, it had never been opened again. This made countless people unwilling. In addition to their current understanding of the divine tomb, millions of people came here every day to seek opportunities. If they could enter, it would be like stepping into the realm of gods for them. Even some teachers of Dragon Gate Academy laughed and said that if anyone could obtain opportunities in the divine tomb, they could ignite the divine fire. This also caused many students of the Dragon Gate Academy to come here in search of an opportunity. Buzz! However, on a certain day, the entire divine tomb suddenly trembled. causing the people who were conversing and the surrounding people to be slightly stunned. They hurriedly stared at the divine tomb, their eyes filled with astonishment. What happened? A student of the Dragon Gate Academy's face changed as he stared at the divine tomb in front of him. The towering mountain peaks that formed the divine tomb seemed to have come to life at this moment, continuously emitting light tremors. What's going on? Could it be that the entrance of the divine tomb has reopened?
Some people hurriedly flew towards the entrance, their faces filled with shock.
Hong! Right at this moment, on the mountain peak that was about 30,000 meters from the center of the divine tomb, a terrifying earthen yellow pillar suddenly rose up. The 10,000-meter-wide earthen yellow pillar contained boundless earth elemental energy, and the enormous pillar connected to the universe.
Seeing this scene, everyone around the North Pole divine tomb revealed shocked expressions.
What happened in the divine tomb? Could someone have obtained the inheritance of the divine tomb? Hiss, how long is this pillar that connects to the void? At least 100 kilometers, right? More than 100 kilometers. How could there be such a heaven and earth phenomenon? What on earth happened?
The change in the divine tomb caused everyone around to tremble. When the earthen yellow pillar rose, the entire world could see the phenomenon there.
Ha 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 ha, the body of a mountain, the body of a mountain, I have finally obtained the body of a mountain. I, flying dust, from a speck of dust, have finally grown into a mountain. In the future, I, flying dust, will become the mountain god lord. I use mountains to suppress mountains and rivers. I use mountains to suppress the starry sky. Ha ha ha. While everyone in the outside world was looking at the North Pole god's tomb in shock, a 100-meter-tall figure stood proudly in the main peak in the center of the god's tomb. Around him, small mountains were rotating around him. He was shirtless, and there were many mountain patterns on his body. In the sky, the main peak of the god's tomb was hovering above him, and the earth-yellow energy pillar that reached the sky rushed out from the mountain peak. With the stars as the thick soil, bearing my mountain body, rise.
Qin Feiyang roared, his eyes filled with excitement as he stared at the main peak in the sky.
Wang!
A terrifying mountain energy poured into his body.
Mountain God Lord once used his invincible divine body to cross the void and become a God Lord. He once destroyed a star with one punch. I, Qin Feiyang, will use my tiny body to destroy everything.
Qin Feiyang's face revealed a burning expression as he felt his body rapidly improving.
Scenes appeared in his mind. Once he suffered humiliation. Once he paid the price for following the gods to earth. Once he cultivated with all his might. When I return, it will be the time for the world to worship me. Wang 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 wang.
When the North Pole god tomb mutated in the South Pole, in the eternal divine kingdom, a 1,000-meter-wide divine light tiger was quietly lying there.
Sensing the change in the North Pole, the divine light tiger slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes were like the eyes of a miniature divine tiger as it looked towards the north. It's that guy Shan Yu's divine tomb. I remember that old guy Shan Yu died completely. Did someone obtain his inheritance?
It looks like he obtained the inheritance of Shan Yu's body. The god of light muttered as he looked at the divine pond of light in front of him. Lord God, when are we going to leave? With your strength, you will definitely be able to suppress us for an entire lifetime.
At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. An old man was wearing a white robe. On the robe was written the divine servant of light wings. If people on earth saw the appearance of the old man, they would definitely be shocked. He was the strongest person in the fire god palace, Sui Yen, who brought the divine weapon and crashed into the divine tomb. Wait for my strength to recover a little. The light divine tiger glanced at Sui Yen indifferently. He slowly stood up and walked into the divine pool of light. It's the Lord God.
Sui Yen bowed respectfully and shouted loudly, when the Lord God steps out of the eternal divine kingdom, it will be the dawn. A new light will envelop the world. Roar.
The divine light tiger heard his words and roared happily. You will be below 10,000 people. The divine light tiger's voice entered Sui Yen's ears, causing Sui Yen's body to tremble. His face was filled with excitement. The divine light tiger was the divine light wing lord who had fallen.
At the South Pole, it was not a divine tomb but the divine kingdom of the eternal God Lord.
When the God Lord comes out of the mountain, the Dragon King will be nothing but an ant. Even in the boundless star field, he will still be a top-tier existence. Suiyan's body trembled as he thought to himself, his eyes filled with fire. Now that Suiyan had narrowly escaped death and entered this place, he only wanted to obtain the opportunity to kill the Dragon King. Now, the Dragon King was no longer in his eyes. What he was going to conquer next was the boundless star field. Buzz.
With a wave of his arm, the God of Light with the God of Light as the core flew to him and laid down beside him.
The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He jumped onto the divine tiger and flew backward. What's going on? At this moment, at the Ocean Dragon Palace, Wang Xian sensed the movement from the divine kingdom of the North Pole. He flew to the surface of the sea with a shocked expression.
Looking at the huge, earthy yellow pillar that went straight into the starry sky, his face was filled with a solemn expression. Even he couldn't achieve such a terrifying power.
Could it be that someone from the divine tomb of the North Pole really obtained the inheritance of the Master God?
Wang Xian frowned slightly.
The inheritance of the Master God was above the gods. A Master God could easily wipe out the Dragon Palace.
In fact, a Master of God could even destroy the entire earth with his full strength. The power of the Master of God was unpredictable.
Wang Xian was not afraid of the temple of Ling Shao or the gods in the boundless galaxy. He was still afraid of the Master of God. Dragon King, Earth is about to enter the chaotic space zone. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue appeared beside Wang Xian and reported to him. Oh, have you entered the chaotic space zone? Wang Xian had a serious expression on his face.
The chaotic space zone was the most dangerous area to travel to in the boundless space zone. Chaotic space zones existed in many places in the universe. Some of these chaotic space zones were formed naturally while others were formed due to the battle between terrifying experts. The so-called chaotic space zones were the chaotic energy of the universe. Asteroids and gigantic flaming planets shuttled through them. There were even some terrifying creatures born in the chaotic region. Back when the gods had descended here, many of the gods had fallen and all died in the chaotic region.
Even some big shots in the boundless galaxy didn't dare to take this risk. If one wasn't careful, 7 or 8 wisps of divine fire gods would also die in the chaotic region.
It would take 1.5 years to pass through this region. In the following 1.5 years, Earth would be extremely dangerous.
However, in order to lead Earth, the Lingshao Treasured Palace and the Holy Church had already found a relatively safe path. As long as they had the protection of the gods, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to cross that region. Furthermore, with the Dragon Palace around, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to cross the chaotic region. Get the members of the Dragon Palace to pay attention. If there's a situation ahead, deal with it immediately. Wang Xian reminded Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. The change in the divine tomb caused a huge change, especially the khaki energy pillar. Countless people tried to enter the divine tomb through the energy pillar, but they were instantly killed by the energy inside. Even the god of the divine peak from the Dragon Gate Academy shook his head and returned. The matter of the divine tomb shook the world. Soon, another piece of news caused a huge discussion. Dragon Gate Academy announced that they would enter the chaotic region of the universe next. Everyone was careful. When they heard this news, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Especially those disciples who had followed the gods to descend. Their faces revealed a trace of nervousness. 1.5 years of traveling in the chaotic star field was filled with many dangers. With the Dragon King around, we should be fine. The Dragon King and the others are so powerful. Soon, some people's worries were dispelled. Back then, when the gods could descend here with the Dragon King's strength, he would definitely be able to bring them through safely. In the chaotic star field, there was no sunlight. This was a place where even the sun could not shine. One formation after another rose up and enveloped Earth, creating a formation of the sun. It rose from the east and fell from the west, replacing the original sun.
Moreover, because of the recovery of spiritual energy, the plants on Earth did not need to undergo photosynthesis at all. Spiritual energy was the best energy.
Look over there, that huge meteorite. Oh my God. This meteorite is even bigger than the moon.
This star field is simply too shocking. If not for the Dragon King and the others leading us, how advanced would our technology be to be able to pass through this star field? After Earth entered the chaotic star field for a week, the appearance of the chaotic star field gradually appeared in front of everyone.
Those incomparably huge chaotic meteorites and those oddly shaped planets brushed past Earth. There's a meteorite right in front of us. Not good, we're going to crash into it.
Suddenly, everyone's faces were filled with shock as they looked at the meteorite in front of them that had a circumference of over 1,000 kilometers. Their faces were filled with shock.
It can't be, we're going to crash into it.
Some timid people looked over with shock on their faces.
Whoosh, whoosh.
However, at this moment, two figures directly disappeared into the void.
Buzz. Vaguely, two figures could be seen standing on the right side of the meteorite and pushing it with force.
The meteorite, which was over 1,000 kilometers long, floated to the side.
It's the two gods of the Dragon Palace, hiss.
We don't have to worry. With the Dragon King here, we'll be fine.
This was the first time the people on Earth had experienced such a situation. Seeing the meteorite in front of them being pushed away, they let out a sigh of relief.
It's dark all around. Other than some meteors that occasionally burst into flames, Earth is the most eye-catching.
I think the most eye-catching thing is that earthy yellow light pillar. That energy light pillar directly rushed into the void. It's said to be over 1,000 kilometers away. Some people looked at the huge earthy yellow energy pillar at the North Pole, their faces filled with surprise and curiosity. What was the reason for the energy pillar charging into the void over 1,000 kilometers away? Earth continued to move forward, encountering all sorts of situations from time to time. GG. In the endless darkness of the chaotic region, a pitch-black creature with wings, a head like a locust, and 4 sharp claws was searching for all kinds of energy to feed in the chaotic starfield.
It made a special sound from its mouth.
Each monster was 3 meters in size and did not look very powerful. At most, they were comparable to demigods, but they could travel in the starry sky. This special creature was known as the space beast in the universe. The ordinary space beasts had the strength of God level and above. The powerful space beasts were comparable to the eternal God Lord or even higher. There were brutal space beasts that could even destroy a star field. It was extremely terrifying. Although these 3-meter-long space beasts were small and weak, their most terrifying part was their numbers. At the source of the sound, tens of millions of these space beasts were flying in the chaotic star field like locusts. However, these tens of millions of them were only a small number to these space beasts.
They were known as the space locusts in the universe.
Chirp, 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 chirp. They were flying aimlessly and preying on their prey. Suddenly, the space locusts at the front made a rapid sound. They were like cats that had smelled the fishy smell. They immediately changed their direction and flew to the right. They were very fast, twice as fast as ordinary demigod creatures.
The densely packed space locusts that covered an area of more than 100 kilometers were like meteorites that streaked across the void.
GGGG.
At this moment, an excited voice came from the front again. A group of space locusts were staring at the earthy yellow energy pillar with blood-red eyes in the darkness.
GGGG. Following that, a group of space locusts flew toward the earthy yellow energy pillar with incomparable excitement.
It was overwhelming and densely packed. Eh? Space locusts, these are the space locusts from the Mountain God Lord's inheritance. Good stuff, good stuff. Mountain Nest, come in. Ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. So I Chen Feiyang am the darling of this piece of space.
At this moment, in the North Pole's divine tomb, when Chen Feiyang sensed tens of millions of space locusts flying towards the Earth attribute energy pillar, his face did not show the slightest bit of panic. Instead, he revealed an excited expression. His eyes were burning as he stared at the space locusts in the sky. His body trembled. An even denser amount of Earth elemental energy charged towards the energy pillar. At this moment, the tens of millions of space locusts crazily flew towards the god's tomb along the energy pillar.
It's too little, it's still too little. The number of space locusts is too little. Let's have more.
The space locusts flew into the divine tomb along the earthen yellow energy pillar and disappeared into the body of the flying dust.
It was as if his body had become the nest of the space locusts.
And his body seemed to be endless.
G. At this moment, the space locusts in the sky let out ear-piercing cries that spread far and wide.
Dragon King, there's a change in the void. There are creatures around.
The change in the void immediately attracted the attention of the experts in the Dragon Palace. They reported to Wuxia.
Are there any creatures?
Wuxia's face showed a hint of seriousness. He flew directly to the sky above the Dragon Palace and looked into the void. Dragon King, according to the records in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, these are space locusts. They roam the void and feed on all kinds of energy. Prime Minister Gue came to Wang Xian's side and said to him, these space locusts are comparable to the strength of a first-level demigod. The leader level is slightly stronger. These tens of millions of them belong to a small group of space locusts. They must have been attracted by the earthy yellow energy pillar in the North Pole Divine Tomb.
That energy pillar is really troublesome.
Wang Xian looked into the void and was slightly shocked. Tens of millions of space locusts that were comparable to a first-level demigod could completely destroy a planet. He looked at the energy pillar and stared at the space locusts one by one.
To avoid accidents, we have to destroy them. Such a large number of space locusts is also a lot of energy.
Wang Xian ordered Prime Minister Gue, who was beside him.
It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. However, at this moment, an urgent voice covered the entire earth, causing Wang Xian to raise his eyebrows slightly. G. At this moment, a dense response suddenly sounded in the void. Dragon King, these tens of millions of space locusts are just the vanguard. There are even more at the back. Prime Minister Gue's pupils constricted slightly as he immediately said, more ants could bite an elephant to death. It was the same for the space locusts. With tens of millions of space locusts, if a wisp of divine fire god did not escape and fight against them, a wisp of divine fire god would soon be engulfed and devoured. What's that sound? What happened? What a terrifying sound. What's going on? Could it be that we've encountered some danger again? When that dense sound reverberated through the entire starry sky, everyone on Earth could hear it clearly. The roars of countless creatures made people's scalps go numb. Even those who were sleeping were instantly awakened by the sound and immediately walked out.
Oh my God, that's...
When everyone looked up at the starry sky, shock appeared on their faces. There were countless starry locusts and countless pairs of blood-red eyes. At a glance, there were so many of them that one could not see the end. It was as if the entire Earth was covered by the starry locusts. Those are space locusts. Any small-scale space locusts have the power to devour gods. Hiss, how did we meet these space beasts?
These locusts are very difficult to deal with. Unless we destroy all of them, these things will hold a grudge. Look, they are rushing towards the energy pillar. They were attracted by that terrifying earthen yellow energy pillar.
A series of shocked voices rang out. Everyone's scalps went numb as they watched everything. The sky above Earth was actually completely covered by these creatures. This was only the surface. Just how many of these locusts were behind it? 1 billion, 10 billion, or 100 billion? This made people think of the locust disaster on Earth. However, that locust disaster was nothing compared to the one in the starry sky. The locusts feed on all sorts of flesh and blood and energy, but they seem to be attracted by the energy pillar and have no intention of attacking us. Some of the disciples who had followed the gods to descend had a better understanding of the astral beasts, so they kept introducing them to the people around them.
However, even if the countless astral locusts did not launch any attacks, they were still filled with a savage aura, causing everyone's expressions to become extremely grave.
If the countless space locusts were to attack them, how would they be able to defend against them? Would the Dragon King be able to defend against them? According to the disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, a few tens of millions of space locusts would be able to cause a wisp of divine fire god to flee in panic. Would the Dragon King and the rest of them be able to defend against the countless space locusts? Why are there so many space locusts? At this moment, in the sky above the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian looked at the starry locusts that had completely covered the starry sky with a grave expression. Around him, a group of divine realm experts from the Dragon Palace followed behind him. Other than that, there were 7 other clones standing there. They stared at the locusts in the void. There are so many locusts. Even if we were to kill them, it would be a little strenuous. Ao Crab looked at the space locusts within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers and was slightly shocked. Although Ao Crab was comparable to a god with 8 wisps of divine fire, he still felt his scalp go numb in the face of so much fear in the space. These space empires within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers could almost submerge him.
Dragon King, they are surging toward the energy pillar. They have entered the divine tomb through the energy pillar.
Ao Chi-Yen, Ao Chi, and the others were looking at the energy pillar with a solemn expression on their faces. The divine tomb in the North Pole seems to be the divine tomb of the mountain god. The mountain god became the divine master because of his unique physique. It seems to be the body of a mountain. Mountains hold down mountains and rivers. With one punch, the sun, moon, mountains and rivers are shattered.
Huar and Kaya frowned slightly as they spoke from the side. Wang Xian looked at the countless space locusts that had suddenly gathered in the void and did not attack on his own.
He had no idea how many space locusts there were in the void. He did not dare to attack rashly. Haha! I didn't expect there to be so many space locusts. What a pity. With my current strength, I can only take in 5 billion of them. At this moment, in the North Pole's divine tomb, Chun Feiyong was looking at the countless space locusts charging at him with excitement. The number of space locusts had completely exceeded his expectations.
What a pity, I hope that after my strength increases, you guys will still be here. Chun Feiyong looked at the void with a regretful expression.
Wang! His body trembled, and the entire earthen yellow energy pillar trembled slightly, as if it had completely sealed the entrance. GG.
The moment the passageway closed, waves of tyrannical aura suddenly came from the surrounding space locusts.
They let out sharp cries, and the countless space locusts in the sky began to panic.
GG. Suddenly, the locusts opened their sharp mouths and bit towards the earthen yellow energy pillar.
However, they realized that they couldn't do anything to the energy pillar, and their blood-red eyes became even more irritable. GG.
In an instant, an incomparably terrifying aura charged towards Earth. Not good, these space locusts are going crazy.
At this moment, everyone could see the space locusts' irritation, and their expressions changed drastically. Chirp, chirp.
The next moment, everyone saw the dense swarm of space locusts charging towards them.
Oh no, we're done for.
Everyone's faces were filled with horror.
Ao Xingmu, lead the Starwood Combat Division to form a barrier on the mainland. When Wang Xian saw the space locusts attacking, his expression changed slightly as well. He immediately gave an order to Ao Xingmu. It's the Dragon King. Out of the 2,000 warriors of the Starwood Combat Division, including Ao Xingmu, 6 members of the Starwood Combat Division lit the divine fire. Once they lit the divine fire, they would have the strength to fight against the 4 wisps of the divine fire god. The rest of the members of the Starwood Combat Division were all at the level of demigod level 9 and at the peak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The entire Starwood Combat Division immediately flew toward the mainland. Especially the 6 members who had lit up the divine fire, the branches under their bodies immediately spread to the surroundings. Ao Xingmu's branches covered an area of a few thousand kilometers. The branches hung down one by one. They stared coldly at the space locusts that were diving down from the sky. All members of the combat division of the Dragon Palace, get ready. Wang Xian shouted softly. Yes. The members of the Demon Combat Division, the Heaven's Eye Arrow Division, the Mount Division, the Thunder Division, the Dragon Guard, and the Dolphin Support Division immediately responded loudly. Kill! Wang Xian waved his arm. Kill! The group of members of the Dragon Palace immediately flew towards the sky to meet the dense swarm of space locusts. It's the members of the Dragon Palace. The subordinates of the Dragon King have made their move. All of them are level 1 demigod space locusts. If they rush down, we will be killed instantly. I hope the Dragon King and the others can hold them off. Hiss, look at how powerful the members of the Dragon Palace are. After they spread out their thorns, they covered a radius of several thousand kilometers. There are 6 of them. They are too powerful. When the members of the Dragon Palace made their move, everyone let out a sigh of relief.
Seeing the members of the Starwood Combat Division flying over one by one to hold back most of the sky, everyone was shocked and a little nervous at the same time. Thorns hung down and covered the sky of the continent. Now that the continent had become one, the members of the Dragon Palace were guarding it. There were 2,000 members of the Starwood Combat Division and 6 beings who had ignited the divine fire.
They floated in the sky, and the thorns built up an enormous defense in the sky.
Thorns fell from tens of thousands of meters away, and some of them could even be touched with one's hand.
Chirp, 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 chirp. In the sky, countless space locusts pounced toward Earth. They had blood-red eyes, sharp claws, and sharp teeth. Space beasts had a special characteristic, which was that their instincts were higher than their intelligence. Space beasts rarely had the intelligence to speak human language. Most of them relied on their instincts to fight, kill, hunt, and survive. Roar, roar, roar. In the ocean, the demon monkeys, thunder shrimp, and the others also roared, and a terrifying aura welcomed the space locusts. Have all the members of the Dragon Palace come out? There are more than 20,000 warriors. Their auras are so terrifying.
Back then, only 2,000 demon monkeys could fight against more than 100,000 heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals, and holy warriors. Now, 20,000 members of the Dragon Palace and dozens of gods will definitely be able to resist the space locusts.
When everyone saw the 20,000 or so members of the Dragon Palace rush into the sky, their faces instantly revealed a look of awe.
At this time, the Dragon Palace was their guardian god. All disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy who are at least at the demigod level, follow me in battle. If you want to become stronger and become a god, you'll have to go through all sorts of battles.
Kill. At the 3 Dragon Gate Academies, the figures of God Peaks Ji Lingfei, Xiao Ran, and another god were heard. Hundreds of voices immediately flew into the sky, right next to the members of the Starwood War Department. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When countless space locusts entered Earth's 100,000-meter domain, the members of the Starwood War Department attacked the sky with countless thorns.
At this moment, at least 100 million thorns stabbed towards the space locusts.
G. In an instant, an earth-shattering scream sounded, and countless space locusts let out ear-piercing sounds before dying. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, nearly 100 million corpses fell toward the ground.
Hiss.
Seeing the space locust corpses fall like rain, everyone's faces revealed shock. These are demigod-level space beasts. The Dragon King's subordinates are so terrifying. Not good. Look, we've killed at least 100 million space locusts, but there aren't any signs of reduction. Everyone looked at the falling bodies of the space locusts in shock. However, they soon discovered that the number of space locusts attacking from the sky didn't seem to decrease. How many locusts are there? These locusts are comparable to the strength of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. If there really are billions and billions of them, how can we defend against them?
Some of the disciples who came with the gods showed terrified expressions. Could the Dragon King really defend against tens of billions of them?
Roar! In the sky, the Demon War Department, the Thunder Department, and the Dragon Guards rode the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed into the sky and began the second round of attack. More than 40 godly state experts of the Dragon Palace launched a terrifying attack at the same time. The energy that blotted out the sky shocked everyone.
Billions of corpses fell toward the ground.
Hiss! Everyone on Earth looked at the large number of corpses that fell, and their faces were full of shock. However, soon, a trace of solemnity appeared on everyone's faces. 5 minutes had passed, and at least billions of corpses fell to the ground. However, the number of space locusts in the void did not decrease at all.
How? How many space locusts are there?
The experts of the Dragon Palace have killed countless of them. Some people watched in shock, and a bad premonition slowly emerged in their hearts.
There are too many. There are simply too many space locusts.
At the same time,
Ao Chiyan, Ao Xingmu, and the group of mad dragons in the sky also frowned slightly, and a hint of solemnity appeared on their faces. In the beginning, the countless space locusts were 100,000 meters away from Earth. However, they were now 50,000 meters away. I can't see the edge. The number of these brother-controlled locusts is probably in the hundreds of billions. At this moment, Ao Yao came back from the void and his voice reached their ears. This caused the expressions of the leaders of the Dragon Palace to change drastically. At the same time, in the sky above the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian also heard Ao Yao's report. His face sank slightly. According to the records in the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, 100 billion starry locusts are considered a large-scale disaster. Even if there are more than 100 gods, it would be extremely difficult to deal with them together. How did we encounter such a large-scale swarm of starry locusts? Prime Minister Jiuai's expression was a little awkward. If there are fewer of them, they are completely resources to us. However, if there are more of them... Wang Xian frowned slightly. His expression didn't look good either. Although they wouldn't be in any danger with the Dragon Palace around, the rest might not be so. Woo-woo, Dad. I want to eat food. At this moment, an extremely dull voice suddenly rang in Wang Xian's ears. It was as though he was holding a huge loudspeaker and shouting beside his ear. He was slightly stunned. Wang Xian immediately looked down and saw the huge creature in the Dragon Palace. Xiaolan. The first Kuan of Qing Yu was upgraded to level 6 in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace would be able to accommodate him. At this moment, Xiaolan occupied an area of 200 kilometers around the Dragon Palace. His body had also reached the size of 100 kilometers. He was an incomparably terrifying giant beast. Recently, he had obtained countless resources. Naturally, Wang Xian did not forget Xiaolan. As a Kuan that used to feed on top-tier bloodlines in the universe, a Kuan that terrified all top-tier bloodlines, Wang Xian naturally had to focus on nurturing it. Now, Xiaolan's strength was comparable to a god with a wisp of divine fire. There were no realms or ranks in the Kuan. As long as there was enough bloodline food, it could continue to grow. Xiaolan, will your strength be a match for these locusts? Wang Xian looked at Xiaolan and asked with a frown. Xiaolan called Lan Qingyue Mama. So naturally, she would call him Daddy. Woo-woo, Daddy. I'm not afraid of them, Xiaolan said immediately. All right, then you can go. Once you are in danger, go back immediately. Wang Xian nodded his head. Woo-woo, it's Daddy. Xiaolan nodded her head with excitement in her eyes. Her eyes that were thousands of meters wide looked at the locusts in the starry sky with excitement. Buzz. He swayed his huge body and flew out of the Dragon Palace. A black hole appeared in front of him. Xiaolan went straight into the black hole. Wang Xian looked at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Woo-woo. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard from the swarm of locusts in the starry sky. Damn, Xiaolan. When Wang Xian raised his head and looked over, he couldn't help but swear. His eyes widened slightly. Woo-woo. A voice filled with excitement came from the space locusts. At this moment, even the entire space locusts were slightly stunned. This was like a sheep that had suddenly blended into a pack of wolves. Little Blue had suddenly appeared, causing all the surrounding space locusts to be stunned. Oh my God! What is that thing? Why did a terrifying giant beast suddenly appear from the space locusts? At this moment, not only was the swarm of space locusts stunned, everyone below looked at Little Blue, who was in the swarm of space locusts with shocked expressions on their faces. It's over, it's over. The space locusts haven't been destroyed yet, and now such a huge beast has appeared. This is a real space beast. This 100-kilometer large body is a real space beast, a real space beast. Is the heavens going to destroy us? What was the concept of a 100-kilometer long body? It was the size of a small city. But now, a giant beast, 100-kilometer long body, was comparable to some large meteorites. Was Earth really going to be finished? Whoa! Just as everyone was frightened by Xiaolan's sudden appearance in the sky, Xiaolan once again let out an extremely excited sound. Little Blue opened its huge mouth and started to devour the surrounding space locusts. Everyone below could see the bloody mouth.
This scene was exactly the same as a whale swallowing countless shrimp in the ocean.
Little Blue, which was 100 kilometers in size, and its mouth, which was more than 10 kilometers in size, started to devour.
Moreover, there seemed to be a powerful suction force in its mouth. With a single bite, at least tens of millions of space locusts were sucked into his mouth and swallowed directly into his stomach. GGGG. Seeing the space behemoths suddenly appear and swallow their own kind, all the space locusts in the surroundings began to boil. This was the first time they had seen such an arrogant fellow directly charge into their group. In an instant, Little Blue's body was covered by the space locusts. Buzz! However, when the space locusts landed on Little Blue's body and bit him with their sharp claws and teeth, an earthen yellow light flashed past. An extremely terrifying suction force was transmitted from Little Blue's body. Pa 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 pa. Under this suction force, the locusts turned into blood like flies that had been hit by a palm. The blood slowly merged into Xiaolan's body. Woo woo. At this moment, Xiaolan let out an extremely excited sound again. It opened its bloody mouth again and continued to devour the locusts around it. It was like a whale that had been hungry for a long time meeting a group of shrimps. Indeed, the locusts were like shrimps in front of Xiaolan.
When Wuxia saw this heaven-defying scene, he was astonished.
With his current strength, he had to be cautious when he entered this endless swarm of locusts. Even after Xiaolan entered, she was still so arrogant. This should be the characteristic of a Kuan. A Kuan does not belong to the ocean but to the starry skies. If the space beasts have a level, a Kuan is the best existence. This is similar to the dominance of the divine dragon clan over the sea creatures. Even if a Kuan cannot rule over the other space beasts, it is impossible to kill a space beast that is weaker than it, even if the number of the other party has reached an unbelievable level. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. If the locusts were replaced by aquatic creatures, Wang Xian would dare to charge over. This was because as long as the level of the aquatic creatures was not higher than him, no matter how many aquatic creatures there were, they would not be able to kill him. This was the strength and prestige of a race at the peak of the universe.
What's going on?
That giant beast seems to be devouring the locusts. They are not in cahoots.
Everyone below was slightly stunned when they saw the giant beast devouring the locusts, and they let out a sigh of relief.
The members of the Dragon Palace immediately stopped when they saw this.
Woo woo. In the sky, Little Blue opened its huge mouth and devoured the locusts every 10 seconds. Each time it did so, tens of millions of locusts would be devoured. In addition, countless space locusts were lying on Xiaolan's body and attacking him continuously. Only when the khaki energy on Xiaolan's body vibrated and when he opened his mouth could they sense that he was still alive. Otherwise, at a glance, they would think that he had been devoured by the space locusts.
Xiaolan's sudden appearance caused the space locusts to target Xiaolan. Countless space locusts surrounded Little Blue in the void. On Earth, when everyone saw this barbaric scene, they opened their mouths slightly. Is this the universe's starry sky? This is a heaven-defying space behemoth, an endless sea of insects. No wonder they can't cross the void before reaching the God realm. This is too terrifying. They all raised their heads to look at the sky, their hearts trembling. Look, that space beast seems to have doubled in size.
An hour had passed and many people's necks were stiff. However, at this time, they discovered that the space beast that had just appeared had doubled in size. The number of locusts that had been devoured by the space beast was at least tens of billions.
Now, the space beast's size had doubled, and the increase in size made the aura on the space beast even more terrifying. Moreover, the devouring speed had increased by 2 to 3 times. How terrifying is Xiaolan's strength now? Wang Xian was floating in the sky above the Dragon Palace. Looking at Xiaolan, who had increased in size, his face was filled with shock. With the doubling of his size, the increase in his strength was not as simple as doubling.
With a huge body of 200 kilometers, if he were to hit the Earth, he would be able to send the Earth flying.
What kind of monster is that?
How can it be so terrifying?
At this moment, Chun Feiyong, who was in the North Pole Divine Tomb, sensed the change in the void. He was shocked. His pupils constricted as he stared at Little Blue in the starry sky in fear.
Ever since he obtained the God Lord's inheritance, this was the first time he felt a sense of fear, a strong sense of fear. It was as if the other party was his natural enemy. Why do I feel that before I become a God Lord, I'm not a match for that space beast? I hope that fellow can leave this place as soon as possible.
His pupils constricted as he muttered, "GG."
At this moment, about 3/5 of the massive swarm of locusts in the void had already been reduced. The locusts finally realized how terrifying Little Blue was. They let out panicked cries as they fled towards the void.
Woo woo. Little Blue saw that the food wanted to escape, so it naturally did not agree. It opened its huge mouth and started to devour the food.
GG.
The locusts that were close to Little Blue were devoured, while the locusts that were further away were fleeing for their lives. Xiaolan swayed her current size of more than 200 kilometers and chased after her. She soon disappeared from everyone's sight.
Let's go. The space locusts have left, and so has that giant beast.
In the void, the countless space locusts were frantically fleeing. When the incomparably terrifying space beast chased after them and left, everyone let out a heavy sigh. That space beast is too terrifying. It was actually able to cause the space locusts that covered the sky to flee. If it wasn't for that space beast, we might have been finished. I didn't expect the chaotic starfield to be so terrifying. That space beast can probably destroy Earth, right? I wonder if Dragon King and the others can fight against that space beast. There's actually such a huge beast in this universe. Dragon King and the others can't either. The space locusts that filled the sky were actually swallowed by a space beast. That beast is too strong. Everyone had looks of relief as they discussed. The appearance of the space locusts and space beasts gave them a hint of understanding of this universe. Soon, some people looked at the energy pillar above the North Pole Divine Tomb. They knew that it was all because of this energy pillar that attracted so many space locusts. That energy pillar could be said to be the main culprit.
I wonder what happened in the North Pole Divine Tomb. Some people thought,
all members of the Dragon Palace. Take all the bodies of the space locusts to the Dragon Palace. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded.
The members of the Dragon Palace flew down and collected the bodies of the space locusts.
Although these space locusts are not as evil as some demon beasts, they are demigod-level creatures after all. The materials and flesh on their bodies are rare treasures.
The Dragon Palace must have killed at least billions of space locusts. They have made a fortune this time.
At this moment, the disciples who followed the gods looked at the corpses on the ground with envy. This was an extremely precious treasure to them.
Xiaoran, your Dragon Gate Academy should collect around 100 million locusts' corpses.
Yes, Prime Minister Gue. At this moment, 2 more voices rang out in the sky.
Dragon Gate Academy had participated in this battle, and the 4 gods of Dragon Gate Academy had each killed at least 10 million evil spirits.
Dragon Gate Academy has obtained 100 million dead bodies. This, even if Dean Xiao and the others take out some, it will be enough to greatly improve Dragon Gate Academy. This Dragon Gate Academy has the Dragon Palace behind it, and it will only become stronger and stronger in the future. Now, it seems that joining Dragon Gate Academy is the best choice. Unfortunately, it is a little difficult to join Dragon Gate Academy now. Envious voices sounded one after another. However, the students and disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy revealed excited expressions on their faces. They were undoubtedly number 1 now.
This Xiaolan has chased into the void. I wonder when she will return.
Wang Xian was floating in the sky above the Dragon Palace. Looking at Xiaolan, who had completely disappeared, he frowned slightly. Xiaolan was a Kuan raised by Qingyu after all. Sometimes it might not listen to him. Moreover, Wang Xian was unable to summon Xiaolan back directly. Looks like I can only summon Xiaolan back when Qingyu returns. Wang Xian shook his head slightly. Even if the Kuan raised by the master of the Kuan was thousands of light years away, the Kuan would rush over as soon as it was summoned. As for Xiaolan, she wouldn't be able to run for long. Based on the instinct of the Kuan and Xiaolan's current strength, it would require the strength of a godmaster to kill it. Dragon King, we have harvested quite a lot this time. There are at least 5 billion dead bodies of the space locusts. The lowest level of the space locusts has reached the level of a demigod. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui came over to report excitedly. These locusts are too low in converting dragon blood. Wang Xian looked at these locusts. They were the lowest level creatures of the same level, so the conversion rate of dragon blood was much lower.
Dragon King, I tried it just now. Although it's very low, 100 million dead bodies are enough for our current members of the Dragon Palace to ignite the divine fire. This group of space locusts can double the strength of our Dragon Palace.
Prime Minister Gui said excitedly.
Oh,
that's not bad at all. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he revealed a hint of excitement.
The dragon transformation pool of the Dragon Palace had fused with the characteristics of the insect nest of the insect race. It was indeed heaven-defying when it was upgraded. Now he could understand why the bloodline of the insect race could only be considered as ordinary in the universe. They were able to perish together with the divine dragon race, the peak race of the universe. The speed of the bug race's advancement was too terrifying. As long as there were enough resources, a bug race army could be quickly formed.
Fortunately, the bug race has already perished, he thought to himself. The great battle ended so abruptly, and very quickly, members of the Dragon Palace brought billions of spoils of war to the Dragon Palace. Inside the dragon transformation pool, strands of dragon blood that were emitting a huge amount of energy flowed into it.
When Earth reaches the boundless galaxy, the Dragon Palace will have more than 100 gods who can ignite the divine fire.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He was even more confident about stepping into the boundless galaxy.
Dragon King.
At this moment, Ao Nu's figure appeared beside Wang Xian.
Ao Nu, why are you here? Wang Xian had arranged for Ao Nu to stay on the Transcendence continent to take care of Guan Shuqin and the other girls. When he saw that Wang Xian had returned, he was slightly surprised.
Dragon King. The Dragon Queens are already preparing to ignite the divine fire. Let Ao Nu call out to you, Dragon King. Ao Nu reported to him. Ignite the divine fire?
So fast.
Wang Xian was slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Let's go. We'll head there immediately.
Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the extraordinary mainland.
After entering the extraordinary mainland, Wang Xian arrived at the center of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire with a few teleportations.
At the peak of the Ao Tian Mountain in the former Ao Shan Empire. When Wang Xian had just rushed over, he saw 11 figures floating in the sky.
Back then, they had discovered a powerful formation at the peak of the Ao Tian Mountain. There were 11 futons there. Xu Qingyu and the others, who had been cultivating in seclusion for more than a year now, already possessed the ability to ignite the divine fire.
The 11 of them floated in the sky, their bodies emitting an incomparably terrifying pressure.
Countless people in the surrounding area looked at this scene, which was like a miracle. Their faces were filled with reverence.
This was becoming a god.
Moreover, it was their continent's empress and a group of empire's elders who ignited the divine fire together. They are still lacking the divine kingdom when they lit the divine fire. Fortunately, the Dragon Palace has prepared the divine kingdom for them in advance. Wang Xian looked at the saintly figures of Xu Qingyu and the rest of the girls. A smile appeared on his face. In the Dragon Palace, he had built a Dragon Queen Palace for the girls. He had modified it with the Dragon Cave and added the powerful materials from the other divine kingdoms.
It was much stronger than the ordinary divine kingdoms.
Wang Xian waved his arm and the divine kingdoms flew out one by one. Buzz. At this moment, the sounds of heaven and earth rang out. Wisps of divine fire appeared above their heads. The divine fire was ignited. Our empress and the elders are about to become gods.
Not long ago, it seemed like the Dragon King became a god. Now, the empress and the others have become gods. There are 11 gods.
Is our Transcendence continent about to enter the era of Pantheon? Once the empress and the others become gods, the continent will be more unified. Look, the Dragon King is there. Around the peak of the proud Heaven Mountain, every citizen of the Dragon Phoenix Empire looked at the Empress and the others who were hovering 10,000 meters in the sky with deep respect. When they discovered the arrival of the Dragon King, their faces were filled with worship. The Rise of the Dragon King, The Might of the Dragon King, The Power of the Dragon King, and other such books had been spread throughout the extraordinary continent. The deeds of the Dragon King had spread to every corner. Now that they saw the real person, everyone was filled with admiration and respect. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Wang Xian threw the divine kingdoms towards them, the divine kingdoms immediately floated above their heads. In an instant, a powerful divine might enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Chirp, chirp. A phoenix cry was emitted from the mouth of the phoenix and Phoenix Pass. Roar, roar, roar. Ice-cold roars came from Fan Qinglan and Xiao Yu's mouths. Behind them, the shadows of divine dragons and phoenixes flickered. The divine kingdom was raised high above their heads. The only difference was that behind Lan Qingyue, there was an empty black hole. Although the aura was not as vast as Shu Qing and Xiao Yu's, it gave people a terrifying depth. Woo-woo! A little blue's excited voice came from the black hole. The entire heaven and earth phenomenon and the huge aura lasted for a full 5 minutes. Below, everyone was already kneeling on the ground and worshipping respectfully. Xiao Xian, brother. After the group of girls became gods, they looked at Wang Xian and pounced over excitedly. Have you missed US after spending a year outside? Guan Shuqing and the rest surrounded Wang Xian and asked with smiles on their faces. What do you mean by spending a year outside? I'm here to help your wives. All right? Earth has already taken care of it. Wang Xian looked at the group of girls with an innocent look on his face. Humph! It better be like this. The group of girls glanced at her with disbelief on their faces. They had no choice. It was his fault for bringing a girl with him every time he went out. They couldn't be blamed for rolling their eyes. Hee, I've already transferred the Dragon Palace to Earth. There's still a level 5 Dragon Palace left on the Transcendence continent. Let's go to the Dragon Palace on Earth later, Wang Xian said to them. Sure. The group of girls nodded and chirped. Congratulations to the Dragon Queen for becoming a god. Congratulations to the eldest princess and General Feng for becoming a god. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui, who had come over after hearing the news, congratulated them. Let's inform our family and ask them if they want to continue playing here or go back. The group of girls flew towards the foot of the lofty mountain peak where they were cultivating. I really didn't expect my daughter to actually become a god. Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingwei, and Tang Yinchuan's parents walked over excitedly. Wang Xian greeted them one by one with a smile on his face. Fengying, Jian, we'll bring you guys to the planet where we live. It's very fun there too. The group of them chatted for a while before Guan Shuqing and the rest spoke to Zhang Fengying, Ling, and Jian. The two of them had never been to Earth. They had planned to take them there more than a year ago, but because of their cultivation, they were delayed. Okay. I also want to see what kind of place can give birth to a scumbag like Xiaoxian, Zhang Fengying said with a smile. Hee, then I'll take you to see it. Sister Fengwan. Let's go too. The group of girls said happily. They had just become gods, but they had completely transformed and were able to be together with Xiaoxian. Naturally, they were very happy. Wang Xian stood at the side speechlessly and did not listen to their conversation. He patted Xiao Yu's head and chatted with Feng Lingtian simply. Dragon King, come and take a look. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui walked over and said to Wang Xian in surprise. Huh? What's the matter? Wang Xian asked in surprise. Dragon King, please take a look at this starry sky map. Prime Minister Gui brought Wang Xian to the starry sky map again as he spoke. Dragon King, take a look. This starry sky map should belong to this star field. This is the starry sky map that we obtained from the Ling Shao Treasured Palace from the borderline of the boundless star field to Earth. I realized that the borderline of this boundless star field actually overlaps with the starry sky map of the Transcendence continent. Prime Minister Gui pointed at the starry sky map on it and took out the starry sky map of the Ling Shao Palace. You mean that the Transcendence continent is in the boundless star field? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, Dragon King. There's a 90% chance, unless one of the two starry sky maps is wrong. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head affirmatively. If that's the case, we can move Earth to the side of the Transcendence continent in the future. Wang Xian was deep in thought.
Connecting the Transcendence continent and Earth was a good thing for both planets. When the time comes, we can bring Earth to the direction of the Transcendence continent.
Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded his head.
Xiaoxian, let's go back to Earth.
At this moment, the voices of Shu Qing and the rest came from the side. Wang Xian turned around and nodded his head.
All right, let's go back.
Everyone immediately flew towards Earth.
I was originally a speck of dust, but now I can cover the stars.
Just as Wang Xian and the rest were flying towards the Dragon Palace on Earth, a high and mighty voice suddenly rang out in the North Pole of Earth.
The voice was not very loud, but everyone around the god's tomb could hear it clearly.
At the same time, the energy beam that reached the sky in the North Pole of the god's tomb slowly dissipated.
Haha, this power is enough to sweep across the entire Earth and the gods in the Temple of Heaven.
This time, even the high and mighty gods have to grovel under my majestic body. On the main peak in the center of the god tomb, Chun Feiyong's face was filled with excitement.
His 1,000-meter-long body was like a mountain and his eyes were as bright as the stars. It's time to go out. I will make those who look down on me submit to my feet. When I return to the endless star area, I will make those fellows of my family kneel respectfully by my side.
He muttered excitedly and slightly clenched his fists. GG. His body moved and a pair of wings made of space locusts appeared behind him. He gently flapped his wings and arrived in front of the mountain god lord.
Peng.
Thank you, master, for your inheritance. In the future, I will definitely spread the word mountain throughout the entire star area. He bowed respectfully, then slowly stood up and walked out of the divine tomb. As he walked, his body slowly shrank and turned into an ordinary person. The space locusts behind him also disappeared. I'm back. He looked outside and muttered. I was originally a speck of dust. I disappeared for a year and I'm back.
Is this the current Earth?
Why do I feel that this planet is emitting waves of vast power, even more vast than the extraordinary continent? On the ocean, when the group of girls arrived on Earth, all of them had shocked expressions on their faces. Even Feng Luan looked at the current Earth with a face full of awe.
In particular, there were a few places that were emitting a power that shocked them.
Earth is the center of an ancient battlefield. There is a divine tomb in the North and South Pole that even I can't enter. That is the tomb of the eternal God. The girls knew some basic information about Earth from home. Wang Xian said to them, Eternal Lord.
The group of girls were filled with shock. They had just attained the divine throne and couldn't imagine how strong the Eternal Lord would be. Let's go. We'll go to the Dragon Palace to rest first. We'll tour Earth after resting for 2 days. Wang Xian said to them.
The group of girls didn't say anything after hearing his words. Naturally, they knew what resting meant. Is this the level 6 Dragon Palace? It's so big. When they arrived in the sky above the Dragon Palace, the group of girls revealed a look of surprise.
Oh right, Qingwei, Xiaolan entered the void not long ago. Can you sense it?
Wang Xian looked at Lan Qingyue and asked her.
Yes, I can sense everything about Xiaolan. It is currently playing happily in the void. If I want to call it, it can rush over in an instant. Let it play in the void. Lan Qingwei nodded with a smile. Xiaolan's current strength is really beyond my expectations.
Oh? How strong is Xiaolan now?
Wang Xian asked curiously. I don't know either. Xiaolan doesn't have any hierarchy. I'm not too sure about the details.
Lan Qingyue shook her head. Wang Xian nodded and led the group of girls into the Dragon Palace.
Daddy.
When Wang Xian and the rest entered the Dragon Palace, Huar's voice was heard immediately. At this moment, Wang Xian could feel a strong killing intent. The atmosphere turned solemn instantly.
Huar and Kaya also looked at Guan Shuqing and the rest who were beside Wang Xian. She frowned slightly and her eyes were sparkling.
This is... Cold sweat appeared on Wang Xian's forehead. He had forgotten to tell the girls about Huar and Kaya in advance. This is your mother's.
He stammered as he spoke to Huar and Kaya.
However, the two girls did roll their eyes at him. A bunch of little girls. Huar pouted as she glanced at Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls. This made Guan Shuqing and the rest of the girls' faces turn even darker. "Come here, tell us what's going on." The group of girls walked into the bedroom with a dark face. They glanced at Wang Xian with murderous eyes. "Hee, let me explain. It's not what you think," Wang Xian said with a bitter face and immediately followed behind them. "Humph." The two girls snorted coldly at the side. When they saw them entering the bedroom upstairs, they immediately looked at Prime Minister Gue. "Prime Minister Gue? Who are those people?" Huar asked with an unpleasant expression. "This little princess." Among those people, apart from one of them being the Dragon King's sister, the rest are all the Dragon Queens. Prime Minister Gue said with a slight bow. "Dragon Queens? Are these all the wives of that big bastard?" Huar Kaier widened her eyes and immediately said, "Ahem, they are the Dragon King's wives. Our Dragon Queen, well, can be considered the Phoenix Empress. There are a total of 9 of them." Prime Minister Gue replied embarrassedly when he heard Huar Kaier's words. If others dared to call the Dragon King a big bastard, he might have made a move long ago. But there was nothing he could do. These two were little princesses. Although they were not real little princesses, I didn't expect this big bastard to be a big pervert with 9 wives. Our father only had one mother back then. This guy. Huar Kaya widened her eyes slightly. Her small face was filled with anger. They had 9 more mothers? How could this be possible? The two little girls looked at each other in displeasure. Their faces were filled with displeasure. At this moment, Wang Xian was kneeling on the washboard in his bedroom and explaining righteously. The Lingxiao treasured palace and the holy church were all destroyed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. The entire Dragon King of Earth has been suppressed for an entire lifetime. In an aerial restaurant in a city, a handsome young man was sitting there. He was holding a cell phone in his hand as he checked the various messages on it. There was a hint of surprise on his face. "I didn't expect the Dragon King to be so powerful. There are actually dozens of gods in the Dragon Palace. TSK, TSK. He shook his head gently. "A Dragon King? Do you want to meet him?" "It would be a good choice if I could take him as my subordinate." He knocked on the table and murmured, "Taking the Dragon King as my subordinate? Brother, did I hear you right? There is something wrong with your mental state. Are you like dust and stars?" At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from the side. "Ha!" The young man raised his eyebrows and looked indifferently at a young man who was mocking him. There were 4 or 5 people sitting beside the young man. At this time, they pointed at him and said in a low voice with some ridicule, "Dust? Stars? Hee." The young man laughed when he heard his words and said faintly, "I was indeed dust in the past. At least you know your place." When the young man in front heard his words, he said with a sneer, "Hee. It's a pity that you have to prostrate at the feet of the dust in the past." As the young man spoke, he slowly stood up. "Oh? Why?" The people on the opposite side slightly raised their eyebrows. The 5 people directly stood up and looked at him somewhat provocatively. "Kneel down." The young man looked at them indifferently and shouted softly, "He is indeed crazy." Hearing the young man's idiotic words, the 5 people on the other side laughed. One of them said, However, before he finished his words, he felt a great terror descending. They felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. In an instant, the 5 people's faces revealed fear and despair. Crack, crack, crack. Their legs trembled as if they were about to break. Plop, plop. The sound of kneeling could be heard. Don't kill us." The sound of begging came from their mouths as the 5 of them growled with fear on their faces. They even found it extremely difficult to speak. The young man they mocked stood in front of them like a giant, making them feel extremely small. Hee. The young man laughed when he saw them kneeling in front of him. "My name is Chun Feiyang. Soon, this name will cover the entire star field. Remember it," the young man said indifferently as he slowly walked forward, flying in the air. Chun Feiyang? The 5 of them looked at his figure with fear in their eyes. Around them in the restaurant in the sky, everyone looked at the 5 people kneeling there in surprise. "I'm going to meet a few friends first. I wonder what kind of expression they will have when they find out about my current strength." 10,000 meters in the air, Chun Feiyong was walking in the air with a smile on his face.
He took a step forward and covered a distance of several hundred kilometers. He was calm and carefree, and his body was emitting an aura of fear towards the world.
Feiyong, we thought you guys were already dead? Where are you? He dialed a number of his former companions, and a voice came from the other end.
Hee, I'll be there soon. Let's get together. Chun Feiyong said calmly.
I'm participating in the Dragon Gate Academy's disciple assessment. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. The Dragon Gate Academy's assessment officer will be here soon.
The young man on the phone hurriedly hung up the phone.
Dragon Gate Academy? Chun Feiyong listened to the busy tone on the phone and raised his eyebrows faintly. His gaze swept across his surroundings and his body moved, instantly disappearing. When his figure appeared, he was already standing at the entrance of a towering academy.
At the entrance was an incomparably huge square. In front of the square stood tens of thousands of people.
Noisy voices rang out. At a glance, all of them were existences above the profound void realm. Among them were quite a few former disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace.
Now, after obtaining the corpses of hundreds of millions of space locusts, the Dragon Gate Academy controlled an incomparably terrifying amount of resources.
When the Dragon Gate Academy once again recruited disciples to prepare for the establishment of the fourth branch of the Dragon Gate Academy, countless people came to register to participate. Today was only the first day of the first batch of assessments. Wow! Chun Feiyong, why did you suddenly appear? Did you see me when you were on the phone just now? At this moment, a young man suddenly saw Chun Feiyong appear beside him. His face was shocked, and he immediately walked over and said to him, "You brat, you disappeared for a year. Why? Did you obtain any opportunities?" The young man walked over, patted Chun Feiyong's shoulder, and said with a smile on his face, "I got some opportunities." Chun Feiyong said indifferently,
"I can go. Are you also here to participate in the exam of Longmen Academy?"
The young man asked him with a smile. "No, I'm mainly here to see your friend." Chun Feiyong shook his head and said indifferently, "Hey, good brother. Haha. I hope I can join Longmen Academy today." The young man said with a smile and patted his shoulder heavily. "Speaking of which, you're so much more handsome. TSK. I'm really envious. Move, move, move."
At this moment, a voice came from behind.
Everyone around was slightly stunned and quickly looked over.
The sixth divine son, Ling Xingchen. It's him. I didn't expect him to join the Lingxiao treasured palace.
Hiss, this is the sixth divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace. He should be at the third or fourth level demigod now, right?
I didn't expect him to join the Dragon Gate Academy too. At this moment, the young man beside Chun Feiyong let out a shocked voice. The surrounding people were also surprised when they saw him.
After all, the one who came was the divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace. Even though Lingxiao was broken, his strength was still above everyone else. With Ling Xingchen's strength, he can easily join the Dragon Gate Academy. "Feiyong, let's move aside." The youth beside Chun Feiyong pulled at him. "Oh? Feiyong, quickly move aside." The youth noticed that Chun Feiyong was not moving at all and said anxiously, "Why should we move aside?"
Chun Feiyong looked at the youth with a face full of smiles. "Why should we move aside?"
Why did he, Chun Feiyong, come here to obtain the inheritance of the eternal God Lord? Of course, it was to look down on everything from above.
Why did he come here?
Naturally, it was to show off.
If he didn't show off after obtaining the opportunity, what meaning would it have?
To travel at night in embroidered clothes? It didn't exist.
In the past, when he met the divine son of the Lingxiao treasured palace, he had to bow respectfully.
Yeah? The other party had to kneel at his feet. When the young man heard Chun Feiyong's words, he was slightly stunned. His face was filled with astonishment. He felt that this friend of his had changed. "Those in front, get out of the way immediately." Right at this moment, a voice with a hint of berating could be heard. The young man's expression changed slightly. He pulled Chun Feiyong's arm once again. "Feiyong, get out of the way. We can't afford to offend you."
Chun Feiyong ignored him and looked indifferently at the crowd behind him.
"Oh?
What is this fellow trying to do?" He actually dares to block Ling Xingqian's path. Even the ordinary disciples of Longmen Academy have to give Ling Xingqian some face, right? Is that guy stupid enough to stand in his way and look for trouble? The surrounding crowd saw Chun Feiyang, who happened to be in the middle, and said in a low voice, "No one has the right to make me move." At this moment, Chun Feiyang slightly raised his head and looked coldly at Ling Xingqian and the others behind him. His high and mighty tone caused everyone to be slightly shocked. "Oh? Who are you?" At the back, Ling Xingqian was slightly stunned when he heard Chun Feiyang's words. His gaze was ice-cold as he looked at Chun Feiyang, who was somewhat pretentious. "He's just an ordinary small fry," Chun Feiyang said indifferently. However, everyone around could hear that this fellow was extremely pretentious. "Since you're just a small fry, then scram." When Ling Xingqian heard his words, his pupils constricted. A powerful aura that belonged to the demigod level directly charged towards Chun Feiyang. Plop! However, at this moment, Ling Xingqian's expression was extremely shocked. His body could not help but kneel towards the ground. A muffled sound caused him to directly kneel in front of Chun Feiyang. His face was filled with fear as he stared at Chun Feiyang in disbelief. "No one has the right to make me scram." Chun Feiyang's calm voice rang out once again. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with shock. They stared at Chun Feiyang in shock. What's going on?" "It's that young man. His strength is definitely much stronger than Ling Xingqian." "Hiss, no wonder he dares to be so disdainful towards Ling Xingqian." "Who is he? How come I've never heard of this #1 expert?" The surrounding people revealed expressions of shock. The young man standing beside Chun Feiyang opened his mouth slightly, his face filled with shock. Hearing the surrounding voices and seeing the shock of his friends beside him, the corners of Chun Feiyang's mouth curled up slightly. This was an expert. All of this had just begun. He wanted to shock the entire world. "Everyone, quiet down." Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the entrance of Longmen Academy. "The powerhouse of Longmen Academy has come out." At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat and they hurriedly looked forward. "Feiyang, I didn't expect that you would actually obtain an opportunity." The young man at the side whispered to him with a face full of shock. Chun Feiyang faintly nodded his head, but there wasn't the slightest change on his face. The young man's heart was extremely shaken and his gaze also looked towards the front of the academy. In front of the Dragon Gate Academy, more than 10 figures were floating there. In the middle of them was Lu Mengxin, who was wearing a pure white skirt. "Look, Feiyang, that's Lu Mengxin. Back then, she was quite outstanding in the Lingxiao treasured palace, but now she's even more beautiful. She's Ding Zhao's younger sister, and her strength has already reached the peak of the demigod realm. She's a goddess. I heard that countless people are pursuing her now. TSK, I don't have a chance. Feiyang, you've obtained an opportunity, so you might have a chance. She's the type you like." The young man looked at Lu Mengxin in the middle, and a fiery light flashed in his eyes. "Oh, peak of the demigod realm. She's indeed becoming more and more beautiful." Chun Feiyang looked at Lu Mengxin and raised his eyebrows. Lu Mengxin naturally knew that even in the past, with his strength, she was still a goddess to him. Not to mention that she had reached peak stage demigod and had a god as her brother. But now, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "She's barely worthy of me." "Barely worthy of me?" A proud sentence came out of Chun Feiyang's mouth. The young man widened his eyes when he heard his words. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. He felt that Chun Feiyang was a little arrogant. "Feiyang, this is Ding Zhao's sister. Ding Zhao is the only disciple of the Dragon King. If you can marry her, you will be rich." The young man said to Chun Feiyang speechlessly, "It's her honor that I like her." However, the words that came next made the young man widen his eyes again. He turned to Chun Feiyang with a bitter smile and said, "Brother, I know you have a fortuitous encounter, but you can't be so pretentious." Hee. The corner of Chun Feiyang's mouth curled up slightly. He stared at Lu Mengxin, who was in the sky above the gate of the Dragon Gate Academy, and stepped forward. His speed was very fast. The young man only felt his figure move before he directly disappeared before his eyes. When he looked forward, he immediately saw Chun Feiyang, who was hovering in the air in front of him. He opened his mouth slightly. "Eh?" At this moment,
a figure suddenly appeared in the air above the entrance of Longmen Academy. He was staring at the disciples of Longmen Academy from afar, causing everyone to be slightly stunned. Lu Mingxin looked over in surprise when she saw Chen Feiyang suddenly appear. The current Lu Mingxin was the biological sister of God Xiaoran, and she had the strength of a peak demigod. She was even able to enter the Dragon Palace freely and was able to speak with the Dragon King. Her status on Earth was unusually noble. It would not be long before she could ignite the divine fire. It wasn't an exaggeration to call her a goddess. Chen Feiyang floated in front of Lu Mingxin and sized her up. His face was filled with admiration and satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad," he commented indifferently.
Is this guy courting death?
Although Chen Feiyang had seen how he easily suppressed Ling Xingchen and the others, he was now teasing Ding Zhao's sister.
On Earth, this was simply courting death. Kid, you're courting death. I think you don't want your eyes anymore. Beside Lu Mingxin, a few disciples saw Chen Feiyang standing in front of them. His words were frivolous and their faces revealed a cold expression.
A middle-aged man waved his arm, and a stream of flames directly attacked him.
Wang.
Chen Feiyang waved his arm, and the flames were instantly extinguished. What?
The group of Longmen Academy disciples were slightly shocked and their eyes stared at Chen Feiyang warily. The group of people who had come to participate in the assessment were also slightly shocked.
Is this young master here to participate in our Longmen Academy's assessment? Or is he here to deliberately cause trouble?
Lu Mingxin stared at Chen Feiyang and asked with a frown. Not bad, you have the qualifications to become my woman.
Chen Feiyang didn't answer her question, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he spoke.
Wang.
As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved and instantly appeared beside Lu Mingxin.
Just as Lu Mingxin's face was filled with shock, a hand grabbed her waist. You lecture, stop right there.
Lu Mingxin cried out in shock. Her expression changed slightly, and her entire body trembled as the strength of a peak-stage demigod was emitted.
Haha, not bad, not bad. With the cultivation of a peak-stage demigod, you should be able to ignite the divine fire very soon.
Chen Feiyang laughed loudly. The aura on Lu Mingxin's body had no effect on him at all. What? Let go of our teacher Lu.
The expressions of the surrounding disciples of Longmen Academy changed drastically when they saw the scene. They immediately shouted,
You, let go of me. Otherwise, my brother will not let you off. Lu Mingxin was caught by Chen Feiyang. Her face was slightly red and filled with anger.
Is it that Xiaoran?
Haha. Let alone Xiaoran. Even if the Dragon King came, it would be useless. Chen Feiyang said with a wanton smile, his face full of strong confidence. His words caused everyone around to reveal shocked expressions.
Feiyang he.
Below, when the young man saw this scene, his face was full of shock. Which reckless thing dares to cause trouble in our Dragon Gate Academy? At this moment, a powerful and dignified voice sounded from within Dragon Gate Academy.
Big Brother Shifeng, save me.
Lu Mingxin immediately cried out for help when she heard the voice. It's the vice principal of Shinfeng, the god who ignited the divine fire.
The young master of the Protoss race in the past is now a god whose strength is comparable to 2 wisps of divine fire.
That young man isn't simple either. He can easily control goddess Lu Mingxin, who is at the peak of the demigod realm. His strength has probably reached the deity realm as well. Sounds of astonishment rang out as a mysterious young man suddenly appeared. His powerful strength made goddess Lu Mingxin unable to move.
Boom. Hearing Lu Mingxin's cry for help, a vast wave of pressure rushed over.
Oh? A resurrected deity? Chen Feiyang looked over, a hint of interest appearing on his face. He gently raised his palm and slowly descended towards the divine peak that was flying over. A 5-fingered mountain appeared in the sky and headed towards the divine peak to suppress it. Are you courting death? Do you know who you have captured? When the divine peak saw that the other party actually dared to attack him, a cold expression appeared on his face as he shouted sternly. At the same time, he waved his arm and a violent wave of energy attacked the 5-fingered mountain. Boom! However, when his attack landed on the 5-finger mountain, a shocked expression appeared on his face. His attack was instantly suppressed, and the five-finger mountain continued to press down on him. Break for me!
At this moment, God Peak erupted with all his strength, and an even more terrifying attack attacked the five-finger mountain.
Buzz!
However, what shocked him was that even when his attack landed on the five-finger mountain, there was still not the slightest fluctuation.
Boom! Suddenly, the five-finger mountain suddenly accelerated and directly pressed towards him. With a muffled loud sound, the five-finger mountain that was 1,000 meters in size landed in front of Dragon Gate Academy. At the position below, Shen Feng was directly suppressed below.
His face was pale and filled with disbelief.
This strength, this is impossible.
Shen Feng muttered, filled with disbelief.
What? At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The divine peak god of Dragon Gate Academy was actually easily suppressed by a single palm. What do you want to do? Lu Mingxin's expression changed drastically when she saw Chun Feiyang's terrifying strength. She stared at him and asked, "What do I want to do?" Chun Feiyang slightly raised his head and looked at the sky, overlooking everything around him. Chun Feiyang, the heir of the eternal God Lord, am going to take over this sky, ha ha ha. As he spoke, he laughed wildly. In the sky above him, an incomparably huge mountain faintly appeared, suppressing the entire sky.
The heir of the eternal God Lord? Take over the sky? The inheritor of the eternal God Lord?
Is this for real? At the gate of Dragon Gate Academy, when everyone heard Qin Feiyang's words, shock appeared on their faces.
They stared blankly at the divine peak god suppressing the gate of Dragon Gate Academy and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva.
The inheritance of the eternal God Lord. Someone actually obtained the inheritance of the eternal God Lord. This is the eternal God Lord.
How is this possible?
Everyone was extremely shocked. More and more people were gathering around the city. Feeling the terrifying pressure from Chen Feiyang, everyone's faces were filled with fear.
This was especially so when Chen Feiyang used his palm to suppress the divine peak god. No one doubted that his words were fake.
Eternal God Lord?
You.
When Lu Mingxin heard his words, her face was filled with shock as she stared at him in disbelief.
How is it?
Don't you feel honored? Chun Feiyang looked at Lu Mingxin with a smile on his face.
All of you, go and inform all the gods in Dragon Gate Academy. Also, inform the Dragon King to have all of them come and worship me.
As he spoke, he looked down and said faintly, I will wait for them here. Chun Feiyang said as he held Lu Mingxin's waist and flew directly towards the highest principal's office of Dragon Gate Academy. To have the Dragon King come to worship him. What a big tone.
How confident is he to have the Dragon King and the others come to worship him?
Is this the confidence that the eternal God Lord passed down to him?
To be able to easily suppress a god with one palm, it seems extremely easy. Just how strong is he?
Everyone was shocked when they saw Chen Feiyang and Lu Mingxin fly into the Dragon Gate Academy to wait for the Dragon King and the others. No one expected that someone would actually obtain the inheritance of the eternal God Lord.
This news quickly spread on the internet. When everyone saw the God Peak god being suppressed at the foot of the five-finger mountain, they were slightly dazed.
This person is called Chun Feiyang. He was once a disciple of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. He disappeared for a year. I didn't expect him to be so powerful now. Back then, Chun Feiyang was very weak. Now, he can easily suppress a god. The inheritance of an ordinary god is definitely not this powerful. It seems that he really obtained the inheritance of the God Lord.
Eternal God Lord. Currently, only the two tombs in the North and South Poles are known to be the divine kingdom of the Eternal God Lord. Did he come from one of these two tombs, or? Soon, someone on the internet dug out the information about Qin Feiyang, which shocked many people.
From a small figure at the insightful void level, he could easily suppress the gods after going missing for a year. This was definitely the inheritance of the eternal God Lord. However, no one knew how powerful Qin Feiyang was now.
At the other two academies of Dragon Gate Academy, Consort Ji Ran and another god, Tian Yuanzi, who had received the news, immediately rushed over.
At the same time, in the sky above the Dragon Palace, 9 beautiful figures were floating there with a hint of frost on their faces. Let's go out and relax. Let that pervert reflect on himself. The 9 of them were Guan Shuqing and the rest of the women who came out from the Dragon Palace's bedroom. At this moment, their expressions were extremely cold. Although Wang Xian had explained to them earlier, would they believe the words of this pervert? In a fit of anger, the 9 women flew out of the Dragon Palace. Where should we go first?
Now that earth and land have become one, even we feel unfamiliar.
Lan Qingyue looked around and said faintly,
I still have a little disciple here. Let's go find her first and let her show us around.
Sun Lingxiu looked at the group of girls and said,
Is it that girl, Mengxin?
All right, let's go and take a look. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. That girl should have grown up by now.
Guan Shuqing and the rest nodded immediately.
Let's go. I can still sense the aura of my little disciple, Sun Lingxiu said with a smile. The 9 girls immediately teleported away. Sigh! In the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian shook his head speechlessly as he watched the 9 girls leave. Why don't they believe what I said? I'm telling the truth. Wang Xian felt a headache coming on. At this moment, he didn't dare to provoke the girls. It would be fine if it was just one of them, but he could force them to beg for forgiveness. But now it was a group of girls, especially since they were still united. Forget it. Forget it. It's better to hide now, Wang Xian muttered softly. He was not worried about the safety of the few girls. With Lan Qingyue around, no one could hurt them. Furthermore, no one dared to provoke the Dragon Palace.
He moved and immediately flew towards the Dragon King's palace. What exactly do you want?
In the principal's office at the center of the Dragon Gate Academy, Lu Mingxin was sitting in front of a table. She looked at Chen Feiyang, who was full of arrogance, and asked with an embarrassed expression,
Didn't I say it?
Take over the entire sky. For your sake, as long as your brother and the Dragon King worship me, I will not make things difficult for them.
Chen Feiyang slightly raised his head and looked at Lu Mengxin indifferently.
With just you, even if you obtained the inheritance of the eternal God Lord, you're still not a match for teacher.
Lu Mengxin said with a dark face.
Ha 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 ha. Then wait a while. I'll let you see how the Dragon King kneels in front of me, Chen Feiyang said with a laugh.
Oh?
Coming only 3. At this moment, he gently raised his eyebrows and looked outside. Dean. Outside, Tian Yuanzi, Xiao Ran, and Ji Lingfei arrived above the second Dragon Gate Academy.
They looked at the divine peak that was suppressed at the entrance and their expressions were somewhat solemn. Save the divine peak. As Xiao Ran spoke, the 3 of them immediately moved and attacked the 1,000-meter-wide 5-finger mountain.
Boom, boom, boom. The 3 attacks landed on the 5-finger mountain. However, what shocked them the most was that the 5-finger mountain did not move at all. What? Rise! Xiao Ran's expression changed slightly. He waved his arm and the 8 divine fire pagoda in his hand crashed towards the 5-finger mountain. Boom!
There was a loud sound. However, what made Xiao Ran's expression extremely grave was that the 5-finger mountain still did not move at all.
Hiss this?
His pupils constricted slightly and Tian Yuanzi and Ji Lingfei's expressions also changed slightly.
Divine Peak. You have to suffer here for a while. They looked at each other and immediately flew towards the center of the academy. This mountain is so terrifying that even Dean Xiao and the others can't break it?
Hiss, looks like the Dragon King is going to make a move. I just don't know if the Dragon King and the others are a match for this Chen Feiyang. When everyone around saw the scene, their expressions changed drastically.
With just you guys, you won't be able to break my mountain suppression.
In the center of Dragon Gate Academy, when Xiao Ran and the others had just flown over, the window automatically opened and Chen Feiyang's faint voice sounded.
What do you want to do? Xiao Ran heard the voice and immediately looked into the room. When he saw that Lu Mingxin was not in danger, he heaved a sigh of relief.
His gaze was fixed on Chen Feiyang and his eyes were filled with coldness.
Xiao Ran, right? Where's your master, the Dragon King?
Let him come and worship me. In the future, this star field will respect me.
Chen Feiyang looked at Xiao Ran and the other 2 calmly and said faintly, Worship you? You can't afford it.
When Xiao Ran heard his words, a dense expression appeared on his face. He slowly lifted the 8 divine fire pagoda in his hand. Hee, you're too stubborn. I'll teach you a lesson. When Qin Feiyang heard his words, he raised his hand. A 5-fingered mountain appeared in the sky above Xiaoran. The 1,000-meter-wide 5-fingered mountain emitted a heavy aura as it directly pressed down on him. Stop! Lu Mingxin, who was sitting there, had a slight change in her expression. A bright arrow appeared in front of her and directly attacked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced indifferently at Lu Mingxin. No one can defy me. Bang! The terrifying 5-fingered mountain fell towards Xiaoran, causing his expression to change drastically. The 8 divine fire pagoda in his hand released a terrifying flame as it attacked the 5 mountains. However, the flames did not leave any traces on the 5 mountains. This caused Xiaoran's expression to change drastically. Tian Yuanzi, Ji Lingfei immediately made his move. The 5 mountains remained unmoved. Oh no, his strength is too terrifying. Ji Lingfei shouted in fear. No, we have to contact teacher immediately. Boom! The 5 mountains descended and Xiaoran was directly suppressed below. His face was completely pale. When the surrounding people who had been paying attention to this scene saw this, they once again took a deep breath. They were filled with shock. Another casual attack had suppressed Principal Xiao, who was holding a divine weapon. Is Qin Feiyang's strength invincible? Everyone looked at this scene in shock. When this scene was spread on the internet, the entire world was boiling. The inheritor of the eternal God Lord was so terrifying. At this moment, some people were shaken. Perhaps the inheritor of the eternal God Lord could suppress the Dragon Palace. Too weak. Qin Feiyang looked at Xiaoran, who was being suppressed, and said indifferently, "Let go of my brother." Lu Mingxin roared with fury in her eyes. "If they all submit to me, I'll naturally let them go." Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Mingxin and said indifferently, "Principal Ji, we can only inform the Dragon King now." Tian Yuanzi took a deep breath when he saw the scene and looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of fear. Ji Lingfei nodded slowly. Buzz. Just as she was about to inform the Dragon King, the surrounding void trembled slightly. Oh? The Dragon King has received the news. Tian Yuanzi immediately looked over with a hint of joy in his eyes. Is he here? Qin Feiyang also narrowed his eyes slightly and looked towards the direction where the void was shaking. Soon, figures appeared in their sight one by one. Eh? Something seems to have happened here. A surprised voice was heard. Guan Shuqing and the other 9 figures appeared and looked around. Eh? Qin Feiyang looked at the 9 extremely beautiful women who suddenly appeared and raised his eyebrows slightly. Master's wife, Master's wife. Xiaoran, who was suppressed underground, raised his head and saw their figures. He was slightly stunned and immediately shouted, "Master!" When Lu Mengxin saw Sun Lingxiu, her expression was slightly dazed. She also immediately shouted, "Oh!" Qin Feiyang looked over and sized up Guan Shuqing and the others. Little Xiaoran. What happened? Guan Shuqing and the others were slightly stunned. They looked at Xiaoran, who was being suppressed, and frowned. Lan Qingyue waved her hand casually. However, she found that the 5-finger mountain did not move at all. Surprise appeared in her eyes. A special khaki-colored power on her body shook slightly and shook toward the 5-finger mountain. Buzz! A special power directly moved the mountain to the side. A godly state expert. Qin Feiyang was surprised when he saw Lan Qingyue move his mountain away. Thank you, mistress. Xiaoran let out a sigh of relief when he got away from the mountain. He glanced at his mistress and a few unfamiliar figures and bowed. Mengxin, come here. Sun Lingxiu waved her arm and a powerful light force was drawn toward Lu Mingxin. With a flash of light, it immediately caught her in front of him. Master! Lu Mingxin excitedly grabbed Sun Lingxiu's arm and shouted. What happened? Guan Shuqing coldly glanced at Dust Feiyang and asked Xiaoran and the others. The Dragon King's wife? I asked the Dragon King to come and worship me, and you girls came. Dust Feiyang slightly raised his head and did not stop Sun Lingxiu and the others. He said coldly. He had lost some of his patience. Worship you? What qualifications do you have? Guan Shuqing coldly spoke to him as the aura of a god erupted from her body. Boom!
Boom! Boom! At this moment, the other girls also coldly stared at Chun Feiyong. Their faces were filled with ice-cold expressions. The girl's current strength was enough to contend against 2 wisps of divine fire. This was especially true for Fan Qinglan and Lan Qingyue. Fan Qinglan had a special bone dragon body, and Lan Qingyue, as an ancient god-feeding Kuan master, was also extremely terrifying. The 2 of them were able to contend against or even kill 3 wisps of divine fire gods. Terrifying auras soared into the sky and charged towards the dust. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with wind and clouds, and the faint image of a divine dragon appeared. Who are the 9 beautiful figures that suddenly appeared? This?
Dean Xiao actually called them Master's wife. Are they the Dragon King's wives? Hiss, the 9 figures all burst out with the power of the divine realm.
I didn't expect that the Dragon King's wives had already ignited the divine fire. Are they here to suppress that dust flying around? In the surrounding areas, some people noticed the sudden appearance of the illusory figures in the middle of the Dragon Gate Academy, and their faces revealed astonishment. 9 beautiful figures, the Dragon Queen? This caused everyone to be slightly stunned.
However, as they felt the powerful divine might, they were all extremely shocked. Ha ha, looks like it's really difficult to invite the Dragon King over. In that case, I'll announce that today I'll be taking over this piece of sky.
If anyone resists, I'll suppress them. I really want to see what that Dragon King is capable of. Chun Feiyong's gaze swept past Guan Shuqing and the other girls with disdain, not paying any attention to their imposing manner. At the same time, his body moved and he directly floated in the sky above Longmen Academy. Chun Feiyong spread his arms, and the divine dragon phantom in the sky instantly disappeared. G.
At the same time, a sharp and ear-piercing sound rang out and countless starry locusts flew out from his body and flew in all directions.
In an instant, the starry locusts that blotted out the sun appeared in the void once again.
Seeing this scene, everyone's bodies trembled.
At this moment, everyone on Earth began to tremble again.
The familiar shrill cry covered the entire planet, and the horrifying and ferocious space locusts once again wreaked havoc.
Dust flew in the sky, and countless space locusts flew out of his body and flew around. 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion.
5 billion space locusts, each 2 to 3 meters in size, blocked the sky. This scene was very similar to the day when the space locusts rampaged. Everyone looked at the space locusts in fear.
If it weren't for the appearance of the space beast, many people doubted whether the Dragon Palace could resist so many space locusts. Although there weren't as many space locusts flying out of Chun Feiyong's body as before, there were at least billions of them.
The scene that also covered the sky shocked everyone. He must have obtained the inheritance of the North Pole Godly Tomb. The space panicked and entered the North Pole Godly Tomb through the energy pillar. It turns out that he subdued him.
It's him. Chun Feiyong must have obtained the inheritance of the North Pole Divine Tomb. Oh my God! Those starry sky locusts were attracted by him at that time.
So the North Pole Divine Tomb obtained the greatest opportunity from him, the inheritance of the Mountain God Lord. Not long ago, a voice rang out from the North Pole Divine Tomb. I was originally a speck of dust, but now I've covered the stars.
At this moment, some people quickly thought of what had happened when the starry sky locusts had just appeared. Moreover, the voice from the North Pole Divine Tomb not long ago immediately made everyone more certain. The successor of the North Pole Divine Tomb, dust flew in the air. Back then, the North and South Pole Divine Tombs had attracted the attention of the entire world. Billions of people from the world had once gone to the North and South Pole Divine Tombs to seek opportunities.
However, no one had expected that the greatest opportunity of the North Pole Divine Tomb, the successor of the Master God's inheritance, had now been revealed to the world. Everyone looked at the starry sky that was covered by the space locusts in awe.
At this moment, the world shook. He provoked the Dragon King. He does have the right. He might even take over the sky for real.
Some people murmured and looked at the sky in shock.
5 billion space locusts. Just this many space locusts required the Dragon Palace to mobilize all of its strength.
And this was under the condition that Chun Feiyong didn't make a move. If he made a move, wouldn't he be able to suppress the Dragon Palace?
Was he really going to take over the sky? Not good. He is the one who obtained the inheritance of the North Pole god tomb, and he has so many space locusts. Tian Yuanzi's face changed dramatically when he saw this. He could feel how small he was in front of these 5 billion space locusts. Oh no! Xiao Ran, Ji Lingfei, and the others' faces changed dramatically, and their eyes were filled with a solemn expression. Master, be careful. We're not his match.
Lu Mengxin's heart also sank, and she hurriedly said to Sun Lingxiu. Sun Lingxiu, Xu Qing, Feng Wan, and the other girls felt the overwhelming pressure, and their faces also revealed a solemn and shocked expression.
This was the first time they were facing so many creatures, and it was also the first time they were facing this space locust. They could sense that they were absolutely not a match for this space locust.
Even when facing the youth, they had to be extremely fearful.
What should we do?
Call that pervert little Xian over, Guan Shuqing said with a slightly embarrassed expression. No need. We don't need to rely on him.
Humph. Lan Qingyue's eyes sparkled as she stared at the space locusts in the sky. She snorted coldly. Clearly, the group of girls had not completely forgiven Wang Xian.
Sisters, let's enter the void. Lan Qingwei waved her arm. A black hole appeared in front of her and she stepped into it directly.
Enter. The other girls didn't hesitate. They knew Lan Qingyue's ability. Follow her, Sun Lingxiu said to Lu Mengxin and Xiao Ran, and she led Mengxin into the black hole. Let's go.
Xiao Ran pulled Ji Lingfei, who was extremely surprised, and Tian Yuanzi, who was beside her, into the black hole.
Buzz. When they appeared again, they were already in the void above the space locust. Chun Feiyang, who had been watching Guan Shuqing and the others from below, raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw them disappear into the black hole.
Did you run away? Hee, do you want me to go to the Dragon Palace personally?
He said indifferently, his voice spreading across the entire sky.
Everyone below opened their mouths slightly and watched in shock.
Run.
You don't have the right to let us run. At this moment, Lan Qingyue's cold voice rang out in the air.
Hee. Looks like I'll have to completely suppress all of you.
Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed a cold expression. He raised his head slightly and the space locusts in the sky took the initiative to open up a path.
Buzz. Following that, under everyone's shocked gazes, his body slowly grew larger. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his body, which was less than 2 meters long, grew to several thousand meters in size. An aura that was as heavy as a mountain and as tall as a mountain was emitted from his body. His body gave people a feeling that it was like a mountain. G.
Tens of millions of space locusts flew behind him and condensed into a pair of enormous locust wings. Qin Feiyang slowly flew into the void.
Hiss. Below, everyone looked at this scene in horror. This posture is really invincible. Everyone took a deep breath and stared at the void.
Unfortunately, the space locusts that filled the sky completely covered their vision. Bloodline constitution, my pet loves it the most.
Lan Qingyue saw Qin Feiyang's body that was thousands of meters long fly hundreds of thousands of meters into the air, and a cold expression appeared on her face.
Master, that Qin Feiyang is very strong. Lu Mengxin saw Qin Feiyang's power and said to Sun Lingxiu with a worried expression. Sun Lingxiu shook her head at her, indicating that there was no need to worry.
I don't like to kill women, but I will suppress all of you and the Dragon King.
Qin Feiyang stared at Guan Shuqing and the others coldly and waved his arm lightly. Eternal Mountain.
With a low roar, an incomparably huge mountain appeared in the void. The mountain was tens of thousands of meters long and was even more terrifying than the one that suppressed Xiao Ran and the others. When they saw this mountain, Xiao Ran and the others' faces were filled with solemnity and worry. Little Blue, get ready to eat.
Lan Qingyue stared at Qin Feiyang and her body trembled slightly.
Woo.
An incomparably dull sound rang out of thin air. Slowly, a black hole that was over 100 kilometers in size appeared behind Lan Qingyue.
A terrifying head slowly drilled out of the black hole. It was filled with excitement as it stared at the surrounding space locusts, staring at Qin Feiyang.
Bloodline physique and so on, Kuan favorite.
Woo. In the void, within 100-kilometer radius of the black hole, an incomparably huge figure stretched out. After it swept past the space locusts and dust fluttering in the air, Its gaze looked at Lan Qingyue in front of it and let out a faint coquettish sound.
You've grown up, you're even a little fat. Lan Qingyue's face was full of smiles as she touched the area under its eyelids. A trace of a smile appeared on her face.
When she was in seclusion, Little Blue's body was only dozens of kilometers in size. Now, it was more than 300 kilometers in size.
Moreover, its entire body looked a little bloated and much fatter. It could be seen that Little Blue's food was very good during this period of time.
Soon, it's time to eat again. As Lan Qingyue said this, she gently jumped onto Little Blue's body and stared at the stunned dust flying in front of her. This
is Little Blue. The Little Blue from before.
Hiss, the space beast that day was actually the Dragon King's wife's pet. At this moment, Tian Yuanzi, Xiao Ran, and Ji Fei, who were standing at the side, had shocked expressions on their faces. This was especially so for Tian Yuanzi and Ji Fei. This was the first time they had seen Lan Qingyue and the others. On the day when the space locusts were wreaking havoc, the space beast that had suddenly appeared was actually the pet of the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace. This news was simply too shocking.
The Dragon Palace is too heaven-defying.
Each and every one of their trump cards is completely unfathomable. Tian Yuanzi couldn't help but feel fortunate for his choice at that time. Now, it seemed that even if they were twice as powerful, they might not be able to do anything to the Dragon Palace, let alone the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall. Cough, cough.
However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang, who had a majestic and invincible look on his face, had a drastic change in expression.
He widened his eyes and stared at Little Blue in front of him in disbelief.
What the hell?
When he was in the Divine Tomb, he had seen this space beast, especially after it had swallowed hundreds of billions of space locusts. At that time, he had a strong premonition that he was no match for this space beast. At that time, the space beast's size was only 200 kilometers, and now it had increased by more than 100 kilometers. He would never have thought that this space beast was actually the Dragon King's wife's pet.
Escape, this is too dangerous, escape into the Divine Tomb. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Qin Feiyang was panicking.
He had just received the inheritance of the Eternal God Lord, and now he had ignited 7 wisps of divine fire. Coupled with his special physique, he was confident that he could look down on everything. Even if he returned to the boundless star field, he was still a figure in the entire star field.
At that time, everyone in the family who looked down on him would have to kneel respectfully in front of him.
But now, he had encountered such a terrifying existence. He didn't want to die. It wasn't easy for him to obtain the inheritance of the Eternal God Lord. If he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace.
Eternal Mountain, starry locusts.
He waved his arm, and the mountain in the sky smashed towards Little Blue. At the same time, hundreds of millions of starry locusts flew towards Little Blue. Go!
After releasing his attack, he flapped his huge wings without any hesitation and fled towards the North Pole.
He escaped. Lu Mingxin, Tian Yuanzi, Xiao Ran, and the others saw Qin Feiyang escape and opened their mouths slightly.
That extremely arrogant guy who wanted to suppress all of them, the inheritor of the Eternal God Lord, actually escaped after attacking.
This was completely different from his invincibility just now. Little Blue, don't let him escape, Lan Qingyue immediately said when she saw that he wanted to escape. Buzz. Little Blue's body trembled slightly, and the black hole behind him expanded at a terrifying speed. In a short moment, the black hole instantly covered the entire void, covering all the space locusts and Qin Feiyang's bodies. What is this thing? When Qin Feiyang was enveloped by the black hole, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Soon after, everyone felt that they had appeared in another void. On Earth, when everyone looked at the sky, they instantly realized that everything had disappeared.
The sky returned to its previous state.
What happened? Why did everything disappear? What happened in the void? Why did everything disappear? Everyone looked at this scene in shock.
The space locusts that blotted out the sky disappeared, and so did the tall and sturdy Qin Feiyang.
Even the Dragon Queen and Dean Xiao of the Dragon Palace had disappeared. Is this the divine ability of the Eternal God Lord?
Some people murmured. It was very difficult for a godly state expert to do such a terrifying scene. Only an existence like the eternal Godlord could do it.
Did Chun Feiyong suppress Dean Xiao and the others, or? They were full of doubts. What? What is this place? What is this place? Wait, don't attack. However, what everyone didn't know was that at this moment, in the Kuan region, Chun Feiyong was looking around with a panicked expression.
In a pitch-black void space, there seemed to be no end. In this place, there was only the group of them. In front of them was that incomparably huge space beast. Around them were his 5 billion space locusts.
This was the first time Chun Feiyong had encountered such a place. After all, he was only a small character at the insightful Void Realm. He had not experienced too many battles. He had become a god who had ignited 7 wisps of divine fire in a single leap. His knowledge had not increased much.
Even if it was the mountain god lord's inheritance, he had not completely absorbed it. At this moment, he was completely panicking.
In the end, he was a nouveau riche who had suddenly erupted. Woo! Little Blue did not pay any attention to Chun Feiyong. It opened its mouth slightly, and the entire space trembled slightly.
G. At this moment, the group of starry locusts behind him revealed a terrified expression.
Tens of millions of starry locusts were sucked into Little Blue's mouth. Damn it! If you have something to say it properly. Say it properly.
Chun Feiyong quickly shouted.
Lan Qingyue and the others stared at him coldly, their faces full of mockery. Didn't you want to suppress us? Guan Shuqing's lips curled up slightly as she asked indifferently. Woo! As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding space trembled again. Xiao Lan let out a joyful sound as hundreds of millions of space locusts flew towards Xiao Lan's mouth. Chun Feiyong's expression changed drastically as he stared fixedly at Little Blue.
He could feel a thick sense of threat from Little Blue's body.
His gaze swept across the surrounding void as he clenched his fists tightly. Everyone, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. Look, I didn't hurt you. Can we shake hands and make peace? Chun Feiyong clenched his teeth and said loudly with a dark face. He didn't want to die because he had just received the Godlord's inheritance. After receiving all the inheritance, he had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years.
If he died today, he would suffer a great loss.
It was not that Chun Feiyong was cowardly, but that he was facing a void behemoth like Little Blue, which made him feel extremely fearful. Now that he was trapped in the void, it was already considered good that he did not shout for mercy. Having just obtained the inheritance of the eternal Godlord, he had just started to show off and was about to fall into a life-and-death situation. This was obviously not what he wanted to see. Shake hands and make peace? Didn't you say that you were going to suppress us?
Guan Shuqing and the others were slightly stunned when they heard Chun Feiyong's words, and they said mockingly.
This was the first time they had met such a cowardly fellow. He wanted to shake hands and make peace even before the fight had officially begun. I'm joking.
Chun Feiyong felt a little humiliated at this moment. However, when he saw the surrounding space locusts entering Little Blue's body one after another, his heart ached terribly. He said with a dark face,
Are you kidding me? If you're kidding me, then we'll suppress you. It's also a joke.
Sun Lingxiu looked at him and said lightly, I'm pursuing him. I didn't hurt her. Chun Feiyong said with an extremely embarrassed expression.
It's useless to say so much. If we kill you, the divine tomb at the North Pole will belong to us. Moreover, Xiao Lan's favorite food is people with a special physique like you. Lan Qingyue stared at him coldly and said,
You. Don't force me.
Chun Feiyong revealed an angry expression when he heard Lan Qingyue's words.
It's already a life-and-death battle and you still want to force me?
What a childish guy. Feng Luan looked at Chun Feiyong with contempt in her eyes.
Even though her strength was much weaker than Chun Feiyong's, her aura and posture as an expert were much stronger. This was the posture of an expert who came up from the bottom step by step. It was fine if Chun Feiyong was in front of the weak, but in front of an expert there was no foundation.
Little Blue, attack. Lan Qingyue lightly shouted. Woo! A shocking sound was heard. Little Blue stared at Chun Feiyong. and its huge body directly collided with him. Don't provoke me. I have a mountain body, and I use my body to cross the void. A space beast? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Chun Feiyong heard Feng Luan's ridicule and saw Little Blue who was attacking him. His face revealed a violent expression. His body size crazily increased once again. His muscles bulged high and his body size reached over 10,000 meters. His entire person was like a mountain that ran amok in the void. Get lost! He clenched his fists. His mountain-like arm emitted an earthen yellow light as he heavily met Xiaolan. Boom! A terrifying collision sounded. At this moment, Chun Feiyong knew what it meant to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. An extremely terrifying power attacked him, and cracks slowly appeared on his arm. His entire body flew backwards. At this moment, Chun Feiyong's face was completely filled with panic. As the inheritor of the mountain physique, he was most proud of his powerful physical strength. However, in the face of the space beast, his strongest physical strength was completely crushed. This caused Chun Feiyong to be completely terrified. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. Little Blue's body trembled. He moved his huge body and continued to attack him. I admit defeat. I surrender. I admit defeat. Don't kill me. Chun Feiyong looked at Little Blue who continued to attack him and hurriedly shouted. Is there any use in begging for mercy? Lan Qingyue said indifferently. Sisters, I was wrong. I was really wrong. It wasn't easy for me to obtain the God Lord's inheritance. There are still some treasures in the God Tomb. I'll give them all to you. Chun Feiyong hurriedly dodged to the side and shouted loudly. However, what made him feel terrified was that this empty space seemed to be a circular shape. He was actually unable to fly out of this space. This made him even more panicked. I surrender, I surrender. Don't kill me, Beauty Lu Mingxin. I didn't hurt you at that time. Tell your master and the others to stop. I admit my mistake. Chun Feiyong saw that Lan Qingyue was unmoved. His body once again collided with Little Blue's. He felt an incomparable pain in his chest and immediately shouted loudly. This! Lu Mingxin looked at Chun Feiyong's pathetic escape, and her face was full of astonishment. At first, when Chun Feiyong forcefully restrained her, he said that it was her honor to have taken a fancy to her. But now, this look was completely different. But there was one thing that he was right about, and that was that he didn't hurt her from the beginning. Master, this... Lu Mingxin looked at her own son Lingxiu and wanted to say something, but she stopped herself. Son Lingxiu also raised her eyebrows slightly. She looked at Chun Feiyong, who was begging for mercy, and called out to Lan Qingyue softly, Qingyue! Buzz! Lan Qingyue moved slightly, and Xiaolan stopped moving. Her huge eyes were still locked on him with incomparable coldness. Thank you all goddesses. I admit my mistake. I surrender. Chun Feiyong saw that Little Blue had finally stopped, and he panted heavily as he said immediately, Take us to the North Pole God Tomb. Lan Qingyue said to Chun Feiyong calmly. Yes, I will take you there now. Chun Feiyong nodded with a bitter face, resigned to his fate. Before that, eat this. Lan Qingyue moved her hand and took out an item that looked like meat from Little Blue's body, and threw it directly in front of Chun Feiyong. This is... Chun Feiyong looked at the wriggling meatball and his expression changed slightly. Little Blue's special constitution will take root in your constitution. If you have any thoughts, I can destroy you instantly. Lan Qingyue said to him very honestly. This... Chun Feiyong's expression changed greatly. Die now. Swallow this and choose one. Lan Qingyue did not give him any time to hesitate. She directly said indifferently. He begged for mercy, but in order to prevent any accidents, he had to leave some methods behind. After he swallowed Little Blue's Kuan characteristic, it would enter his mountain constitution. In the future, with just a thought from Lan Qingyue, he could instantly die. I'll swallow. Chun Feiyong took a deep breath, his heart filled with sorrow. He still wanted to suppress the world and take over the sky, but now he was being suppressed. Perhaps he was the most miserable eternal God Lord inheritance holder in the universe. Chun Feiyong swallowed the flesh with an ugly expression.
Let's go. Lan Qingwei saw him swallow and looked at Guan Shuqin and the others. Let's go. I haven't seen what the Eternal God Lord's eternal kingdom looks like. This is the Eternal God Lord.
Guan Shuqin and the other girls looked interested and immediately said, "Lead the way." Lan Qingyue patted Little Blue and said to Chun Feiyang, "Yes." He nodded with a sad face. G. In the sky above Earth, while everyone was still discussing what had just happened, in the next moment, the densely packed space locusts once again appeared in the void. Unlike the space locusts from before, the number was clearly reduced by 1/5. What's going on? The appearance of the space locusts once again caused everyone's faces to reveal astonishment. Immediately after, under everyone's stunned gazes, the countless void locusts flew towards the north.
What's going on? The void locusts have appeared once again.
Everyone's faces were filled with confusion, but before they could think any further, the countless void locusts quickly disappeared once again. It was as if nothing had happened. This caused everyone's faces to be filled with greetings. What happened? We can confirm that Chun Feiyang should be fine. Where are Principal Xiao and the others?
Could they have been killed by Chun Feiyang?
What kind of ability is this sudden disappearance and sudden appearance? This is simply inconceivable.
Everyone was discussing in bewilderment. They did not understand what was going on. Is this the center of the eternal divine kingdom? What a powerful aura. Also, this divine kingdom is so big that it is even bigger than the Dragon Palace. When Guan Shuqin and the others entered the divine tomb, they were all surprised.
Of course, this is the divine kingdom of the Mountain God Lord. Back then, the Mountain God Lord used his body to suppress everything. The eternal divine kingdom is naturally not the Dragon Palace. Chun Feiyang heard their exclamations and said proudly. However, before she could finish her words, she felt that something was wrong and immediately shut her mouth. See if there are any items that can be moved into the Dragon Palace. Move all the useful things over. Guan Shuqing looked around and said indifferently.
Yes. Where's the medicinal garden of your eternal divine kingdom?
Take us to the medicinal garden. We will move the medicinal garden into the Dragon Palace. Lan Qingyue and the others nodded in agreement. Chun Feiyang opened his mouth and spat out some blood. His face was even more embarrassed than if he had eaten shit. However, his expression soon became even more unsightly.
The group of girls had kept their word and emptied the entire medicinal garden.
Other than all the valuable treasures in the medicinal garden, all of them had been removed. Chun Feiyang's heart was bleeding. Take these for the time being. Let's go. After all the valuable items had been taken away, Guan Shuqing and the rest said as they flew out. Chun Feiyang, Big Brother Shinfeng is still being suppressed by you at the entrance of Dragon Gate Academy. Come with us and let Big Brother Shinfeng out.
Lu Mengxin said to Chun Feiyang and called him over.
He nodded in resignation. Now that his life was in the hands of others, he did not dare to disagree. Buzz! When they arrived above Dragon Gate Academy, Chun Feiyang waved his arm, and the five-finger mountain that was suppressing Shinfeng instantly dissipated. What's going on? Chun Feiyang is actually standing together with Dean Xiao and the others. What the hell is going on? Did Chun Feiyang subdue Dean Xiao and the others, or what?
Around them, some people who had not yet left saw Chen Feiyang and Xiao Ran's group suddenly appear in the sky, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Especially when they saw Xiao Ran and Chen Feiyang standing together so peacefully. Xiao Ran,
Shinfeng broke free from the mountain and immediately flew into the sky. He stared at Chun Feiyang vigilantly with an awkward expression. He has already been. Haha, I have already shaken hands with Xiao Ran and the others. Now that Earth is heading to the boundless star field, we have to plan for the next few things. In the future, I am prepared to live in peace with him.
I, Chen Feiyang, have obtained the inheritance of the Eternal Master. In the future, I will be the Eternal God Lord who will suppress an entire region. Now that I think about it, suppressing a small Earth is meaningless.
Xiao Ran was about to open his mouth to speak, but before he could finish, Chun Feiyang, who was by his side, immediately interrupted him.
His voice that was filled with pride resounded throughout the entire sky, as if he was afraid that others would not hear it.
Che, shameless. When Lu Mingxin heard his words, a disdainful expression appeared on her face as she said disdainfully. The corners of Xiao Ran and Tian Yuanzi's mouths twitched. They had not realized that this fellow was actually so shameless.
However, they did not interrupt him. No matter what, Qin Feiyang had the strength to ignite the 7 wisps of divine fire. He had a special constitution and his strength was incomparably terrifying. If they hadn't been suppressed by the space beast of the Dragon Queen, they would have been in trouble.
Shake hands to make peace?
Didn't he say he was going to take over the sky?
Why did he shake hands to make peace all of a sudden? I don't know. Maybe it was because of some reasons that they didn't continue fighting. Or maybe the Dragon Palace has the same strength as him, which made them afraid. This is very likely. The Dragon Palace's strength should not be weaker than the Eternal God Lord's successor. That's why they didn't continue fighting. When the surrounding people heard Qin Feiyang's words, their faces revealed contemplative expressions as they discussed.
This was the only possibility for the current situation. Otherwise, how could they explain Qin Feiyang shaking hands with Xiao Ran and the others to make peace? When Qin Feiyang heard the discussion below, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart.
He did not want his voice domain to be destroyed in an instant.
He was the inheritor of the Eternal God Lord. If others knew that he was being controlled, how embarrassing would that be?
He had finally obtained such a rare opportunity to become an expert. He still had to maintain his face. Humph! Lu Mingxin saw the corner of his mouth curling up slightly and could not help but let out a soft snort once again. Hee. When Qin Feiyang heard her voice, he smiled and turned to look at Lu Mingxin. That, Miss Lu Mingxin, do you have time to have a meal together? He said to Lu Mingxin with a smile on his face.
Originally, Lu Mingxin was a goddess-level existence to her, and he had already made up his mind to take her into his pocket.
But now that there was a huge accident, he couldn't take her in an overbearing manner, but he could pursue it. Moreover, he had already thought of something along the way. Lu Mingxin was the disciple of one of the Dragon King's wives, and the one who controlled his life and death was the other wife of the Dragon King. She was also Lu Mingxin's teacher's good sister.
Now, only by gaining a relationship with the Dragon King could his little life be 100% guaranteed.
And if he wanted to have a relationship with the Dragon King, he could only start with Xiao Ran and Lu Mingxin. This was good. He made up his mind and began to pursue Lu Mingxin. This way, not only would he be able to obtain beautiful women, but his little life would also be better guaranteed. You, get lost. Lu Mingxin's face turned red as she said fiercely to him. Hee. I still have some treasures here that can help Goddess Mingxin ignite the divine fire. Qin Feiyang said as he took out some treasures from his body and handed them over with a smile. Lu Mingxin's face was flushed red. She was slightly stunned when she saw the precious treasures. Good. You actually still have some treasures on you. Cough. I hid some treasures in the end. Now, I'll give them to Goddess Mingxin. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, coughed, and said with a smile.
He had the body of a mountain and could store items in his body. Although most of the treasures in the God Tomb had been taken away by the group of women, he still had some treasures in his hands.
These treasures were enough for Lu Mingxin to ignite the divine fire.
I'll take it for my sister. There's no need to eat. We still have things to do.
Xiao Ran said as he directly took the items in Qin Feiyang's hands and said faintly to him. Then, he gestured to Lu Mingxin and the others, and the group immediately left. Sai, at least leave a contact number. When Qin Feiyang saw this scene, his face turned black, and he immediately shouted. However, Xiao Ran, Lu Mingxin, and the rest ignored him and flew into the distance. Forget it. Let's take it slow.
Qin Feiyang's expression changed, and a hint of bitterness appeared on his face.
If it wasn't for that space beast, the sky would be under his control now, and he could do whatever he wanted. Now, what's going on?
Qin Feiyang seems to be pursuing Goddess Lu Mingxin.
It's true. Is this the reason why Qin Feiyang didn't make an enemy of the Dragon Palace?
A hero can't defeat a beauty. Qin Feiyang actually wants to pursue Ding Zhao's sister.
The people below were stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. The inheritor of the North Pole tomb, Chun Feiyang, has made peace with the Dragon Palace in order to prepare for the arrival of Earth in the boundless star field in the future. A hero can't overcome a beauty. The inheritor of the eternal God Lord didn't make an enemy of the Dragon Palace because he pursued Ding Zhao's sister. How terrifying is God Chun Feiyang's strength? It is known that he caused the space locust disaster last time. Now, he has at least a few billion space locusts. Is he able to contend with the Dragon Palace? Chun Feiyang has at least the strength of the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended so peacefully. He has billions of space locusts. This is too terrifying. Is this the power of the inheritance of the eternal God Lord? The Dragon King and the Dragon Palace are already heaven-defying. I didn't expect Chun Feiyang to be even more terrifying.
News of what happened today quickly spread on the internet. In the North Pole graveyard, the appearance of the inheritor of the eternal God Lord and the space locusts that blotted out the sky reappeared. In particular, Chun Feiyang's terrifying strength and the battle that almost happened with the Dragon Palace shocked everyone. This time, even if Chun Feiyang didn't show his true strength, just the space locusts that blotted out the sky had a basic concept in their minds. To be able to match the Dragon Palace, not bad, not bad. However, at this moment, the person that countless people were discussing on the internet was sitting in front of the computer and posting non-stop. When he saw that the post that was comparable to the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King was pushed up, the corner of Chun Feiyang's mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. There was nothing he could do. After all, a year ago, Chun Feiyang was still a small figure, and some vanity and the mentality of a loser couldn't be changed.
Today, he was still trying to gain face for himself, even if it was not in accordance with the facts. He browsed through the posts he had posted. There were a few thousand of them. After he browsed through them with satisfaction, he turned off his computer. Next, I have to think of a way to catch up with Lu Mingxin. I, the successor of the eternal God Lord, am really miserable. Chun Feiyang's mouth twitched. In the next few days, everything returned to normal. However, in these few days, Dragon Gate Academy had an additional figure that attracted everyone's attention. It was Chun Feiyang, the heir of the eternal God Lord of the North Pole Godly Tomb.
The students of Dragon Gate Academy could often see Chun Feiyang sticking by the side of their vice principal Lu Mingxin every day. They didn't dare to ask and they didn't dare to say. After all, this was a top-notch expert with monstrous strength.
His strength was probably the highest in the entire earth.
The opportunity left behind by this eternal god is indeed very terrifying. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian looked at the resources that Lan Qingwei and the rest brought back with a shocked expression.
Just the godly state-level spiritual herbs alone had reached more than 100 stalks. There were all kinds of metal information and godly state-level elixirs. There was even a huge pile of them. These resources were enough for Wang Xian to level up. This should be considered a small amount. During the war hundreds of thousands of years ago, the mountain god must have used up a lot of resources. Otherwise, the treasures of a god lord wouldn't be so small. Huar Kaier, who was sitting at the side, stared at the treasures in front of her with a twinkle in her eyes. How is it, Xiao Xian?
We've just arrived and we've already obtained so many resources. It should be enough for you to level up. Guan Shuqin, Lan Qingwei, and the rest glanced at Hua and Kaya who were at the side. They raised their heads slightly and said to Wang Xian,
"It's enough." Wang Xian nodded and said while licking his face, "My wives are awesome." Humph. When Guan Shuqing and the rest saw him like this, they snorted softly. "Oh right, how is the inheritor of the eternal god doing now?"
If Ao Crab or the Dragon Palace were to devour the eternal kingdom, they would be of great use.
Wang Xian continued to ask them with a smile. If the Dragon Palace was to be upgraded again, it would need to devour 9 eternal kingdoms. Furthermore, if Ao he was able to devour an eternal kingdom, his strength would definitely be greatly enhanced.
Chun Feiyang is now under my control. He didn't hurt Xiao Ran, Lu Mingxin, and the rest, nor did he have the intention to kill them. We didn't kill him.
Lan Qingyue said to Wang Xian.
That guy seems to be pursuing Mingxi now. He's also a shameless person. Sun Lingxiu said with a smile.
Sister Lingxiu, what do you mean he's also a shameless person? Is there anyone else? I don't know about shameless people. But there should be a pervert. After Sun Lingxiu finished her sentence, a few girls suddenly took over the conversation and started mocking her. I'll go and raise my level first.
The corner of Wang Xian's mouth twitched. He immediately walked to the side.
He could sense pairs of eyes staring at him. Time passed slowly. As Earth traveled through the chaotic starfield in the void, they encountered trouble one after another.
However, this time, without the Dragon Palace's help, Qin Feiyang could easily take care of him.
This also allowed everyone to witness the terrifying strength of the inheritor of the eternal God Lord. A meteorite about the size of Earth was directly shattered by Qin Feiyang. The terrifying strength shocked everyone. While the Earth was peaceful, in the South Pole graveyard, Suiyan was kneeling in front of a radiant divine tiger with burning eyes.
I've finally recovered 10% of my strength, but I've used up all my resources. It's time to go out. Lord God Lord Lightwing's might is like a prison. His appearance this time will definitely be able to suppress everything. In the South Pole graveyard, Suiyan respectfully prostrated in front of God Lord Lightwing and shouted loudly.
The divine light tiger in front of him was God Lord Lightwing, a supreme expert who had been in charge of the starry sky hundreds of thousands of years ago. God Lord Lightwing's name had once shaken an entire star field.
During that great battle, the gods had fallen and many eternal god masters had also fallen.
However, the divine light wing master at that time had made all the preparations in advance. Before he died, he had left behind a trace of divine blood, waiting for the day of his resurrection. Unfortunately, the silence on Earth and the disappearance of spiritual energy had not allowed him to recover.
He had only obtained this opportunity after hundreds of thousands of years. In this star field, the god lords have all fallen. Only I have been resurrected. Even if I have only recovered 1/10 of my strength, it is still not something that other creatures can compare to.
I want to recover my former glory.
The god lord of Lightwings stood on the top of the sacred mountain, his gaze sweeping over everything around him. This time, the recovery of the spiritual energy on this planet is a little strange. There are quite a few gods that have been resurrected. If I want to reach the peak again, I will need a large number of resources and subordinates. As he spoke, he looked down at Suiyan. Go and investigate how many gods and experts there are on this planet. After that, I will open up my eternal divine kingdom and recruit disciples.
The God Lord of Light Wings said indifferently. His eyes were filled with endless majesty.
If you don't step into my divine mansion, I will kill you and turn you into resources to recover my strength. I will prepare to step into the boundless starfield.
When Suiyan heard God Lord Lightwing's words, his heart trembled slightly. However, his face was filled with excitement. Lord God Lord, when you step into the boundless star area, I will convince all the gods in the Fire God Palace to join you. He immediately said loudly.
Yes, I will not mistreat you.
God Lord Lightwing said to him. Thank you, Lord God Lord. Flintstone crept more reverently. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Lord God, my brothers and sisters from the Fire God Palace have descended to Earth. Now they have all been killed by the Dragon King. I, Suiyan, have luckily escaped with my life.
I hope that you will allow me to kill the person who killed my brothers and sisters.
Yes. God Lord Guangyi nodded and waved his arm. Roar, roar, roar. Many divine tigers condensed from light energy flew over and landed behind Suiyan. 5 divine tigers condensed from light divine pearls. The strongest one has the strength of 6 wisps of divine fire. For have the strength of 5 wisps of divine fire. They are enough for you to kill all your enemies. Go!
2 days later, I will open up my divine kingdom and recruit all the experts into my divine kingdom to worship.
God Lord Guangyi's imposing voice resounded in the surroundings.
Thank you, God Lord. In the future, my life will be yours. Suiyan shouted loudly. He lowered his head and revealed a savage expression. Go!
God Lord Guangyi said indifferently. He turned around and leaped lightly, stepping onto another divine mountain. Huff! Huff!
Suiyan's breathing quickened as he stood up. He looked at the 5 divine tigers of light behind him, his face burning with passion. 5 divine tigers of light. The strongest one is comparable to 6 wisps of divine fire. Dragon King, this time I'm going to dismember the 5 of you.
As he spoke, his face was filled with a sinister expression. He leaped and directly jumped onto the divine tiger of light in the middle. Let's go. Follow me to receive the world's worship and listen to the screams of those damned people. Ha ha! Suiyin laughed loudly. The 500-meter-long divine light tigers leaped lightly and flew towards the location outside the eternal divine kingdom. Around the South Pole divine tomb, even though this divine tomb had appeared for more than a year, not a single person had entered it. There were still millions of people searching nearby. They were looking forward to the day when they could enter the divine tomb and obtain opportunities, especially after everyone on Earth had witnessed Chun Feiyong's strength. Chun Feiyong was originally a small figure at the insightful void level. It was because he had obtained the inheritance of the eternal God Lord that he was now awe-inspiring in the entire world. They also hoped that they could obtain the inheritance of the eternal God Lord. Sai, we've been searching here for half a month, but there are still no clues. We don't dare to go to the stairs of light either. In the past year, dozens of demigod-level experts have died on the stairs of light. At the entrance of the South Pole divine tomb, more than 10 people looked at the stairs of light helplessly. This was the entrance of the divine tomb, but even gods couldn't enter it. Haha, I'm back. At this moment, a cold laughter sounded. The voice wasn't very loud. If it wasn't at the entrance to the god's tomb, this voice wouldn't have been heard. Oh, it's the voice from inside the god's tomb. At this moment, the dozen or so people at the entrance were slightly stunned. They immediately looked inside the god's tomb. Some people around also heard this voice and looked over in astonishment. There are figures coming out. Suddenly, a young man shouted excitedly. At the entrance of the divine tomb, 500-meter-tall figures slowly walked out. Under the cover of the light, the 5 figures looked dignified. It's 5 divine tigers. There's someone on top of the divine tigers. There's actually a person. When the 5 divine tigers walked down the stairs, everyone's faces were filled with awe. When they saw the figure on top of the divine tigers, their eyes widened, filled with shock. Wang! At this moment, everyone saw the 5 divine tigers suddenly increase their speed, appearing in front of the 10+ people. At this moment, the dozen people were completely stunned. Their bodies trembled as they knelt on the ground and looked at the 5 terrifying godly tigers in front of them in shock. Where is the Dragon King? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Immediately after, the dozen people felt that their bodies were suspended in the air. The dozen people's faces were filled with shock. When they saw Suiyin's face, their faces were slightly shocked. Sir Suiyin, the Dragon King is in the Dragon Palace, The dozen or so people hurriedly replied. Dragon Palace? What is the Dragon Palace? Suiyin slightly narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Sir, it's in the ocean. The dozen or so people immediately said, their foreheads full of cold sweat. At the same time, their hearts were extremely shocked. Suiyin, everyone knew that the gods who had descended back then, the strongest person in the Fire God Palace. More than a year ago, he was suppressed by the Dragon King's subordinates in the South Pole divine tomb. Suiyin carried the divine weapon and rushed to the sky above the divine tomb. Everyone thought that he was dead, but they didn't expect that Suiyin was still alive. Could it be that he had received the God Lord's inheritance in the South Pole divine tomb? Ocean. Suiyin narrowed his eyes flashing with a crazy killing intent. No matter where you are, I will kill your Dragon King today. I will kill all of your relatives one by one. He growled in a low voice with a sinister face. When the more than 10 people who were suspended in the air heard his voice, their faces were filled with shock. He actually wanted to kill the Dragon King. He had come back to take revenge. Show me the way. Suiyin waved his arm and a ball of flame enveloped the dozen or so people. The 5 divine light tigers beneath him immediately soared tens of thousands of meters into the air. But suddenly, when he looked to the east, his expression changed slightly. In the void in the east, the once incomparably eye-catching Lingxiao treasured palace was now in tatters. The divine light on it had completely disappeared. What happened to the Lingxiao treasured palace? Suiyin's eyes flickered as he asked the dozen or so people in front of him. My lord, The Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall have all been destroyed by the Dragon King. Now, in the entire Earth, the Dragon King's Dragon Palace is the strongest force. They have 20 to 30 godly state experts. Even a group of true dragon sons of heaven have submitted to the Dragon King. The dozen or so people didn't dare to hide anything and immediately said to him, "What? 20 to 30 godly state expert subordinates?" Sui Yen was slightly stunned, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. "Then how strong are the Dragon King and the others?" he immediately asked with a gloomy face. "We don't know. We only know that the Dragon King is very, very strong, but we don't know exactly how strong he is." The dozen or so people shook their heads. Their knowledge had not reached such a level yet, so they did not know exactly how strong the Dragon King and the others were. "Other than the Dragon King, are there any other forces?" Sui Yen's face darkened as he continued to ask. "Yes, one is Chun Feiyang, the successor of the North Pole God Tomb Mountain's God Lord. His strength is very terrifying. The other is the Dragon Gate Academy, which has 4 gods. However, the founder of the Dragon Gate Academy is the Dragon King's disciple, Xiao Ran. Currently, the Dragon King's strength is basically invincible. The subordinates of the Dragon King are also very powerful." "Shut up." As the dozen or so people spoke, the expression on Sui Yen's face became even gloomier. With an embarrassed expression, he roared in a low voice and waved his hand. Buzz! A ball of flame directly penetrated the bodies of the dozen or so people, turning them into ashes in an instant. He didn't even let out a miserable cry. "I didn't expect that your Dragon King would actually destroy the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and the Sacred Hall. Back then, Yuan Kuei of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace and Luke Owen of the Sacred Hall were about the same strength as me. Even if they had broken through, they would still have 5 wisps of divine fire. If the Dragon King and the others were able to destroy Lingxiao and the Sacred Hall, they would definitely have the strength of 6 wisps of divine fire. There's also an inheritor of the God Lord. This really surprised me. If I were to take revenge, it might really be a little difficult. Unfortunately, you've met the God Lord Lightwing, the true eternal God Lord. Dragon King, the inheritor of the God Lord. In front of the eternal God Lord, all of you will die." Sui Yen's expression was incomparably malevolent as he roared in a low voice. The Dragon King's strength made him very surprised. Right now, he didn't even dare to guarantee that he would be able to kill the Dragon King. However, there was still the God Lord. With the God Lord backing him, the Dragon King would definitely die. "Even if I can't kill you with my own hands right now, I'll still let you feel the pain. Dragon King, welcome my revenge. Haha." He laughed ferociously and moved. With a wave of his arm, several tens of thousands of meters below him, the young men who were looking at him in shock were instantly pulled over by a terrifying force. "Sir, don't kill us. Don't kill us." The 3 young men were caught and their faces instantly revealed expressions of fear. They immediately begged for mercy loudly. "Bring me to Dragon Gate Academy," Sui Yen said coldly. "Yes, yes, yes, sir." The 3 young men hurriedly nodded in fear and pointed in the direction of Dragon Gate Academy. "Go!" Sui Yen rode on the Divine Tiger of Light and immediately flew in the direction of Longmen Academy. That god Sui Yen from the throne of the Fire God Palace actually came out of the South Pole Divine Tomb. What's going on? Did he obtain the inheritance of the South Pole Divine Tomb? My god, what's he going to do? Take revenge on the Dragon King or something? The strongest person from the throne of the Fire God Palace actually came out of the Divine Tomb. The Divine Tigers under him feel so terrifying. When Sui Yen disappeared, everyone around the Divine Tomb was discussing in shock. The strongest expert of the Fire God Palace had actually walked out of the Divine Tomb. Riding on the incomparably terrifying Divine Tiger, what opportunities had he obtained in the Divine Tomb? Had he also obtained the inheritance of the Eternal God Lord? Everyone in the surroundings was in an uproar. At the same time, this news quickly spread to the internet. "Mingxin, I've created a divine kingdom for you during this period of time. Let me tell you, this divine kingdom is definitely much better than the divine kingdom of an ordinary god. You'll be able to become a god soon."
At this moment, Chen Feiyang walked into an office in the Dragon Gate Academy with a smile on his face and said to Lu Mingxin, "Thank you, but there's no need. I've already gathered the materials needed to create a divine kingdom in the ancient lands. It's fine, it's fine. The materials you've collected are a little lacking. The divine kingdom I've helped you build is much better than the one you've built yourself. After all, a divine kingdom affects the strength of a god." Chen Feiyang licked his face as he leaned over and said with a smile. Lu Mingxin looked at him speechlessly. At the same time, she also felt that it was a little funny. The Chen Feiyang in front of her was the successor of an eternal god lord. In the future, he had a 70% chance of stepping into the eternal god lord realm. He was an invincible expert who could suppress an entire region. However, such an expert chased after her every day. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, she had a different feeling in her heart. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the entire space suddenly trembled slightly. A terrifying pressure charged towards them. Lu Mingxin was slightly stunned. She immediately looked outside. Chen Feiyang also raised his eyebrows, his face filled with astonishment. "Mingxin, don't be afraid. I'll protect you," he said with a laugh, then immediately flew out of the office with Lu Mingxin. The two flew out, and in the surroundings, Xiaoran, Jilingfei, and the others also flew out. At this moment, the two looked towards the south. What happened? Did Earth encounter another terrifying calamity? The expressions of everyone in River City changed slightly. The terrifying pressure caused their bodies to tremble. Everyone looked towards the south. Roar, roar! At this moment, a roar sounded from the south. Everyone looked over in shock. 5 divine tigers appeared in everyone's sight. That is, Xiaoran and the rest were slightly shocked. Their gazes were fixed on the 5 divine tigers and the figure on top of the divine tiger. "I have returned from the divine tomb to take revenge. All the people of the Dragon King must die." At this moment, Suiyan slowly stood up on top of the divine light tiger and stepped on the tiger's head. "I have returned from the tomb of the gods to take revenge. All the people of the Dragon King must die." When Suiyan's voice reverberated through the entire sky, everyone was slightly shocked. He stood on the head of the divine light tiger and stared coldly at Longmen Academy in front of him. When everyone in Jiang City heard this voice, they were very surprised. Especially when the 5 divine tigers approached and saw Suiyan, who was standing on the tiger's head, they all revealed astonished expressions. "I returned from the god tomb? That's the strongest expert in the Fire God Palace. He actually didn't die. It's Suiyan." Back then, he carried a divine weapon and desperately rushed into the South Pole God Tomb. In the end, the divine weapon exploded. "I didn't expect that he actually didn't die." The 5 divine tigers beside him have such a terrifying aura. Hiss, could it be that he has obtained the God Lord's inheritance? That divine light tiger's aura is so terrifying. Heavens, he's here for revenge. He's here to seek revenge on the Dragon King. He wants to kill all of the Dragon King's people. When everyone heard that incomparably cold voice and looked at Suiyan, who was standing on the tiger's head, they instantly recognized his identity. The strongest person in the throne room of the Fire God Palace, returning from the divine tomb, taking revenge on the Dragon King. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. Xiaoran, Jilingfei, and the others stared intently at Suiyan, their expressions changing drastically. The strongest person in the throne room of the Fire God Palace had the strength of 4 wisps of divine fire in the past. Even if there was no increase in strength, it was still not something they could deal with. Oh no, that expert in the throne room of the Fire God Palace is very strong. Lu Mingxin's expression changed slightly when she saw the scene. "You've returned from the divine tomb. Don't worry, Mingxin. With me here, even if he returns from hell, I can still send him back." Chen Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze swept over Suiyan as he said to Lu Mingxin, "You." Lu Mingxin looked at Chen Feiyang. She opened her mouth slightly to thank him, but in the end, she did not say it out loud. Chen Feiyang indeed had the strength to protect them. "Disciple of the Dragon King, come out and face your death." Suiyan stood on the divine light tiger. His body was filled with killing intent as he looked at Xiaoran, Jilingfei, and Chen Feiyang in the sky.
Face your death. If you want to take revenge on my master, you might be the one to face your death.
When Xiaoran heard his words, he raised his head, stared at him, and roared. Ha ha, looks like you are the Dragon King's disciple. Then die.
I heard that this is the Dragon King's former residence. Today, not only will I kill you, I will also wipe out the entire city. I want to let the Dragon King know that my revenge is not something he can endure. Suiyan's gaze locked onto Xiaoran. A wild killing intent appeared on his face as he roared.
Kill him. He ordered the 4 divine light tigers beside him.
Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, the 4 divine light tigers let out a furious roar. Their bodies emitted an icy cold aura as they pounced towards Xiaoran.
Suiyan did not hesitate at all. He immediately attacked when they met. One could imagine how much hatred and anger he had towards the Dragon King over the past year. TSK, TSK, TSK? You're from the Divine Tomb and I happen to be from the Divine Tomb as well. You dare to touch my brother-in-law?
You're courting death. Chen Feiyang saw the 4 divine tigers of light attacking Xiaoran. Naturally, he could not hesitate at this moment. His body moved, and with a wave of his hand, 4 thick mountains that were thousands of meters in size appeared in front of him. Boom!
With a wave of his arm, the 4 thick mountains smashed towards the 4 divine tigers of light.
Roar, 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 roar. The 4 divine tigers saw the mountains and their faces revealed roaring expressions.
The power of light on their bodies intensified and they opened up their huge tigers MAW. One by one, light bullets flew towards the mountains.
Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a terrifying explosion sounded in the sky and the entire space shook.
However, the mountain did not have the slightest ripple under the attacks of the 4 divine tigers of light. It continued to collide towards the divine tigers.
Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent collisions caused the light on the bodies of the 4 divine lords of light to tremble violently. Their bodies flew backwards for over 10,000 meters. What? Who are you?
When he saw the 4 divine tigers fly backwards, Suiyan's pupils constricted slightly. His expression was grave as he stared at Chen Feiyang.
Mountain God's main inheritor, Chen Feiyang, since you came out from the South Pole Divine Tomb, then let us have a competition. I want to see what you are capable of. Chen Feiyang's gaze swept past Suiyan and the group of divine tigers of light, and a cold smile appeared on his face.
This time, he did not feel the slightest threat from Suiyan. He was certain that the other party was absolutely not his opponent. This was the strong premonition of his mountain physique.
The inheritor of the North Pole Divine Tomb?
Suiyan's expression changed slightly when he heard his words. Immediately after, a stern expression appeared on his face. I, Suiyan, am the spokesperson of the Eternal God Lord. It is best for an inheritor like you not to participate in this.
Otherwise, you will die without even knowing how you died. Spokesperson, haha, interesting, interesting. Today I am participating in this. What can you do to me? I would like to know whether it is my Mountain God Lord's inheritance or your South Pole God Lord's spokesperson who is more powerful. Chen Feiyang laughed out loud. His body trembled slightly and his body slowly grew bigger. Very soon, Chen Feiyang, who was as tall as a mountain, stood proudly in the void and stared coldly at Suiyan. You are playing with fire and setting yourself on fire. Suiyan felt the aura from Chen Feiyang's body, and his expression changed slightly as he shouted out sternly, Let me see how powerful your South Pole God Tomb spokesperson is. Chen Feiyang revealed a savage expression on his face. His body moved, and like a meteorite, he directly attacked towards Suiyan.
Divine Light Tiger, kill him, kill him.
Suiyan's pupils constricted, and he immediately ordered the 5 divine light tigers to attack Chen Feiyang. The 5 divine tigers, especially the one under him, directly pounced towards Chen Feiyang. In midair, its body grew to about 10,000 meters in size, and its huge mouth bit towards Chen Feiyang. Be careful. Lu Mingxin's expression changed slightly when she saw this scene, and she immediately shouted, Ha ha! Chen Feiyang heard her words and laughed loudly. He clenched his fist tightly and smashed it towards the divine light tiger.
At the instant he attacked, an incomparably terrifying mountain formed in front of his fist and smashed towards the top of the divine tiger's head. Boom! 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 Chun Fei-yong, who had unleashed his full strength, had the strength to suppress the 7 wisps of divine fire god. When the mountain landed on the divine light tiger, the terrifying mountain power caused the divine light tiger's light power to dissipate. The divine light pearl in the middle of the tiger's head began to dim. Haha, with your strength, you still want to kill the Dragon King for revenge? You have to have the strength of me at the very least. Qin Fei-yong looked at the collapsing divine light tiger's arm and took out the divine light pearl with his mountain-like palm. While laughing, he didn't forget to show off. Boom! In the sky above Jiang City, a tremor sounded, and everyone raised their heads to look. Qin Fei-yong, who was thousands of meters tall, gave off an invincible aura, and the 10,000-meter-tall divine light tiger was defeated with a single punch. The divine light pearl was held in his hand, and the divine light tiger instantly collapsed. At this moment, he didn't need to say anything to show off, but he was indeed awesome. His invincible stance was extremely shocking. On Earth today, many people already believed that Qin Fei-yong had the strength that was comparable to the Dragon Palace. It was the strength of the entire Dragon Palace, not the strength of the Dragon King alone. In fact, in the eyes of many people, the Dragon King's strength wasn't very strong. In fact, he might not even have ignited the divine fire yet. Of course, this was only the opinion of the outside world. After all, Wang Xian had never shown his strength. The last time when Qin Fei-yong was subdued due to the coverage of the space locusts and Shaolan's Kun region, no one knew what exactly happened. In addition, Qin Fei-yong often acted pretentious. This made many people come up with this view that was accepted by most people. What? The god of light tiger, which is comparable to the god of 6 wisps of divine fire, was actually defeated in an instant. When Sui Yen saw that the strongest god of light tiger was defeated by a single punch, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Defeating the god of light, who was comparable to the god of 6 wisps of divine fire with a single punch, how could his strength be so terrifying? That god tiger is comparable to the god of 6 wisps of divine fire. My god, this Qin Fei-yong's strength is so terrifying. Hiss. Even though we have already witnessed the terror of Qin Fei-yong's god, killing a divine tiger that is comparable to 6 wisps of divine fire with a single punch is still extremely shocking. That Sui Yen is completely incapable. Even if he entered the South Pole Divine Tomb, he still doesn't seem to be Qin Fei-yong's match. It seems that he hasn't obtained the inheritance of the eternal god. Qin Fei-yong is awesome. One after another, shocked discussions sounded from below. Everyone raised their heads and stared intently at this great battle. With your strength, you still dare to come and kill my brother-in-law and the others? Qin Fei-yong saw the shocked Sui Yen and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He shouted somewhat shamelessly. When he heard these words, the faces of Xiao Ran, Lu Mingxin, and the others turned black. His gaze swept past the 4 god lords of light around him. His body shook and 6 mountains flew out from all directions. They directly pressed down on the last 4 god lords of light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 4 god tigers of light were trapped by the mountains and were directly pressed down from all directions. Roar, 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 roar. For sounds that seemed to be filled with terror rang out. Qin Fei-yong extended his arm, and a huge palm directly put the god pearls of light into his bag. His gaze turned to Sui Yen, and his face was filled with a mocking expression. What a huge gap. The gap is too huge. Sui Yen had just walked out of the divine tomb, and now he's met Qin Fei-yong. He's completely dumbfounded. Haha! I'm dying of laughter. I was still thinking of taking revenge on the Dragon King, but in the end, I wanted to kill Xiao Ran and the others, but I was suppressed by Qin Fei-yong. From below, everyone was watching this scene mockingly. Sui Yen, who had returned from the divine tomb, was still thinking of killing all the people of the Dragon King. In the end, he met Qin Fei-yong, who was currently pursuing the Dragon King's disciple and sister-in-law. It was a tragedy in an instant. You dared to kill those divine tigers of light. You're finished. You're finished.
When Suiyan saw that all the divine lords of light were easily killed, a trace of fear appeared on his face. No matter what, he had never thought that this would be the case. He had obtained a huge opportunity from the divine tomb. Originally, he had wanted to suppress the Dragon King, but in the end, he realized that the Dragon King's strength might not be something he could deal with. He wanted to make a move on the Dragon King's family. However, on the side, he had encountered a tough nut to crack. He was a little frightened and wanted to vomit blood. This time, he had brought the 5 divine tigers of light that the Divine Lord had given him. TSK, the one who is finished is you. You can go and die too. Suiyan's figure moved and directly attacked Suiyan. A 5-fingered mountain pressed down towards him. Not good, escape. Seeing the 5-fingered mountain, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly turned around and wanted to flee into the distance. You want to escape from my 5-finger mountain? Chun Feiyong said disdainfully. The 5-finger mountain pressed down on him.
No. If you dare to kill me, the God Lord will not let you off. God Lord Guangyi will make you wish you were dead.
Suiyan felt the threat of death coming from the 5-finger mountain in the sky. He shouted in fear. God Lord Guangyi? Chun Feiyong was slightly stunned when he heard this name. The 5-finger mountain in the sky froze slightly. God Lord Lightwing. Tiske. I want to see how a God Lord who has been dead for hundreds of thousands of years won't let me off. Haha.
However, soon a faint smile appeared on his face.
According to the inheritance, he knew that God Lord Lightwing was an existence comparable to the mountain God Lord.
However, in the inheritance, God Lord Lightwing had died even earlier than the mountain God Lord. Die! With a light shout, the terrifying mountain landed on Suiyan's body.
Wang! At this moment, a light spot on his chest suddenly shone brightly. The light spot covered his entire body and blocked the mountain's attack.
It seems that you still obtained some treasures in the divine tomb.
Chun Feiyong said indifferently as he raised his other hand and pressed downwards once more. Boom!
A powerful shockwave crashed against the light barrier on his body.
At this moment, Suiyan's expression changed drastically as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood.
The current him was only able to ignite 5 wisps of divine fire. He was not Chun Feiyong's match at all. In fact, he did not even have the strength to resist.
Pooh! Sensing that the light barrier was about to collapse, Suiyan's face turned pale and malevolent. Chun Feiyong, just you wait. Very soon, the Lord God will kill you. Very soon. Just you wait. A shrill voice came from Suiyan's mouth. Under the protection of the remaining light barrier, a drop of his divine blood directly fled in the direction of the South Pole God tomb.
Eh? Chun Feiyong slightly raised his eyebrows when he saw that the divine blood had escaped. With a wave of his arm, a mountain appeared out of thin air in front of the divine blood.
Bang! However, the power of light directly pierced through the mountain, carrying his divine blood and continuing to rush towards the south.
You can escape the first day of the Lunar New Year, but you can't escape the 15th day. Wait until my strength increases a little more and I'll directly overturn your South Pole divine tomb.
Chun Feiyong saw that a drop of Suiyan's divine blood had completely escaped, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. He spoke with confidence. So God Suiyan is finished just like that? It's simply too tragic. Haha, last time I was suppressed by the Dragon King's subordinates. This time I originally obtained a huge opportunity. After returning from the divine tomb and meeting God Chun Feiyong, I was once again suppressed. I only managed to escape a drop of divine blood.
This fellow can be called the most unlucky person to have such an opportunity. Everyone in Jiang City laughed and discussed when they saw that Suiyan was on the verge of death.
Unlucky fellow. That's right, I got 5 God Pearls of Light. These God Pearls of Light can be compared to divine artifacts, to light attribute cultivators. They are incomparably huge treasures. In the sky above Jiang City's Dragon Gate Academy, Chun Feiyong looked at the 5 God Pearls of Light in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Mengxin, come. With these God Pearls of Light, you can use them to build your divine kingdom, and even nurture them into divine artifacts. They can double your strength. As he spoke, he walked to Lu Mingxin's side with a smile and handed over a few divine pearls of light. Pay attention to your words in the future. Humph. Lu Mingxin was very dissatisfied with Chun Feiyang's way of addressing her brother. She snorted coldly.
Hee hee. Chun Feiyang smiled and did not say anything.
Xiao Ran, who was at the side, saw this scene. He smiled faintly and did not ask any more questions. If he had a lot of opinions about Chun Feiyang in the beginning, he no longer had any opinions about Chun Feiyang now.
The God Lord that Sui Yan mentioned won't really exist, right?
Now that a god has resurrected, will a God Lord also resurrect? At this moment, Ji Lingfei, who was by the side, said with a slight frown,
No.
According to the inheritance I obtained, the battle between God Lords is even more intense than that of ordinary gods. More than 10 God Lords have all fallen, Chun Feiyang said indifferently, not caring at all. At most, some people had obtained the inheritance of the South Pole God Tomb. However, even if someone had really obtained the inheritance of the South Pole God Lord, he was not afraid at all. Back then, the Mountain God Lord's strength was among the top among the God Lords. Even if there really was a God Lord's inheritor, he was not afraid at all. That's good. Ji Lingfei and the others nodded slightly and looked in the direction of the South Pole Divine Tomb. Give me some time. When the time comes, I'll break open that divine tomb with my powerful strength. Chun Feiyang also looked towards the south with a proud expression. Damn it! Damn it! However, at this moment, in the sky above the South Pole Divine Tomb, a drop of divine blood drew a bright trail under the protection of the light shield and quickly rushed towards the divine tomb. In the center of the light shield, a human figure formed by a drop of blood roared with a ferocious expression. I want the Lord God to kill you all. I want to kill all of you. Not a single one of you will be left alive. The Lord God's successor? You are just a successor. You are courting death. The divine blood was trembling violently, filled with thick blood and resentment. Buzz! He rushed into the divine tomb and immediately flew towards the center of the eternal divine kingdom. On the divine mountain at the center of the mountain, God Lord Guangyi stood there and stared at Sui Yan, who was flying towards him.
When the divine tigers of light were killed, he had already sensed something.
When he saw that Sui Yan was only left with a drop of divine blood, God Lord Guangyi's expression did not change at all.
Lord God Lord, you must avenge this lowly one.
Sui Yan flew over and shouted with a shrill voice.
What happened?
6 light God Lords were killed. Who did you offend? God Lord Lightwing stared coldly at Sui Yan's divine blood and asked. Lord God Lord, it was the inheritor of the North Pole Divine Tomb. It was him.
I wanted to take revenge on the Dragon King, but I met the inheritor of the North Pole Divine Tomb. All 5 light God Lords were killed by him. I only have 1 drop of divine blood left, and I escaped with the protection you gave me.
Lord God, you have to avenge me.
Sui Yan floated there and shouted miserably.
The inheritor of the North Pole Divine Tomb?
The inheritor of the Mountain God Lord?
That mountain guy's mountain body is very terrifying. He is just an inheritor. Is there any more news?
God Lord Lightwing raised his head slightly, but his face didn't change at all. Lord God Lord, currently there are only 3 forces in the entire planet, the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Gate Academy, and the inheritor of the North Pole God Tomb.
The leader of the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King, is the culprit who killed our senior and junior brothers, Sui Yan immediately reported. The God Lord of Light Wings didn't say anything, but slowly walked forward. Lord God Lord, you want to go?
Sui Yan saw the God Lord of Light Wings walk toward the exit of the Divine Kingdom, and he was stunned.
Open the eternal Divine Kingdom, the God Lord of Light Wings said and looked in Sui Yan's direction. Buzz. A ball of light enveloped Sui Yan's divine blood and condensed a light void body for him. Take me to the Mountain God Lord's successor. The God Lord of Light Wings ordered Sui Yan. It's the God Lord. Sui Yan's eyes flashed with excitement and he immediately pointed in the direction. Wang! The God Lord of Light Wings did not rush over immediately. He came to the exit of the Divine Kingdom and a vast wave of light power spread out in all directions.
Roar! At this moment, in the entire eternal divine kingdom, 20 to 30 divine tigers of light that were formed from light energy spread out in all directions. They raised their heads and roared.
Ka 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 ka. This roar seemed to have turned on a switch. Rays of light shot out in all directions.
A gentle amount of light energy spread out in all directions, quickly covering an area of over 10,000 kilometers. What's happening now?
Hiss, what's going on?
What's going on in this divine tomb?
I just received news that God Qin Feiyong killed the Suiyan god who came out of this divine tomb. Everyone's expressions changed greatly as they stared intently at the radiant divine kingdom, their faces filled with shock. The eternal divine kingdom is opening. Roar, roar. At this moment, a voice filled with boundless majesty came from within the divine tomb. This voice caused everyone to be slightly shocked. Roar. At this moment, everyone saw an incomparably huge divine tiger with radiant wings flying out from the entrance of the divine kingdom. Its body was several thousand meters in size, and it was different from the divine tiger that was formed from the light attribute floating around the divine tomb. This divine tiger emitted a powerful life force and pressure.
Voila!
The light-winged divine tiger's eyes indifferently swept across everyone around the eternal kingdom, and its 1,000-meter-large wings spread out. Around the wings, light wings floated around.
Wang!
Above his head, an incomparably huge divine crown of light slowly appeared. Voila!
His wings trembled slightly and he flew out of the divine kingdom, flying towards the east.
God Lord Lightwing didn't say a single word. Only an endless pressure spread out in all directions. Everyone around the divine tomb held their breaths as they watched this scene. Their mouths were slightly agape, and their expressions were filled with shock. This God Lord, who had once again emerged from the divine tomb, was even more terrifying than Sui Yen and the others not long ago. What's the situation with that divine light tiger?
Its aura is so terrifying. Is it a creature that revived in the divine tomb?
Where is it going?
When the radiant God Lord disappeared, some people muttered.
At this time, some people looked into the divine tomb and thought of what they had just said. The eternal divine kingdom was opened. The eternal kingdom opened? This is not the God Lord's tomb. After the God Lord died, he was called the God Tomb. Why does it say that the eternal kingdom opened? Some people standing around the God Kingdom murmured, looking at the eternal kingdom with interest.
The eternal kingdom seems to be able to enter.
Some people looked at the stairs at the entrance with interest.
Come, let's go in and take a look.
A young man gritted his teeth and walked towards the stairs. In an instant, everyone looked at the young men. The young man at the front mustered up his courage and slowly walked up the stairs.
When he reached the stairs, his heart was beating violently. When he saw that the destructive light energy was gone, his face revealed a look of joy.
I'm fine, I'm fine.
His face was filled with joy as he continued to walk up the stairs.
Behind him, a group of youths immediately followed closely behind.
We can go into the God Tomb.
Quick, quick, we can go too. The tomb of the eternal God Lord. There are treasures everywhere. At this moment, everyone went crazy. They immediately rushed into the God Nation. Lowly creatures. The light-wing God Lord opening the divine kingdom is a gift to all of you. You must move forward humbly. Just as everyone crossed the last step, a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's mind.
Everyone was slightly stunned as they looked forward.
In front of them, there was an incomparably huge divine statue.
The divine statue was a divine tiger with wings. The divine tiger was incomparably majestic, giving everyone an unfathomable pressure.
In front of this god statue, everyone couldn't help but bend down.
Hiss, how can there be such a powerful pressure?
Why does this divine tomb feel completely different from the Arctic divine tomb?
Everyone was slightly shocked. They looked at each other and continued to walk inside. When they entered, their expressions started to change.
Everything was too normal. There wasn't the slightest sense of dilapidation or killing intent.
Some people had entered the North Pole divine tomb and it was filled with sorrow. Some things were already dilapidated, giving people a sense of silence.
And here, everything was full of vitality. It was as if it was not a graveyard, but a true divine kingdom. Right? Did you notice that the divine tiger that just flew out is almost identical to the statue of God Lord Guangyi at the entrance? Suddenly, a girl said.
Some of the people around were slightly shocked. As they recalled, their expressions started to change.
You mean, the owner of this divine tomb isn't dead?
One of them asked in surprise. No, he should have fallen, but is it possible that he has been resurrected?
Is it possible that the God Lord has been resurrected?
Everyone's hearts trembled slightly. They looked around the divine kingdom. How is this a divine tomb?
It was clearly the divine kingdom of an eternal God Lord.
Boom. Just as everyone who entered the divine kingdom was shocked, a ray of light suddenly enveloped the entire Jiang city. In the center of the light, a divine tiger that was thousands of meters in size stood in the center.
At the same time, a majestic pressure instantly covered the entire land. Suddenly, a light covered the entire sky, causing everyone to be slightly shocked. What happened again? The people of Jiang City were slightly stunned. It had only been less than an hour since the incident with Sui Yin. What had happened now? Light.
Within Longman Academy, Xiaoran and the others sensed the sudden appearance of the light pressure. A bad premonition suddenly appeared in their hearts.
Their bodies moved, and they immediately flew into the sky. Someone is coming from the South Pole divine tomb again? Chun Feiyang's slightly impatient voice sounded in the void. He stood beside Lu Mingxin and slightly looked towards the sky. When he saw the God Lord of Light Wings in the middle of the void, he was slightly stunned.
Lord God Lord, it's him. It's him who nearly killed me. It's him, the successor of the North Pole Divine Tomb's God Lord. An incomparably furious voice sounded in the air. The voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly.
Sir God Master? Xiao Ran, Ji Lingfei, and the others looked at Sui Yin's divine blood. Their gazes then landed on God Master Guangyi.
God Master?
Chun Feiyang was also slightly startled. His eyes sized up God Master Guangyi from head to toe. He slowly became serious. What's going on? Is that huge divine light tiger from the South Pole God Tomb?
Are they here to take revenge for Sui Yin?
In Jiang City, all the people raised their heads, their expressions changing. Shan Yu's inheritor? At this moment, God Lord Lightwing, who was in the sky, locked his gaze on Chen Feiyang and asked indifferently, "That mountain guy?"
When Chen Feiyang heard God Lord Lightwing's words, his pupils constricted.
He dared to directly address God Lord Mountain by his name, and even attached that guy to it. Only existences of the same level would address him in this way. Otherwise, even for a fallen God Lord, very few people would address him in this way.
It wasn't just Chen Feiyang. When everyone heard God Lord Lightwing's awe-inspiring and disdainful address, they were all slightly shocked.
They stared at God Lord Lightwing, their expressions constantly changing. "Who are you?
Please speak with more respect." Chen Feiyang's expression was somewhat awkward as he roared in a low voice.
"Haha! Even if he is still alive, I, Lightwing, dare to address him directly."
God Lord Lightwing laughed lightly as he stared at Chen Feiyang.
"An inheritor dares to kill my disciple. His crime is unforgivable," God Lord Lightwing indifferently said as he slightly raised his head. Roar!
In an instant, a tiger head formed from light shot towards Chen Feiyang.
What? At this moment, when Chun Feiyang heard God Lord Lightwing's words and felt this attack, his expression changed drastically. "God Lord Lightwing, how is this possible?
Didn't you already die?
This is impossible."
Mountains carry rivers.
Chun Feiyang's pupils constricted as he shouted in disbelief. At the same time, his entire body trembled. A 10,000-meter thick mountain appeared in front of him, directly facing the tiger's head. There are many things you don't know. The mountain body that has just been formed is not able to withstand a single blow, God Lord Lightwing indifferently said to him. Boom! At this moment, the tiger's head collided with the mountain. The incomparably huge tiger's head emitted incomparably sharp teeth as it bit down on the mountain. Ka. At this moment, the mountain slowly split apart. Roar! The tiger's head roared angrily. Streams of light completely destroyed the mountain and directly attacked Chun Feiyang. What? Chun Feiyang's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his arm, his entire body rapidly expanded.
With the mountain body activated, the 10,000-meter giant body appeared in front of everyone. "Break for me!" He let out a loud roar and attacked the streams of light. Boom! The entire sky began to shake, and countless streams of light shot out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom! An enormous explosion rang out. Xiao Ran, Ji Lingfei, Lu Mingxin, and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly blocked the streams of light. Boom! Xiao Ran waved his arm, and an incomparably large flame shield blocked the sky. However, the flame shield was instantly pierced through, and a few rays of light shot towards him. Bang! When the rays of light landed in front of him, Xiao Ran's expression changed drastically and he flew backwards. Oh no! What a terrifying attack! His face was filled with shock, and Ji Lingfei's expression was also incomparably grave. Ah! At this moment, the people below who had been swept by the flowing light let out miserable cries. Under that flowing light, even demigods were instantly reduced to ashes. In an instant, that flowing light alone had caused the deaths of at least 10,000 people in River City. Damn it! Chun Feiyong saw this scene, and an angry expression appeared on his face. He clenched his hand tightly and a mountain peak appeared in front of him, slamming heavily in front of him. The mountain directly smashed towards the tiger's head. At the same time, he immediately flew into the sky to prevent the city below from being affected. Roar! Roar! The tiger's head roared and directly smashed towards the mountain. The incomparably terrifying power caused the mountain to collapse once again. Be careful! When Lu Mingxin saw this scene, her expression changed greatly, and she immediately warned loudly. All this while, Qin Feiyong had only relied on his mountain to suppress powerful enemies. This was the first time he had seen his mountain being shattered so easily. I am the Mountain God Lord's successor. Even if you are the Light-Wing God Lord, you have already fallen. Even if you are resurrected now, it is impossible for you to have peak strength. I, Qin Feiyong, am not afraid of you. Chun Feiyong roared loudly as his body was covered by pieces of rocks. Soon, a mountain giant appeared in the void and transformed into a mountain. This was Chun Feiyong's strongest attack. After he finished speaking, he directly attacked the Radiant Wing God Lord. The terrifying power and heavy aura were like an incomparably huge star that crashed towards him. Roar, roar! The God Lord of Light Wings continued to stare at Qin Feiyong indifferently as the massive tiger head charged towards him once more. Get lost! Chun Feiyong transformed into a mountain and charged towards the tiger head. A terrifying sonic boom sounded in the sky. Hong! The heavy attack caused everyone's hearts to tremble as if their hearts had stopped beating. A few 100,000 meters below, some people below the demigod level spat out a mouthful of blood. In the sky, a wave of air that could be seen with the naked eye shot out in all directions. Everyone in Jiang City, as well as the cities around Jiang City, had a huge change in expression. They were all filled with fear. God Lord? God Lord Guangyi, how is this possible? That divine tiger is actually the eternal God Lord. Hiss, the eternal God Lord has been resurrected? Oh my God! This. Below, everyone was sprawled on the ground, their faces filled with shock. Some of them were trembling as they shouted loudly. The resurrection of the eternal God Lord was like an invincible boss to everyone. Who would be able to block the resurrection of such an existence? Everyone raised their heads and looked at Chun Feiyong, who was fighting against God Lord Lightwing in the sky. The 10,000-meter-long tiger head was now completely biting Qin Feiyong's left hand. His mountain-like right hand kept smashing toward the tiger head. Roar! Crack! Ah! At this moment, a miserable scream came from Chun Feiyong's mouth. His mountain-like left arm began to slowly crack. It was crushed by the tiger's mouth. Qin Feiyong. Lu Mingxin's body trembled and her eyes turned red as she roared. Explode! Chun Feiyong roared, and his entire left arm started to explode. A powerful force rushed towards the tiger's head. Roar! The tiger's head started to tremble, and the power of light flickered. Mountain body, HMH. The God Lord of Light Wings frowned slightly when he saw this. He then snorted, and his wings trembled slightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
At this moment, two enormous wings of light shot out from his body and slashed towards Chun Feiyang. The two wings of light were like lasers. In a flash, they landed on Chun Feiyang's body. Bang! 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 Chun Feiyang's body instantly began to crumble, and large chunks of stone began to scatter in all directions. Ah! A pained cry came from his mouth, and a hint of terror appeared on Chun Feiyang's face. Space locust, come out. He let out a terrified roar and countless space locusts flew out from his body. At least 3 to 4 billion space locusts were densely packed towards Godlord Lightwing. Troublesome. Godlord Lightwing saw the space locusts appear, and the divine crown on his head emitted a ray of light as it swept towards the billions of space locusts. GGG. In an instant, the space locusts let out miserable cries. Countless space locust corpses fell towards the ground below. Over 100 million locusts fell, but the dozens of space locusts only lasted for a few dozen seconds. Following that, two incomparably sharp wings slashed towards Chun Feiyang's body once more. No! Seeing all the space locusts being destroyed and the extremely sharp wings landing on his body, Chun Feiyang's face revealed a terrified and desperate roar. Bang! 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 A few terrifying collisions sounded. Chun Feiyang slowly lowered his head and looked at his body in shock. His mountain body was gradually falling apart. He could feel that his life force was rapidly disappearing. No, I haven't returned to the boundless star field. I'm the inheritor of the eternal Godlord, he shouted indignantly, his voice spreading throughout the entire world. Chun Feiyang. Lu Mingxin's eyes instantly turned red as she shouted in disbelief. A mere inheritor of the Godlord dares to challenge the dignity of my Lightwings? He's courting death. At this moment, a cold voice filled with might sounded from above. Hong! With a loud sound, huge rocks fell down one after another. There was some blood mixed within the rocks. At this moment, everyone looked at this scene in a daze. Chun Feiyang was dead. Chun Feiyang was actually killed. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with shock. Chun Feiyang's strength was something everyone had witnessed. Just a few billion starry locusts were enough to wipe out all the gods. But now he was easily killed. No. When Lu Mingxin saw Chun Feiyang's corpse, her expression changed greatly, and she couldn't help but shout loudly, I am Godlord Guangyi. Now that the eternal kingdom has been opened, everyone should go and worship me. All the gods on this planet will enter my eternal kingdom and become disciples within 3 days. Otherwise, the gods will perish. At this moment, a majestic voice enveloped the entire earth and entered everyone's ears. I am Godlord Lightwing. The eternal divine kingdom is now open. Everyone, go and worship. All the gods on this planet, enter my eternal divine kingdom and become disciples within 3 days. Otherwise, the gods will perish. A vast and majestic voice resounded across the sky. The voice reverberated throughout the entire sky. Everyone listened to this sentence in a daze. Their faces were filled with shock, especially those who were far away from Jiang City. When they heard this voice, their eyes were a little dazed, and their mouths were slightly agape. Lightwing Godlord? Godlord? Why did a Godlord suddenly appear on our earth? Hiss. The eternal divine kingdom has opened up. Is it the eternal divine kingdom from the South Pole divine tomb? Allowing the gods to join the eternal divine kingdom and become disciples. That Lightwing Godlord sure has an overbearing way of doing things. The sky is going to change again. A shocking voice rang out, and everyone looked at the South Pole graveyard in a daze. Wang! At this moment, the wailing of heaven and earth rang out, and the shadow of a mountain giant suddenly appeared in the void. The shadow appeared for less than 10 seconds before it began to slowly collapse. The mountain Godlord's successor, Chun Feiyang, had fallen. Hearing the mournful cries of heaven and earth and seeing the collapsing phantom, countless people were shocked. Chun Feiyang was the biggest lucky person before the recovery of spiritual energy, especially the position of Jiang City. Today it was a huge disaster for Jiang City. The Light Wing God's main inheritor had fallen. Not long ago, Chun Feiyang, who had still displayed his divine might, had crushed Suiyin and the 5 light god tigers who had returned from the god's tomb.
But now he had been killed so easily.
Everyone had witnessed Chen Feiyang's strength. He was definitely an invincible expert.
But he had been killed so easily by God Lord Guangyi. How powerful could God Lord Guangyi be?
In the sky above Jiang City, God Lord Guangyi indifferently swept his gaze over the corpses on the ground. His face was filled with contempt.
He waved his arm, and all the corpses of the space locusts and Chen Feiyang were directly collected.
The Lord God is invincible.
Beside the God Lord, Suiyin, who was in the light void form, shouted with excitement.
Next, it was the Dragon King's turn.
Buzz! The God Lord glanced around and the light disappeared instantly.
Next, he just had to wait for the gods to join the eternal divine kingdom. As for whether there were any gods who did not join, he was not worried at all. Those who did not join, he could just kill them. He believed that killing a God Lord's successor was enough to intimidate everyone. Roar, roar.
God Lord Lightwing, who had teleported to the sky above the eternal divine kingdom in the South Pole, let out a soft roar. He emitted a powerful divine might and flew directly into the divine kingdom.
God Lord Lightwing is here. God Lord Lightwing is here.
When he entered the divine kingdom, the faces of the people who had entered the divine kingdom changed slightly and they hurriedly shouted.
They had also heard the voice just now. Everyone respectfully knelt on the ground and bowed to God Lord Lightwing. Facing such a terrifying existence, they didn't dare not to kneel.
God Lord Lightwing glanced indifferently and crouched above the peak of the divine kingdom.
Who would have thought that the God Lord in this divine tomb would be resurrected?
Everyone worships him and the gods are his disciples. Will the Dragon King come here?
Let's wait here. God Lord Guangyi is simply too terrifying. Chen Feiyang is the God Lord's successor, yet he was killed so easily. The people who entered the eternal divine kingdom saw God Lord Guangyi enter the center of the divine kingdom, and all of them were discussing in fear.
Chen Feiyang.
However, at this moment, in front of Jiang City's Dragon Gate Academy, Lu Mengxin's eyes were bloodshot as she looked at her surroundings. The corpse had already been taken away by God Lord Guangyi, so she could only look forward with sadness.
This made her think of all the things Chen Feiyang had done to her during this period of time.
The gifts he had given her. The teasing words he had said to her every day.
Brother, Chen Feiyang, he's dead.
Lu Mengxin could not help but come to Xiao Ran's side and burst into tears.
Don't cry, don't cry. Let's go to Master's place. Don't cry.
Xiao Ran also patted his sister's shoulder with some sadness. No matter what, Chen Feiyang gave everyone a pretty good impression, even if they had some grudges in the beginning. However, Chen Feiyang had made a move to deal with the danger that Earth had encountered, and when Suiyin came over to take revenge, Chen Feiyang had helped him.
Suiyin's usual attitude, although he liked to act pretentious, was not annoying.
He spoke softly, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked in the direction of the South Pole.
Who would want an eternal god there, a resurrected eternal god?
Moreover, the eternal god had asked all the gods on earth to join his eternal divine kingdom and become his disciples. How overbearing was it to become his disciple? Even when the Dragon King had asked the gods to join the Dragon Palace as external members, he was not this overbearing. Perhaps, this was the majesty and confidence of the Eternal Lord. Let's go to the Dragon Palace. Xiao Ran patted Lu Mengxin's shoulder, and the group immediately flew towards the Dragon Palace. The current situation was not something he could solve.
Buzz.
Master. Teacher.
When Xiao Ran and the rest arrived in the sky above the Dragon Palace, they saw Wang Xian and the leaders of the Dragon Palace floating in the sky.
Yes. Wang Xian nodded and looked towards the South Pole with a slight frown.
Master, Chen Feiyang is.
He is dead. Xiao Ran walked over and said in a low voice, I already know that the god of light wings is very powerful. Wang Xian nodded his head. He had sensed it when Chen Feiyang died. Chen Feiyang's death surprised him greatly. Chen Feiyang's strength had already ignited 7 wisps of divine fire and possessed a special physique. Before Wang Xian's level increased, he could not guarantee that he would be a match for him.
Master, that god of light wings used less than a minute to kill Chen Feiyang. His strength might not have recovered to the level of the eternal God Lord, but he should be close to the peak in the God realm.
He wants all the gods to worship him. He wants all the gods to become his disciple. He wants all the living beings to be his servants and all the gods to be his disciples. He is the master.
Xiao Ran continued to speak to Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression.
That eternal God is too strong. I'm not his match. Ao, he said with a solemn expression. Xiaolan can now kill a god with 8 wisps of divine fire. Judging from the power of the god of light wings, he should be above the 8 wisps of divine fire.
Lan Qingwei frowned at the side.
Xiao Xian, should we enter the Transcendence continent to hide? Guan Shuqing and the other girls looked worried. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, it would be difficult for them to fight against the God Lord of Lightwing. Aohe, if you devour the tomb in the North Pole, do you have the confidence to kill the God Lord of Lightwing? At this moment, Prime Minister Gue suddenly asked Aohe,
Devour the damaged eternal divine kingdom? Ao Crab's eyes were shining. If I devour that divine kingdom, I have the confidence to defeat or even kill him.
Prime Minister Gue nodded slightly and looked at Wang Xian. Ba Qi, go and pick a soul-returning embryo fruit. Xiao Ran, bring Ba Qi to the place where Chun Feiyang died. Revive him. We will enter the divine kingdom at the North Pole and let Ao Crab devour the divine tomb. Wang Xian ordered the 8-limbed Xiao Ran and the rest indifferently. If it was a true eternal god, the Dragon Palace would naturally not be their match. However, a god who had fallen and resurrected had yet to recover to his peak.
He wanted to see what qualifications he had to make them his disciples. All living beings as servants and gods as disciples? Hee.
Uncle Ba Qi, can the Dragon Palace really save Chun Feiyang? Really? At this moment, in the void, Xiao Ran, Ji Lingfei, and Lu Mingxin flew toward the place where Chun Feiyang had fallen with Ba Qi. When Lu Mingxin heard the news that Chun Feiyang could be saved, she was excited. Kakik, there's nothing our Dragon Palace can't do. The last time Xiao Ran died, he was directly saved.
Ba Qi smiled arrogantly and said indifferently,
Last time, my brother's corpse was still okay. But this time, Chun Feiyang's. His body was taken away by the God Lord of Light Wings. Lu Mingxin's eyes flickered as she said this.
Don't worry. You'll know soon enough.
As Ba Qi spoke, the group sped up and flew towards River City.
When they arrived at River City, everyone turned their gazes towards Ba Qi.
Ba Qi took out the soul-returning cauldron and crushed it. A special sensation entered his heart. With a slight jolt, the crushed soul-returning cauldron condensed once more, forming the image of Chun Feiyang. However, it looked like it was only the size of a palm, closed its eyes and did not move. Chun Feiyang's death this time was different from Xiao Ran's.
At the very least, Xiao Ran still had a corpse. He did not even have a corpse.
The soul-returning embryo condensed into a body. Ba Qi smiled. Let's go back to the Dragon Palace.
Under the shocked gazes of Lu Mingxin, Xiao Ran, and the rest, everyone immediately flew toward the Dragon Palace.
Dragon King. After entering the Dragon Palace, Ba Qi handed the soul-returning embryo fruit to Wang Xian. He still needs some energy to revive. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Lan Qingyue.
Qingyue, he has the energy of Kuan in his body. Let Xiaolan release some energy to revive him,
he said to Lan Qingyue. Originally, Chun Feiyang already had some of Little Blue's systems in his body. These systems could not strengthen him in any way. Instead, they could control his life and death.
This time, if he used Kuan's energy to completely revive him, it would also be an opportunity for him. In the long run, this opportunity would be even more terrifying than the Mountain God Lord's opportunity.
This could also be considered a compensation for swallowing his divine kingdom. All right, Lan Qingyue nodded. With a wave of her arm, a special gray energy entered Chun Feiyang's body. Soon, Chun Feiyang's body slowly grew bigger, and he finally returned to his original appearance. However, the energy in his body was only at the demigod level. At this moment, Chun Feiyang's body moved, and Lu Mingxin, who was beside him, revealed a look of surprise and joy. He's alive.
He's really alive, she said with a pleasantly surprised expression. Oh? I'm dead, right? This? Chun Feiyong slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Then he suddenly touched his own body. What's wrong with me? Why am I so weak? What happened? He said anxiously. You're already dead. Your body was taken away by the God Lord of Lightwing. Our Dragon King resurrected you. Kiki. Aktaki smiled at him and said, I'm dead. I remember. Mengxin, I really died and was resurrected. He still looked at Lu Mingxin in disbelief and asked, Yes, it was teacher who brought you back to life. Because your body was taken away by the God Lord of Lightwing. He created a new body for you. Lu Mingxin started to explain to him. This caused Chun Feiyong's expression to change continuously. Not long ago, he had the strength of 7 wisps of divine fire. Now he was only at the demigod level. This blow was very, very big to him. Let's go. Bring us into the god tomb of the god of mountain. We need the god tomb of yours. At this moment, Wang Xian said directly to Chun Feiyong. Chun Feiyong, after the god of light wings killed you, he opened up the eternal god. He wanted all the living beings to worship him. He also wanted all the gods to enter his divine kingdom as his disciples. Teacher and the rest want to use the divine kingdom of the mountain god to increase their strength. Lu Mingxin immediately explained to him. He wants to use my eternal divine kingdom? Chun Feiyong was slightly stunned. His expression changed and he looked like he was in pain. All right, it's already a new life for you to be revived by us. Furthermore, your body and physical energy are gathered by me. You can die completely with just a thought. Lan Qingyue said to him indifferently. The corner of Chun Feiyong's mouth twitched. He nodded his head and accepted his fate. All right, no matter what. Thank you for saving my life, Dragon King. He stood up and bowed slightly to Wang Xian. He knew that being able to resurrect from the dead was already the greatest opportunity for him. Let's go. Wang Xian gestured to Ao Crab and the rest. They immediately flew into the North Pole Divine Tomb. Even though the Divine Tomb was damaged, it still contained a terrifying pressure. If one wanted to enter the North Pole Divine Tomb with brute force, one had to have the strength of a peak godly state. This was also the reason why Wang Xian and the rest did not enter the 2 tombs at the North and South Poles. But, as the inheritor of the tomb, Chun Feiyong could freely enter the tomb. Under his lead, the group entered the tomb. I was originally planning to wait until I reached the level of the Eternal God Lord before making it my eternal divine kingdom. Now! Chun Feiyong looked around the tomb with a helpless expression. Ao Crab. Wang Xian gestured to Ao Crab who was beside him. All right, Dragon King. The divine kingdom of the eternal divine Lord. Even if it's a slightly broken divine kingdom, Ao Crab's face revealed a fiery expression. Roar! He growled in a low voice and his entire body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. He was a gigantic and ferocious devouring dragon with a pitch-black body. There were sharp claws and spikes made of bone. It had a pair of enormous wings made of bone, and its entire body was exuding an evil aura. Its entire body was more than 10,000 meters in size. Walala! At this moment, small devouring dragons of the same shape crawled out of his body. The densely packed small devouring dragons revealed each of them to be 3 to 4 meters in size, and their faces were ferocious and terrifying. While Chun Feiyong was dumbstruck, Ao Crab directly swallowed some of the buildings in the divine tomb. Crack! 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 A mountain peak that was thousands of meters in size was directly swallowed by Ao Crab. Following that, Ao Crab's huge and savage body began to devour the surrounding mountains. As a mountain peak in the divine kingdom of an eternal god, every one of them could be called a divine peak. After Ao Crab devoured it, it immediately turned into majestic energy. As long as the devouring dragon had enough resources, it could evolve to the peak. Mengxin, my heart is bleeding. Chun Feiyong looked at the eternal divine kingdom that originally belonged to him being devoured and said to Lu Mingxin with heartache. All right, it's good that you're alive. Although the divine kingdom was lost, the inheritance is still there. You can still recover in the future. Lu Mengxin said to him with a smile. Ao Crab's devouring speed was very fast. His 10,000-meter-long body was wreaking havoc in the divine tomb, and the mountain peaks were decreasing at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the aura on his body was even more terrifying. It's completely over. The eternal divine kingdom. Back then, the mountain god lord used nearly 10,000 years to build an eternal divine kingdom.
Chun Feiyong looked at her unwillingly. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. I'm going to ignite the divine fire. I'll protect you from now on. Lu Mingxin smiled when she saw him like this.
You said it yourself. I'll rely on you from now on. Chun Feiyong immediately stared at her and said,
Huh? Why do I feel like you're up to no good? Lu Mingxin saw the change in his expression and raised her eyebrows as she stared at him warily.
How can that be?
Mingxin, my eternal divine kingdom is gone. He quickly pulled a long face and looked pitiful. At this moment, he also knew that he had to cling tightly to Lu Mingxin. The Dragon King's influence had completely exceeded his expectations, especially the monster that had devoured his divine kingdom. It was simply terrifying.
Even when he was at his peak, he was absolutely not a match for this monster. In the future, we'll cultivate together. I believe that one day we'll definitely become the eternal God Lord. Lu Mingxin smiled at him and comforted him.
Then in the future, we'll walk the path of cultivation side by side.
Chun Feiyong's eyes flickered as he said,
Kid, don't have any bad ideas. I wasn't your match in the past, but now…
HMPH, you have to be more honest.
Xiao Ran, who was at the side, glanced at him when he saw this fellow's expression.
Chun Feiyong smiled embarrassedly and didn't say anything.
He had also clearly understood the current situation. The eternal divine kingdom was gone, and his strength had fallen to the level of a demigod. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying loss to him.
But he had just discovered that his constitution seemed to have undergone some changes. He was very clear about his original mountain physique, but now he discovered that his mountain physique had undergone some changes.
It had become stronger and more terrifying than before. He was certain that back then, when he was in his current realm, he was definitely not as strong as he was now. In fact, the current him could even defeat more than a dozen of him in his previous realm. It should be some of the physique of the space beast that is the Dragon King's wife. Now, my mountain body has become several times stronger than before. With the inheritance that I have obtained, as long as I have enough resources, I will definitely be able to completely recover and even reach the eternal God Lord realm.
Chun Feiyong's mind was active as he thought about what to do next. Go, go, go. God Lord Guangyi wants all of us to go and worship him. Let's hurry over.
All below the gods are ants. This time, even if the gods don't go to the eternal divine kingdom, they'll fall. God Lord Guangyi is too overbearing. He actually wants all of us to worship him and make the gods his disciples. But who dares not go?
Just as Wuxia was devouring the divine tomb, everyone in the world flew towards the eternal divine kingdom in the North Pole with solemn expressions. With the words of the God Lord of Lightwing, the eternal divine kingdom had been opened and everyone was going to worship it. Who would dare not go?
This time, everyone discovered that the God Lord of Lightwing was much more domineering than the other gods. Back then, even when the gods descended, they did not kill any mortals.
And when the God Lord of Lightwing killed Chun Feiyong, the God Lord's successor, tens of thousands of people were killed.
It could be seen that the eternal God Lord treated them like ants. Moreover, he even dared to declare that if the gods didn't join the eternal divine kingdom and become disciples, they would be sentenced to death, let alone mortals.
After witnessing the terrifying strength of the God Lord Guangyi, everyone had to go to the eternal divine kingdom to worship him.
The eternal God Lord was already a mysterious and unknown terrifying existence to them. Billions of people rushed toward the eternal divine kingdom in the South Pole. They had to reach the eternal divine kingdom in 3 days. After 1 day, more and more people gathered around the eternal divine kingdom. The recovery of the spiritual energy had greatly improved the physique of many people. It was not difficult to rush here. In just 1 day, 2 to 3 billion people had gathered around the eternal divine kingdom. Everyone gathered around the eternal divine kingdom and looked at the divine kingdom with reverence in their eyes. So far, it seems that no gods have arrived, right?
Some people who had just arrived floated in the sky and looked around, asking in surprise, "Gods? Aren't the gods the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace?" Xiaoran from the Dragon Gate Academy is the Dragon King's disciple, so they are naturally together.
Then do you think the Dragon King is a match for the God Lord of Lightwings? How can he be a match for the God Lord of Lightwings? Chun Feiyang can only be so terrifying. He even has billions of space locusts, but wasn't he easily killed? Everyone discussed.
Now that all the living beings had rushed over, the gods were next. The gods on Earth respected the Dragon King. The Dragon King's attitude might represent the attitude of the other gods. They were all discussing whether the Dragon King would come over and submit.
Did the Dragon King have the strength to fight against the God Lord of Lightwing? You may not know about the Eternal God Lord. In the boundless star field, an Eternal God Lord can suppress an entire star field and control at least dozens of planets. With one strike, he can destroy planets.
Even if the God Lord of Lightwing hasn't recovered to his peak, ordinary gods cannot fight against him. Qin Feiyang is a good example.
Humph, the Dragon King and the others can destroy the gods. But there's a world of difference between the God Realm and the Eternal God Lord Realm.
I dare say that the Dragon King and the others will definitely come. The Dragon King's Dragon Palace's strength is about the same as Qin Feiyang's.
If he still wants to live, he will definitely come. The disciples of the Lingxiao treasured palace's sacred hall, who had come with the gods, said one by one. They came from the boundless star field, so they naturally knew the majesty of the Eternal God Lord.
Moreover, they didn't have a good impression of the Dragon King or the Dragon Palace.
If the Dragon King hadn't destroyed the Lingxiao treasured palace or the sacred hall, they wouldn't have become ordinary people now because of their powerful background. Some people in the surroundings were slightly silent when they heard their words. The Eternal God Lord, an Eternal God Lord who could easily destroy the inheritor of the God Lord, Chun Feiyang. This time, the Dragon King and the others were probably.
Some of them looked behind them and then in the direction of the Eternal Divine Kingdom, waiting silently.
At this moment, on the highest mountain in the center of the Eternal Divine Kingdom, the God Lord of Light Wings slowly opened his eyes and stood up with his huge body. An endless pressure came from his body, and the bright feathers around him swirled. I'm almost at the peak of the godly state. Congratulations, Lord God Lord. Your strength has increased once again. Congratulations, Lord God Lord. Your strength has recovered. Within the Eternal Divine Kingdom, Suiyin's illusionary light body kneeled in front of him and bowed respectfully. We are still quite a distance away from recovering to the God Lord realm. However, once we recover to the peak of the God realm, we will be able to open up that mountain guy's divine kingdom. The God Lord raised his head slightly and looked towards the direction outside the divine kingdom.
Lord God Lord, everyone on this planet has already rushed over here. I reckon that the entire world will soon gather in front of the divine kingdom and prostrate before you.
Suiyin said respectfully to the God Lord.
Oh? Why hasn't a single god arrived?
The God Lord stared outside with a cold glint in his eyes as he asked indifferently. My lord, all the gods now respect the Dragon King. Perhaps only when the Dragon King arrives will the other gods come. I just don't know if that damned Dragon King will disobey my lord. Suiyin immediately said. Dragon King? Hee. If they don't come, then I'll use their flesh and blood and resources to recover my strength.
The God Lord of Lightwings was full of powerful majesty. He didn't care about the Dragon Palace or the Dragon King at all. It's you, Lord God Lord. Even if we kill them after we arrive at the Boundless Star area, it's enough to have more than 10 gods from the Fire God Palace to serve you. Suiyin's eyes sparkled as he said.
The God Lord of Light Wings glanced at Suiyin indifferently. He knew what he was thinking.
However, he held his tiger head high and didn't argue with Suiyin. Right now, everything was focused on recovering his own strength.
As long as he recovered to the peak, how could he worry about having no gods to rely on? This time, if a god didn't come, he would treat it as his own food. The spiritual energy on this planet has recovered, and the gods have revived. Many people have obtained quite a lot of opportunities. Go outside and summon some servants to manage my divine kingdom. The God Lord of Light Wings said calmly to Suiyin. Yes, Lord God Lord. I will do it right away.
Sui-Yin immediately bowed and nodded.
The reason why the God Lord of Light Wings had opened up his divine kingdom and made all the living beings worship him was that he wanted to recruit some servants. All the subordinates who had once followed him in battle had died. Now the entire divine kingdom was empty, without any living creatures. He needed at least tens of thousands of divine servants to take care of the entire divine kingdom. At the same time, he also needed to make some preparations for his future development.
Earth had experienced the recovery of spiritual energy. One by one, the ancient lands of the divine kingdom appeared. This kind of opportunity was incomparably huge in the boundless star field.
Under various reasons, countless elites and geniuses would naturally be born.
Sui-Yin rode on a divine light tiger, and around him were more than 10 divine light tigers.
He sat proudly on it and immediately flew out.
There's a figure coming out of the eternal divine kingdom. Is it the divine lord of light wings?
There's movement in the divine kingdom. Quick, kneel down. At this moment, at the entrance of the eternal divine kingdom, when someone saw a figure coming out of the divine kingdom, they cried out in alarm. Some people even knelt on the ground, their faces filled with reverence.
It's Sui-Yin, the strongest person in the Fire God Palace. When Sui-Yin rode out of the divine kingdom of light, everyone immediately recognized him.
2 to 3 billion people immediately looked at him, their eyes filled with confusion.
Lord God Guangyi is preparing to recruit 10,000 divine servants into the eternal divine kingdom. Light-attributed people and talented people can join.
Upon entering the eternal divine kingdom, you will become the servant of the eternal divine Lord. You will live in the eternal divine kingdom for eternity and enjoy the baptism of the divine kingdom. This will be a great opportunity for you. Those who feel that they are qualified, step onto the steps of light and enter the eternal divine kingdom.
Sui-Yin rode on top of the divine light tiger. His gaze swept across everyone in front of him as he announced proudly.
Recruiting servants?
When everyone heard his words, they were slightly shocked, especially those on Earth. Becoming a servant was very difficult for them to accept. Becoming a servant of the eternal God Lord and staying in the eternal divine kingdom forever, is this true?
Being able to stay in the eternal divine kingdom forever. This is simply a huge opportunity. This is the eternal God Lord's divine kingdom. Different from some people on earth, the disciples who followed them all revealed excited and passionate expressions.
Entering the eternal divine kingdom and living in the divine kingdom forever was simply a huge blessing.
This meant that behind him was a divine Lord.
In the future, who would dare to provoke him in the boundless star field?
I'm willing to join. I'm willing to join.
For a moment, one figure after another flew up the stairs of light.
Greetings, Sir Sui-Yin. Sir, would you like to see if I have the qualifications to join? One person after another flew over and knelt in front of Sui-Yin.
Very quickly, there were several 100,000 people in front of the stairs of light.
Among them were former disciples of the Sacred Hall and also former disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace.
There were even some disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy.
If the God Lord of Light Wings suppresses everyone in the future, he will join the eternal divine kingdom and become a divine servant. He will be high and mighty. Not only that, an eternal God Lord has a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. No one will dare to provoke him if he becomes the eternal God Lord's divine servant. At this moment, more people realized this problem.
However, it's another story if the Light-Wing God Lord can suppress the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
Will the Dragon King and the others be a match for the Light-Wing God Lord? If they aren't a match for him, why didn't the Dragon King and the others rush over to become his divine disciples despite knowing how powerful the Light-Wing God Lord is? Seeing more and more people flying over, the commotion around became even greater. Soon, many people began to discuss the Dragon King and the Light-Wing God Lord's strength. If the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others don't kneel here, tomorrow will be the day they die. Hearing the discussions in front of them, Sui-Yin said confidently. Hearing his words, everyone felt a slight chill in their hearts. More and more people knelt in front of the stairs of light, and Sui-Yin picked 10,000 of them. The chosen people followed Sui-Yin excitedly, walking toward the eternal divine kingdom. Tomorrow, the divine Lord of Lightwing will probably come out. I wonder if the Dragon King and the others will come over. I wonder if a war will break out. Some people thought to themselves as they stood there and waited quietly.
At this moment, in the North Pole's divine tomb, a huge and ferocious body was wreaking havoc in the entire divine kingdom.
The divine kingdom, which covered an area of more than 10,000 kilometers, was now in an extremely sorry state. Only 1/10 of the buildings and the mountain peaks remained. I should be able to finish devouring it by tomorrow. I wonder how strong Ao Crab will be. Wang Xian stood at the top of a mountain peak and looked at it with a twinkle in his eyes.
He turned around slowly and looked in the direction of the South Pole.
Ao Crab, Dragon of Devouring.
Level 9 Wisps of Divine Fire. A day passed very quickly. When the entire interior of the divine tomb was completely devoured, Wang Xian looked towards the center. Ao Crab, whose entire body was emitting khaki and black energy, revealed a smile when he looked at its attributes.
9 wisps of divine fire. This is already sufficient, he mumbled. Under the circumstances where the Ao Crab with 9 wisps of divine fire was fighting against someone of a higher level, it was sufficient to be invincible under the Eternal Lord.
In fact, he might even be able to fight against the Eternal Lord.
Master, it's already the 3rd day. Shall we go over? Xiao Ran walked over and looked at Wang Xian as he asked. Of course we have to go over. Since the god of light wings wants all the gods to go over, let's go and have a look. Wang Xian nodded his head lightly and looked at Lan Qingyue. Bring Xiao Lan along. Let's go meet the god of light wings.
All right.
Lan Qingyue nodded her head.
Wang Xian moved his body and flew out of the divine tomb, floating in the sky. Buzz. Name, Wang Xian.
Race. Yin Yang 5 elements divine dragon. Mandragon unity. Level 2 wisps of divine fire. 5th transformation of the divine dragon transformation. Divine crystal. 54221/1000000000000. Ability. Rules the water race below its own level.
Devours living things to extract divine crystals.
Control of the 5 elements.
Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation.
Ability. Soul absorbing, spirit attaching, Yin Yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect. 5 elements millstone, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the sky, dragon body of 10,000 miles, Yin Yang poles, Yin Yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing, divine kingdom, dragon palace.
Dragon palace, level 6.
Dragon palace member, 26,633. He had a thought and an attribute appeared in his mind. Looking at his own strength, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When Lan Qingyue and the rest obtained a bunch of resources from Chen Feiyang, he lit up the 2nd wisp of divine fire. With 2 wisps of divine fire, he could fight against the god of 8 wisps of divine fire with his full strength.
Prime Minister Gui Ao Xie and a group of girls stood beside Wang Xian.
Buzz. At this moment, a black hole the size of 100 kilometers appeared out of thin air behind them.
In the black hole, Xiaolan's gigantic body slowly emerged.
Let's go to the eternal kingdom of the South Pole.
Lan Qingyue touched Xiaolan and said to him,
Woo woo. Xiaolan shook her body slightly and opened her huge mouth.
Buzz buzz buzz.
Roar roar roar. Just as Wang Xian and the rest were about to head to the eternal kingdom of the South Pole, the entire eternal kingdom suddenly trembled. A roar filled with endless majesty rang out. Is the god of light wings coming out?
The Dragon King and the rest are still not here. Are they preparing to fight against the god of light wings?
3 days had already passed. At this time, the number of people gathered in front of the eternal divine kingdom had already reached a few billion. Everyone in the world had gathered here. When they saw the divine kingdom tremble and the roar, everyone's hearts trembled slightly. The radiant wing god lord had come out, but not a single god had arrived. Hua hua hua. At this time, on both sides of the entrance of the divine kingdom, divine servants wearing radiant armor quickly ran out and lined up neatly in 2 rows.
Their faces were filled with fervor and piety and even a trace of madness.
At this moment, all of them were 2 levels higher than yesterday. This was a promotion given to them by their Lord God. They couldn't help but rejoice that their choice was so correct. The 5,000 people on both sides slightly raised their heads, revealing a trace of arrogance on their faces. From today onwards, they were the Eternal God Lord's divine servants. After today, the Eternal God Lord would suppress everything, and they would also be above all the living beings in front of them.
Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw the divine servants who had joined the eternal divine kingdom yesterday.
They felt the great change in their power, and shock appeared on their faces. Is this the benefit of joining the eternal divine kingdom?
Everyone will increase by 2 levels in one day. Hiss, is this the power of a God Lord?
Everyone was extremely shocked, and some of them looked regretful.
Voila!
Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings could be heard, and the divine servants on both sides immediately knelt on the ground. Lord God Lord Lightwing has arrived. All living beings worship him.
A voice sounded from within the divine kingdom, and soon after, a huge figure filled with pressure slowly appeared.
Light wings fluttered around him, and a divine crown of light appeared on his head.
At this moment, God Lord Lightwing's entire body was filled with an imposing aura, and his mighty divine might enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. God Lord Lightwing.
Everyone's hearts trembled as they felt this suppressive might that was like a prison. Everyone hurriedly knelt on the ground. Wang! God Lord Lightwing landed on the top of the stairs of light, looking down at the billions of people in front of him. His eyes were filled with indifference. In his eyes, these mortals were just ants. None of the gods have arrived?
God Lord Guangyi swept his gaze across everyone, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness.
Not a single god had arrived. This was a provocation to him.
God Lord Guangyi's first words slightly surprised everyone. The area within a radius of more than 10,000 kilometers was deathly silent, and no one responded.
The Dragon King's group had yet to arrive, causing many people to be extremely astonished. Could it be that the Dragon King really had the strength to contend with the Divine Lord of Lightwing? Reporting to the Divine Lord, not a single one of the gods with the Dragon King as their leader has arrived. They dare to disobey the Divine Lord and shall be punished with death. Suiyen followed behind and respectfully reported loudly. Disobeying the Divine Lord shall be punished with death. The tens of thousands of divine servants on both sides also shouted with cold faces. No one can challenge my dignity. A trace of killing intent appeared in the eyes of the God Lord of Lightwing. Everyone instantly felt a chill in their hearts, as if a pair of invisible hands were pressing down on their necks. Next, is the God Lord of Lightwing going to kill the Dragon King and the others? Countless people thought in their minds.
Buzz. Since the God of Lightwings has invited us, the Dragon Palace will naturally come over. The Dragon King will naturally come over. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the void.
Everyone was slightly shocked. They quickly raised their heads and looked up into the sky. This is...
Right opposite the God of Lightwings, in the sky above billions of people, a gigantic black hole appeared out of thin air. Inside the black hole, Wang Xian, Guan Chuqing, and the other girls, as well as the leaders of the Dragon Palace, strolled out.
The Dragon King is here. Is he going to become the disciple of the God of Light Wings? Hiss, the Dragon King is here after all. It seems that the Dragon King is really afraid of the God of Light Wings.
Everyone's expression changed slightly when they saw the figures of the Dragon King and the rest. Some of them could not help but mutter. Since you're here, why don't you scram to the front and kneel before us? When Suiyen saw Wang Xian and the rest, he roared with a ferocious expression. The God of Wings of Light also stared at Wang Xian and the rest with a cold gaze. His eyes were filled with indifference.
Woo woo.
However, when Suiyen's voice had just faded, a deep voice sounded.
In the black hole, a gigantic object slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Its 300-kilometer-long body instantly covered the sky of countless people. When the surrounding people saw the Dragon King's figure standing on the huge beast, they were slightly shocked. Was he here to submit? He was obviously here to fight. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
In the sky in front of the eternal kingdom of South Pole, the God of Lightwings was facing Wang Xian and the rest from afar.
The surrounding air was somewhat frozen. Everyone could feel a terrifying aura brewing in the middle.
Wuxia and the rest were standing on top of Xiaolan's head. They were staring at the god of light wings with smiles on their faces.
As for Sui Yen, they did not even take a glance at him. Woo woo. Xiaolan stared at the god of light wings with her huge eyes and let out a soft roar.
A savage aura emanated from her body without the slightest hint of fear.
Hiss, that space behemoth is that space behemoth. This is the space behemoth that covered Earth with the space locusts. Oh my god. This space behemoth is actually a member of the Dragon Palace. This space beast. The Dragon King and the others have this terrifying space beast. They are completely qualified to fight against the God Lord of Light Wing.
Space Beast, why is the Dragon King leading the Space Beast? This is to fight against the God Lord of Light Wing. Shocked voices came from below. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Last time, when the space locusts covered the entire Earth, a space behemoth appeared out of nowhere and averted the disaster on Earth.
Everyone thought that they were lucky. Now it seemed that this space behemoth was completely a member of the Dragon Palace, a subordinate of the Dragon King. How terrifying was this space behemoth?
One thing everyone could be sure of was that it was definitely not weaker than Qin Feiyang, or even stronger. The Dragon King had brought him here with such an attitude, and it was clear that he wanted to fight against the God Lord. Suiyan looked at the space beast that came out of the black hole, and his eyes widened in shock. When the divine servants who had joined the eternal divine kingdom saw the scene, they looked slightly embarrassed.
Space beast. I didn't expect there to be another space beast on this planet. Light Wing Master was also slightly stunned when he saw Little Blue. In the universe, the most powerful single creature was the space beast.
Space beasts roamed the space, feeding on all kinds of energy or other space beasts. Each space beast had the power of a god level, and there were very few space beasts less than 5 or 6 wisps of divine fire.
Slightly stronger space beasts were comparable to the eternal God Lord's strength.
As for those that were stronger, there were some.
In the history of the starry skies, space beasts were also known as disaster beasts. As for space locusts, they couldn't become space beasts. They were only space beasts. Ha ha ha. But if I absorb the energy of this space beast, I'll definitely be able to obtain a huge recovery. However, all of a sudden, under everyone's astonished gaze, the god of light wings suddenly roared with laughter. Hearing his excited laughter, everyone was slightly stunned. Facing such a terrifying space beast, not only is the god of light wings not worried at all, he is actually very happy. What a strong confidence he has. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they watched. As expected of the former eternal god. He is indeed arrogant. Wang Xian looked at his arrogant manner that did not put anyone in his eyes and said faintly, Used to be?
When the god of wings heard Wang Xian's words, the smile on his face stopped abruptly. He stared at Wang Xian with an awe-inspiring and cold gaze. I will make all the gods my disciples. Kneel or die. I will give you 5 seconds to choose.
The god of light wings was still staring at Wang Xian and the rest with dignity. Tsk. What an arrogant beast.
8-limbed Mo Sha sneered when he saw how arrogant this fellow was and how he ignored everything. Roar, roar, since you have chosen to die, I will fulfill your wish.
When the god of light wings heard 8-limbed Mo Sha's words, killing intent instantly filled his entire body.
Do you really think that you can fight against me with the help of the space beasts?
It's just a giant beast that is comparable to 8 wisps of divine fire. He raised his head and a pair of huge wings of light unfolded. Roar. With a tiger roar, a tiger head with a radius of more than 100 kilometers attacked Wang Xian and the rest directly.
The head of the tiger of light soared into the sky as if it wanted to devour the entire sky.
At this moment, the billions of people below revealed a look of fear.
This is bad. If we were to fight, even if it was just a small ripple, we wouldn't be able to withstand it.
This is bad. In a battle of this level, if some energy were to sweep over, tens of millions of people could be turned into ashes.
When everyone saw the radiant wing god attacking, their faces revealed a look of fear.
Behind them, countless people hurriedly fled into the distance.
Tsk, he clearly hasn't recovered to the God Lord realm yet, and he actually dares to call himself a God Lord.
Ao Crab saw the radiant tiger head that was attacking them, and a trace of coldness appeared on his face. His body trembled, and a dragon head of a devouring dragon instantly condensed in the sky. The dragon head was incomparably savage, and it was also 100 kilometers in size. It was filled with an evil aura. Dragon head versus tiger head. AO crab versus God Lord Lightwing. Roar!
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 The dragon roared and the tiger roared. The two enormous dragon heads of the devouring dragon clashed against God Lord Lightwing's tiger head, tearing at it madly.
In an instant, waves of terrifying light energy and dark earth elemental energy shot out in all directions.
The battle erupted.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Little Blue's body shook, and streaks of earthen yellow energy appeared below, enveloping everyone below. Boom, boom, boom.
Countless amounts of energy landed on the energy barrier and were completely blocked.
It was the Dragon King and the others who blocked the shockwaves of the battle. The Dragon King is still on Earth. Regardless of whether Earth enters the boundless star field or encounters danger in the chaotic region. It was the Dragon King and the others who took care of it. I hope the Dragon King can defeat the God Lord of Lightwing.
Look, the one who took action is the Dragon King's subordinate. He blocked the God Lord of Lightwing's attack.
When everyone below saw this scene, they heaved a heavy sigh of relief. They looked up into the sky and saw the enormous dragon head and tiger head colliding. The tiger head was actually torn open with huge wounds.
Oh! God Lord Lightwing's pupils constricted slightly when he saw the scene in the sky. His gaze was fixed on AO Crab.
You are actually able to withstand my attack. It seems that you really do have some strength. However, the stronger you are, the better. This means that after I kill you, I will be able to recover even faster.
God Lord Lightwing's entire body revealed a sinister expression. Waves of light energy trembled on his body. A terrifying radiance covered half the sky. The Dragon King and the others are very powerful. However, you have completely angered God Lord Lightwing. You are finished. You are finished.
When Sui Yen saw that the Dragon King and the others were actually able to block God Lord Lightwing's attack, his expression changed slightly. However, very quickly, he growled with a malevolent expression. Kill the Dragon King and the others. The Lord God is invincible. How can a Dragon King be a match for the Lord God? Wait for your death. On both sides of the stairs of light, 10,000 divine servants were slightly shocked when they saw the powerful attacks of the Dragon King and the others. However, soon after, they roared ferociously. They had joined the eternal life divine kingdom and become the divine servants of the God Lord of Lightwing. Naturally, they hoped that the God Lord of Lightwing could kill the Dragon King and the others.
They hoped that the God Lord of Lightwing could suppress the entire planet and lead them into the boundless star field to suppress an area.
The God Lord of Lightwing is invincible. He killed the small fry of the Dragon Palace. Suyen roared loudly. The God Lord of Lightwing is invincible. He killed the small fry of the Dragon Palace.
The rest of the divine servants followed suit and roared.
Roar! Roar! God Lord Lightwing's body was emitting a powerful and terrifying pressure. His huge body slightly bent, and in an instant, he pounced toward Aosia toward Little Blue.
His enormous wings, divine crown, and terrifying pressure. This leap of his was filled with invincible power. Little Blue, pull him into the Kuan region. Lan Qingwei immediately ordered Little Blue.
By pulling him into the Kuan region, they would be able to gain the upper hand and prevent the battle from affecting the people below. If they were to really fight, just the aftershocks of the battle would be enough to kill everyone below. Wang! Woo woo woo!
Little Blue looked at God Lord Lightwing, who was charging over. His body trembled slightly and a terrifying black hole appeared in front of him. A powerful suction force was transmitted over.
This is...
God Lord Lightwing's body shone brightly, wanting to resist the suction force of the Kuan region.
He struggled with all his might, and his incomparably powerful strength caused his body to remain motionless.
Come in. Ao Qitian, Ao Xingmu, Ao Qi, and the others looked at each other and roared wildly.
One chain after another, one thorn after another. A total of 11 berserk dragon species and 4 starwood dragon species pulled toward God Lord Lightwing. Even though their strength was only comparable to the 4 wisps of divine fire, it was still a considerable disturbance to the God of Light Wings. The divine kingdom's domain? Even if I enter, what can you do to me? The god of light wings moved his body and entered the Kuan region. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Wang Xian and the rest entered the Kuan region as well. Everything in the sky vanished instantly.
This situation is exactly the same as when Qin Feiyang wanted to suppress him for an entire lifetime. He disappeared. Where did the space beast take them? Why did he suddenly disappear? Do you guys think that the Dragon King and the rest are a match for the God of Light Wings?
I still support the Dragon King to defeat the God of Light Wings.
I don't know. But since they were able to bring him into the void, the Dragon King and the rest are definitely not weak.
Voices of discussion came from below. Some timid people took advantage of this opportunity and quickly hid far away. The entire eternal divine kingdom was in chaos. The Lord God is invincible.
Suiyan and the divine servants only stared at the void, their faces slightly malevolent.
Everyone scattered around and waited quietly. Roar! At the same time, in the Kuan region, the god of light wings scanned the entire space with a cold expression. Is this the divine kingdom territory of the space behemoth? The god of Lightwing's face was filled with a dense aura as he stared coldly at Wang Xian and the rest.
A fallen god lord is not recovering properly. Now he wants us to become your divine disciples. Then this time I will let you die completely.
Wang Xian stared at the god of light wings with a cold look in his eyes.
A god master who had yet to recover to his peak wanted to enslave them?
Roar! My light wings have been conquering the void for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I will add your blood to my eternal divine map.
The god of light wings spread his enormous wings and flapped them slightly. A divine map of light slowly appeared on his back.
On the divine diagram, there was the image of a godly tiger. Below the godly tiger, countless creatures were kneeling and worshipping. In the middle, there was a gigantic blood pool. The blood pool was emitting a strong bloody smell.
The entire divine diagram was gigantic and had a radius of more than 100 kilometers.
Boom! The god of light leaped into the air and attacked Wang Xian and the rest directly. The divine map of light revolved around the surroundings, emitting a strong power of light. TSK, TSK. Let me experience your strength.
Roar, roar.
Ao Crab leaped forward from Xiao Lan's body. His body immediately transformed into a ferocious, devouring dragon. His entire body was filled with sharp thorns and bones. His ferocious tail swept towards the god of light wings. You're courting death. God Lord Lightwing also wagged his tail. The divine map of light spun, and streams of energy poured into the tiger's tail. Boom! A terrifying collision was heard, and God Lord Lightwing's face was filled with confidence and arrogance. His strength had recovered to 9 wisps of divine fire, and with the help of the divine map of Light Wing, his natal artifact, he felt that he was invincible under the Eternal Master.
Facing the ferocious Ao Crab in front of him, he was not worried at all.
However, when he collided with the Ao Crab, his expression suddenly changed. The collision between the dragon tail and the tiger tail did not send the opponent flying, even with the support of the divine map. Instead, an intense pain came from the tiger tail. Roar! 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 At this moment, the incomparably ferocious devouring dragon head directly bit towards him. Roar!
Roar! God Lord Lightwing also roared loudly. The divine light diagram draped over his body, and the God Lord on the divine light diagram bit towards Ao Crab. Crack!
Crack! Crack! When the divine tiger on the divine light diagram bit Ao Crab, a series of cracking sounds rang out. The God Lord's expression changed slightly.
How is this possible?
Your strength. At this moment, his expression changed slightly. He flapped his wings slightly and 2 enormous wings of light slashed towards Ao Crab. Boom! Boom! Ao Crab also flapped his enormous wings of bone to meet the wings of light. A violent collision sounded and the wings of light disappeared instantly. Roar! Roar! Ao Crab raised his sharp dragon claws and clawed towards the body of the God Lord of Light Wings. Light Wing Divine Map! Cover my body! The Light Wing Divine Master roared and covered his body with the divine map. The creatures on the map raised their hands, and a terrifying shield of light condensed in front of them.
Pung!
The dragon claw landed on the divine map, but there was no fluctuation at all. Damn it. You are a beast. How can you have such terrifying strength? The Lightwing Divine Master's face was extremely ugly at this time. The arrogance and confidence that he had in his hands had completely disappeared. He opened his huge mouth and a terrifying flare of light shot towards Ao Crab. Roar! Roar! Today, Ao Crab, will definitely kill you. When Ao Crab heard his words, his entire body shot out a terrifying killing intent. Similarly, he opened his savage dragon mouth and shot out an attack covered in black spots. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out again. The short-term attack was completely evenly matched. Ao Crab was very strong and could almost fight 2 levels above him. However, the god of light wings could not be treated with common sense. The most terrifying thing was the divine map of light wings on the god of light wings. It was once an eternal god-level divine artifact. Even though its power had decreased, it could still be considered invincible below the eternal god level. Xiaolan, let's fight. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he watched the battle between Ao He and the god of wings. With Ao He's strength, he might not be able to kill the god of wings in a short period of time. Xiao Xian, be careful. The group of girls immediately said. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, the only ones who could participate in the battle were Wang Xian, Xiaolan, and Ao He. The rest of Ao Qitian and the others were only comparable to the gods with 4 wisps of divine fire. Roar! Wang Xian let out a furious roar. His entire body immediately turned into a few thousand meters in size. His 7-colored body was flickering with light. Buzz! His body trembled. Behind him, the Dragon Palace slowly appeared behind him. The 5 elements grinding mill was suspended high above his head, while the Yin-Yang Tai Chi was suspended below him. Dragon Palace boost. 5 elements. Extinguish the long river. Wang Xian let out a furious roar. Streams of extinguishing long river headed straight for the god of light wings. Buzz. At this moment, the entire Kuan region suddenly trembled. An invisible gray energy was suppressing the god of light wings. Damn it, there are actually 2 gods who are comparable to 8 wisps of divine fire. The strength of you bunch of damn fellows is really beyond my expectations. However, you still have to die. Lightwing Divine Map, strengthen my body. The God Lord of Lightwing roared and the 100-kilometer Divine Map slowly entered his body. His body expanded again, directly becoming 50 kilometers in size. Even Ao Crab looked much weaker in front of him. Buzz, buzz. But at this time, Ao Crab's body also trembled. Dragon Palace buff. A level 6 Dragon Palace could increase the offensive power of a member of the Dragon Palace by 10 times. This 10 times could give Ao Crab almost 100% of the strength to fight against the Eternal God Lord. Roar! Ao Crab roared and his body also transformed into dozens of kilometers in size as he attacked the God Lord. The river of destruction swept over, and the suppression of the Kuan region descended. What? God Lord Lightwing's expression changed once more when he saw Ao Crab's strength increase once more. He stared at the river of annihilation in front of him, then waved his enormous wings. Whoosh! Light swept past, and the river of annihilation dissipated. He then leaped forward and bit at Ao Crab. Boom! At this moment, a gray energy pressed down on his body, causing his momentum to slow down slightly. Roar! Roar! At this moment, Ao Crab's sharp dragon claws landed heavily on the head of the god of Lightwing. Roar! An intense pain was emitted from the god of Lightwing's mouth. Numerous wounds appeared on his head. 5 elements trap, chains. Wang Xian stood in the distance, swaying his huge body as he shouted again. The 5 elements chains headed towards the god of Lightwing. Buzz! At the same time, the entire Kuan region trembled gently once again. A powerful force landed on the body of the god of Lightwings once again. The pressure of the Kuan region was as though the god of Lightwings was constantly supporting Xiao Lan's body in battle. With Xiao Lan's body size of 300 kilometers, one could imagine how terrifying the pressure was. Even though his strength was almost invincible below the Eternal God Lord, this force still placed a huge restriction on him. Whoosh! 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 Chains covered the sky as they wrapped around God Lord Lightwing.
With his white body and bloody wounds on his head, God Lord Lightwing looked somewhat savage. "You bunch of damnable fellows. I'm the eternal God Lord, and you actually injured me." God Lord Lightwing, who was high up in the sky, was injured as he roared in a somewhat berserk manner.
"This is only the beginning." Ao Crab's enormous body flew over. His savage dragon head, terrifying dragon claws, and sharp bone spikes pounced over. Whoosh! God Lord Lightwing shook hard, and the 5 elemental chains around him instantly collapsed. He stared at Ao Crab with his blood-red eyes. Roar! With a wild roar, the countless light wings around him transformed into divine light tigers. Each divine tiger was 10 meters in size, and they pounced densely on Ao Crab. Ka ka ka! Ao Crab's gaze swept across the densely packed light bodies, and his body was also awe-inspiring.
Within his dragon scales, many small devouring dragons crawled out, their blood-red eyes staring at the divine light tigers.
Roar, roar, roar! 20,000 to 30,000 small devouring dragons directly bit towards the divine light tigers. Ao Crab continued to charge forward, his dragon tail sweeping out. The terrifying dragon tail even caused the entire Kuan region to tremble. Light praise, tiger tail blessing.
The God Lord of Lightwing's expression changed slightly and his tiger tail raised high.
Wang wang wing. The sounds of praise rang out around him, and countless phantoms floated around him. Waves of powerful light energy poured into the tiger tail. The second collision. Honk! The tiger's tail, which was blessed by billions of creatures, collided with Ao Crab once again. Crack! Crack! A cracking sound was heard. The moment the tiger's tail collided with Ao Crab, it bent slowly. The dragon's tail continued to entangle him. The praises of billions of creatures around him dissipated instantly. What? At this moment, the expression of the god of wings of light finally changed drastically. A look of panic appeared on his face. Yin-Yang 5 elemental spear.
At this moment, Wuxia, who was floating by the side, emitted a bright and miserable glow. The 5 elemental grinding above his head emitted a 5-colored divine light. The yin-yang poles beneath his body emitted a black and white aurora.
A spear condensed and was over 10 kilometers long. It directly attacked the god of light wings.
Boom! In just an instant, the god of light wings, whose tail was injured by the tiger, was instantly struck by the yin-yang 5 elemental spear.
This attack was Wang Xian's strongest attack at the moment. It contained 7 attributes, and its penetrative and offensive power had reached its peak. The Yin-Yang 5 element spear penetrated into the winged god's abdomen and only penetrated about 1 to 2 kilometers. My strength is still 1 or 2 levels lower than him. Wang Xian shook his head slightly when he saw that his full-strength attack had only caused such damage. Of course, he did not intend to seriously injure his opponent. With his strength, it was impossible for him to do so.
You deserve to die.
The god of light wings was in pain. He pounced at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression.
Buzz!
At this moment, the Kuan region trembled again. The gray energy landed on his body, causing his body to tremble again. You are the one who deserves to die. If you want to attack our Dragon King, you have to go through me. Ao Crab. Ao Crab swayed his body and his dragon tail wrapped around him. 2 huge dragon claws clawed at him crazily.
In an instant, blood gushed out.
Ao Ao! Agonized screams rang out within the Kuan region. God Lord Lightwing swayed his enormous body, and a terrifying light shot out in all directions.
The divine crown above his head rose, striking towards Ao Crab.
Boom! The terrifying strike caused Ao Crab to loosen his dragon tail and dodge to the side. Roar!
He opened his mouth and a terrifying black earth-colored energy tide charged towards God Lord Lightwing.
Roar! Roar! God Lord Lightwing was sent flying backwards by the energy tide. Blood began to seep out of his mouth. At this moment, his eyes revealed a hint of terror. At this moment, he sensed the threat of death.
Damn it, damn it.
He shook his body in panic. He knew that he had been careless.
He should not have entered this domain.
He had never imagined that there would be creatures on this planet that could contend with him and even injure him.
If he continued to fight, he might be heavily injured or even die. Leave this domain or I might die.
God Lord Lightwing thought to himself with an extremely ugly expression. He glanced warily at Ao Crab, then turned around and fled to the back. Want to escape? Aren't you the invincible eternal God Lord? Didn't you want us to become your disciples? Why are you fleeing now?
Ao Crab said mockingly when he saw that God Lord Lightwing was actually trying to escape. His body moved, shaking his enormous body as he directly charged towards the attack.
As long as I leave this place, without the suppression of this space behemoth divine kingdom, I might not necessarily be a match for that monster.
God Lord Lightwing's eyes flickered with light as he fled towards the void behind him.
Pong!
However, when he flew 500 kilometers, he suddenly seemed to hit an invisible barrier.
The expression of the god of wings of light changed instantly. Die! Behind him, Ao Crab's terrifying dragon tail swept out once again. The god of wings of light, who was already hit, could not dodge in time. Boom! The dragon tail landed on the body of the god of wings of light, causing him to fall directly into the void. At this moment, Wang Xian's 5 elements annihilation river was attacking him. Buzz! The obliteration river landed on his body, causing his body to tremble. More blood flowed out from his wound. Even if the 5 elements obliteration river could not injure him, it could still make him feel extremely uncomfortable.
There was Ao Crab who could not be defeated even if he fought him alone. There were 2 races at the peak of the universe, the 7-colored divine dragon and the Kuan. Under such circumstances, he felt extremely aggrieved. Entering Little Blue's Kuan region, he couldn't even teleport.
No, I have to get out.
God Lord Lightwing felt the intense pain on his body. His tiger body shook and the divine map of light that covered his body slowly rose.
Wang, wang, wang. All the creatures in the divine map seemed to have revived. They walked out from the divine map and stood behind it.
The billions of creatures on the divine map sat cross-legged on the ground, murmuring and worshipping piously.
Under the blessing of the billions of creatures, a light barrier rose up. Boom! At the same time, God Lord Lightwing's tiger palm directly attacked the area in front of him. The entire Kuan region trembled slightly, and cracks appeared in front of him. Woo woo woo!
Xiaolan sensed the collapse of the Kuan region. With a roar, the cracks began to slowly heal. God Lord Lightwing, don't even think about escaping. TSK, I've never killed a God Lord before. You can be the first.
Ao Crab looked over and shook his body as he charged towards the divine map. Boom! The terrifying collision caused the billions of living beings below the divine map to instantly dissipate. Roar! His dragon head directly bit towards the divine diagram. Below, half of the living beings of the divine diagram died. Damn it! This planet has only just recovered its spiritual energy. How can there be such a terrifying existence? God Lord Guangyi couldn't help but roar wildly. He shot out vast amounts of light energy from his mouth and attacked the Kuan region once more. Ka ka ka! Cracks appeared once more. Crash! However, behind him, the sound of the light shield formed by the divine diagram collapsing could be heard. Oh no!
His expression changed greatly and he hurriedly dodged to the side.
Pong!
However, Ao Crab's dragon claw had already arrived and it landed directly on God Lord Lightwing's chest.
Pooh! The terrifying sharp dragon claw directly entered God Lord Lightwing's body. God Lord Lightwing was once again heavily injured. No.
Light heal.
Light life force. God Lord Lightwing roared, and the injuries on his body quickly healed. At the same time, the tiger palm attacked Ao Crab. Roar! Ao Crab opened his mouth wide and bit the tiger palm into his mouth. His sharp teeth, which were strong enough to bite through an eternal divine kingdom, were immediately broken. Roar! 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 A painful sound was heard. The face of the god of wings of light began to twist. Roar! A stream of bright energy spewed out from his ferocious face as he charged toward Ao Crab. Ao Crab's 2 gigantic bone wings blocked the front and completely blocked his attack. Don't let him escape! At this moment, Wang Xian saw the god of wings of light desperately trying to escape. He immediately spoke to Ao Crab. Roar! Roar!
Ao Crab's gigantic dragon head went straight for the god of light wings.
At this moment, the god of light wings completely ignored the attacks from the back. At this moment, if he did not escape, he would be done for. He continued to bite. His eyes were blood red as he charged forward once again. Crack! 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 The sound of the Kuan region shattering was heard. His eyes revealed a look of hope. Ao! However, at this moment, a pain that was almost tearing his body apart came over. Half of his body was bitten directly. He felt as if his body was about to break. Bang! In front of him, the Kuan region was completely torn apart. Slowly, the world that was like a black hole began to collapse.
Can you escape? Wuxia smiled when he saw the god of light wings being bitten.
He moved and transformed into a human form before landing on Xiaolan's body. The world below gradually appeared in front of everyone.
At this moment, countless people were scattered around.
When they saw the scene in the sky, it was as though space had been shattered. Everyone widened their eyes and looked up at the sky in shock.
A gigantic head appeared out of thin air above them.
It's the God Lord. It's our God Lord.
Ha ha!
The God Lord has killed all of them.
The God Lord has come out. Could it be that our God Lord has won? When Suiyan and the 10,000 divine servants saw the gigantic head appear out of thin air, their faces were filled with excitement.
They roared loudly. When the others saw the head appear out of thin air and heard Suiyan's excited roars, their faces were filled with shock. Could it be
that the Dragon King and the others were really killed by the God Lord of Light Wings?
Everyone looked at the huge head that appeared out of thin air, and their faces were filled with shock. The God Lord of Light Wings was about to come out, which meant that nothing had happened to him. Then, roar!
Roar!
Just as everyone was guessing in their hearts, Suiyan and the tens of thousands of divine servants were filled with excitement. The God Lord with his head poking out let out a miserable shriek that shook the world.
Everyone was shocked and widened their eyes.
Crack, crack, crack.
The sky above them collapsed like glass. The Kuan region had completely disappeared and a shocking scene appeared.
At this moment, the God Lord's body was bitten by an incomparably large and ferocious creature. A large amount of blood covered his snow-white body.
One of his tiger palms had completely disappeared and a rich bloody smell filled the entire starry sky. Behind God Lord Lightwing, the Dragon King and the others stood in front of the space behemoth.
Kiki, why are you running?
God Lord Lightwing, didn't you want us to become your disciples?
Why are you running?
Eight-limbed Demon Shah and the others' mocking voices rang out.
Roar!
Roar!
Roar! God Lord Lightwing shook his enormous body violently, trying to break free from Ao Crab's bite. However, as a devouring dragon, Ao Crab's most powerful part was his teeth and his dragon head. How could he break free so easily? He let out a furious roar.
Everyone below was completely stunned when they heard the voices of the eight-limbed Masha and the others.
They were especially shocked when they saw the Light-Wing God Lord being bitten by the Dragon King's subordinates. This wasn't the Light-Wing God Lord killing the Dragon King and the others. It was the Light-Wing God Lord trying to escape. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lord Light-Wing is a God Lord. This is a God Lord that can suppress an entire lifetime in the endless star field.
Even if Lord God Lord hasn't recovered to his peak, he is definitely not someone an ordinary god can contend against.
At this moment, Suiyan was somewhat absent-minded. As a god that had descended here, as an expert of the endless star field, he naturally knew how powerful God Lord Lightwing was. Even if he hadn't recovered to his peak with his current strength, he was still the strongest existence in the endless star field apart from the 5 God Lords. As long as he had some resources, God Lord Lightwing would become the 6th space expert in the endless star field. But now, he was defeated by the people of the Dragon Palace. How could this be? Gulp! On both sides of the stairs of light, the tens of thousands of divine servants looked at the scene in the sky in a daze. Cold sweat appeared on their heads. They opened their mouths and felt that the sky was dark. Roar! 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 At this moment, an incomparably shrill scream came from the sky. Under everyone's shocked gazes, The god of wings struggled with all his might. His body was torn apart. There was only one head and two legs. Half of his body broke free and quickly fled towards the eternal divine kingdom below. Roar!
Ao Crab let out a low roar. His head bit onto the half of the god of Lightwing's body and swept towards Wang Xian and the rest.
Do you think you can hide just by entering the eternal kingdom?
His body moved and he quickly chased after the front half of the god of Lightwing's body. He dived towards the eternal kingdom below.
Buzz.
In the sky, the blood of the god of Lightwing spilled onto the ground like rain.
His body, which was over 100 kilometers long, rapidly shrank. When he entered the eternal divine kingdom, the entire eternal divine kingdom instantly flashed with the power of light.
Ahoy!
The light flashed, and a repulsive force repelled Sui Yin and the other divine servants. God Lord Lightwing sealed the entire eternal divine kingdom. The divine servants who were repelled let out a miserable shriek, their faces blank. Do you think you can stop me with your divine kingdom? Ao Crab's eyes were cold as he roared at God Lord Guangwing. His huge dragon claws clawed at the sky above the eternal divine kingdom.
Boom! A terrifying force landed on the divine kingdom, causing a huge crack to appear on the light barrier. In the eternal divine kingdom, God Lord Guangwing watched this scene in shock. His face was filled with fear.
How is this possible? How can there be such a terrifying existence in such a small planet?
I, Guangyi, have waited for hundreds of thousands of years to be resurrected. It was not easy for me to wait for this opportunity to be resurrected. I am not willing to accept this. He looked at the crack in the eternal kingdom. When he saw Ao Crab charging in, his face was filled with despair.
Let's go, we'll go too. Wang Xian's figure moved as he spoke to Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyue, and the rest. Immediately, he flew into the eternal kingdom. Roar, roar, give me a chance. Give me a chance. I can give this eternal kingdom to you guys. Don't kill me. Wang Xian had just entered when he heard the god of light wings roar with a face full of fear.
TSK, if I kill you, this eternal kingdom will naturally belong to us.
Ao Crab said coldly, and his enormous body attacked once more.
No, I am willing to become your divine servant. Don't kill me.
God Lord Lightwing couldn't help but beg for mercy when he saw Ao Crab charging over.
Me? You still call yourself me in front of us? You better die. Ao Crab's enormous dragon head directly bit towards God Lord Lightwing's tiger head.
He was already severely injured. Without half of his strength, there was no way he could block Ao Crab's attack. Ao Crab bit on the head of the god of wings of light. Boom! At the same time, a destructive darkness and earth attribute covered his head.
Roar! 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 A muffled voice filled with despair rang out. The life force of the god of wings of light had completely dissipated. Wang Xian and the rest looked at the scene indifferently. A faint smile appeared on their faces. Put away the body of the god of wings of light. This is a huge amount of resources. Wang Xian ordered the members of the Dragon Palace.
It's the Dragon King.
The members of the Dragon Palace nodded excitedly.
Move all the treasures of the Eternal Kingdom into the Dragon Palace. Killing the god of light wings was another significant amount of resources. These resources should be able to increase the number of godly state experts in the Dragon Palace. Apart from that, the body of the god of light wings should be enough for Ao Chitian and the rest to upgrade to at least 5 to 6 wisps of divine fire.
At that time, the high-end combat strength of the Dragon Palace would also increase a little.
Wang Xian and the rest were full of smiles. Chun Feiyang, who was standing at the side, watched this scene silently. An eternal god who could easily kill him was now easily killed by the Dragon King and the rest. He could not help but feel fortunate that he did not go to the Dragon Palace to provoke the Dragon King last time. Otherwise, he would have been killed. The god of light wings is dead. With that scream, the god of light wings is dead. Hiss, it seems like he's really dead. The Dragon King and the others killed the god of light wings. The Dragon King and the Dragon Palace are simply too powerful.
The god of light wings could easily kill Qin Feiyang, but he still ended up dying in the hands of the Dragon King and the others.
This god Lord Guangyi was so arrogant that he made us all come and worship him. He made all the gods his disciples. But in the end, he was killed by the Dragon King's Dragon Palace. Is he no longer arrogant? When everyone heard the God Lord Guangyi's miserable screams coming from the eternal divine kingdom, they all had gloating expressions on their faces. The God Lord Guangyi made all the living beings come and worship him. They didn't dare to disobey him, so everyone came. But he had arrogantly made the Dragon King and the others his disciples, and now, he must have been killed. No one had a good impression of the Divine Lord. Seeing them as ants, they naturally wanted to see the Divine Lord die. Lord Suiyin, what should we do? On the steps of light, when the tens of thousands of divine servants heard the screams of the eternal God Lord's death, they were completely dumbfounded. Now that their master was dead, what could they do? What could they do? Moreover, would the Dragon King kill all of them next? What should we do? What should we do? At this moment, Suiyin was a little broken. He murmured and looked a little absent-minded. From being destroyed by the Dragon King in the Fire God Palace, to obtaining opportunities in the eternal divine kingdom, to leading a group of divine tigers of light to take revenge, his body was damaged. Now that the eternal Lord was killed, he had completely collapsed. What was he going to use to seek revenge against the Dragon King? Buzz. At this moment, the eternal kingdom opened up once again. A strong force of light was emitted from it. Under the cover of the light, Wang Xian led a group of members of the Dragon Palace out. Wang Xian looked at Suiyin in front of him indifferently. His eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Get rid of them, Wang Xian said to his subordinates from the Dragon Palace. Buzz. As soon as he finished his sentence, Ba Qi and Mo Sha waved their arms. Waves of demonic aura engulfed Suiyin and the divine servants. Dragon King, don't be arrogant. One day you will be killed too. This day will come very soon. Very soon. Suiyin felt the threat of death and roared with a ferocious face. When the demonic aura covered him, his body of light slowly dissipated. The last drop of divine blood was completely dead. The 10,000 divine servants didn't even let out a scream when the demonic aura swept past them. The eternal kingdom is now open. In 1.5 years, the Dragon Palace will take back this eternal kingdom. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the billions of people in front of him. His voice entered their minds. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he spoke to Guan Shuqin and the rest around him. Everyone landed on Xiao Lan's body and left immediately. All the disciples and students of the Dragon Gate Academy, come here. I will bring all of you to the center of the eternal divine kingdom to cultivate. This is the divine kingdom of the eternal God Lord. Although it was damaged after the fall of the God Lord, the spiritual energy contained in it is still extremely terrifying. Especially for light attribute cultivators, a day of training here is equivalent to 100 days in the outside world. If you are lucky, you might have a chance to ignite the divine fire. Xiaoran and Ji Lingfei did not leave. The two of them spoke to all the disciples and students of Dragon Gate Academy. The opening of the eternal divine kingdom was a huge opportunity for everyone. Naturally, Xiaoran and the others first allowed the disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy to enter. After training here for a year, the overall strength of the Dragon Gate Academy would definitely rise by a level. Enter the eternal divine kingdom to train. Everyone's faces revealed an excited expression when they heard this news, especially the disciples and students of the Dragon Gate Academy. The Dragon King is still treating us well. As a local of our Earth, the Dragon King really has nothing to say about how he treats us. That's right. If it weren't for the Dragon King, we wouldn't know what would have happened. We would support the Dragon King. After the Dragon Palace destroyed the eternal God Lord, no one on Earth would be able to compete with him. Up until now, all the gods who had descended and awakened, except for those who had joined the Dragon Gate Academy, have all been destroyed by the Dragon King. The Dragon Palace is truly invincible in this world, sweeping away all enemies. Everyone was discussing happily. The death of the Radiant Wing God Lord this time meant that the Dragon Palace was truly invincible in this world, sweeping away all enemies. Next, no one would dare to offend the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace. After a world-shaking war ended, everyone had a premonition that it would be peaceful next. Even the resurrected God Lord had been destroyed by the Dragon King. Who else would dare to challenge the dignity of the Dragon Palace? In the next few days, everything returned to normal. Wang Xian and the Dragon Palace had destroyed God Lord Guangyi this time, elevating their dignity to the peak. Countless television stations were broadcasting the glory of the Dragon King.
Countless people were praising the deeds of the Dragon King.
There were even people who compiled the deeds of the Dragon King into a book and spread it widely.
Basically, everyone had a book on the deeds of the Dragon King.
When Wang Xian saw the contents of the book from Guanshuqing and the rest, he was a little embarrassed. He had never thought that he was so powerful. Just when the earth was peaceful and even more prosperous, in the distant star field.
The entire star field was emitting a faint white light. 5 huge suns and stars stood in the entire star field, illuminating an area of several thousand light years.
In this star field, the spiritual energy was abundant. 700 to 800 life planets were located in this star field. The entire star field was magnificent and magical. In the star field, there was a starry sea, a void forest, and a meteorite belt. All kinds of magical things formed a huge star area, the boundless star area.
Our fire god palace's last expert, God Sui-En, died a few days ago. Damn it.
I wonder what happened in the recovery place.
At this moment, in the boundless star area and a void space where even sunlight couldn't reach, an old man on a fiery red sharp sword said with a cold face.
Around him, there were many huge beasts, splendid covers and vast figures. They were floating in the void, looking in the direction of the void.
From the figures and the eye-catching flags, it could be seen that they were the 5 forces.
The skyscraping treasured palace, the fire god palace, the pyramid, the holy church, and the boundless sea of stars.
Although the 5 forces weren't the strongest forces in the boundless star field, they could still be considered to be ranked in the top ranks below the 5 great godlords. More than 10 years ago, the 5 great forces had used their divine artifacts to sense the spiritual energy fluctuations in the distant starry sky and sent the gods there.
But now, one bad news after another kept coming. The gods of the pyramid have no news of us. Even the divine seat has been split open.
The gods of the boundless universe can't be contacted either. They should have fallen as well.
Your pyramid was completely destroyed by the resurrected gods and evil spirits. As for the boundless universe, only one god has successfully descended. It's normal for him to have fallen. But your fire god palace's throne has been destroyed by some dragon king.
That's not a dragon king, but the leader of a powerful force. Our last news was that our holy church and the Lingxiao treasured palace had almost been destroyed when they joined forces.
The gods who survived took out all their resources to raise a resurrected god, an existence with 6 wisps of divine fire. After preparing for revenge, there was no more news. He should have died in the hands of the Dragon King. Numerous figures floated in the air, their bodies exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone's expressions weren't very good, their solemn auras causing the surrounding void to freeze.
The voice resounded in the ears of every single figure.
Zhan Lingtian, what news does your Lingxiao treasured palace have?
The divine beast of light pulled a huge canopy carriage, and an old man who was covered in the power of light stood on it. He held the scepter of light in his hand and asked a burly middle-aged man indifferently. The burly middle-aged man held a war hammer in his hand. His body was emitting a terrifying fighting spirit. He looked at the wrinkled old man beside him. There is still a member of our Lingxiao treasured palace who is still alive. However, she has betrayed us. The wrinkled old man said indifferently with a cold and gloomy face.
Betrayed. The surrounding gods raised their eyebrows and revealed a mocking expression. However, I can still contact her. When I do, I can see her current location through the astral divine disk. The old man said indifferently. When he saw the expressions of the surrounding gods, a cold expression flashed through his eyes. Then I'll trouble Elder Li to lock onto that planet's location. A god standing on the pyramid said to the old man.
All right. The elder nodded and immediately took out a mirror. Buzz.
The mirror trembled.
At this moment, Ji Lingfei, who was far away on Earth, had a slight change in expression. She awkwardly took out a mystical mirror from her interspatial ring. Beside her were Xiao Ran, Lu Mingxin, Chen Feiyang, and Sun Lingxiu. The group was cultivating in the eternal divine kingdom at the South Pole.
What's the matter, Lingfei? Xiao Ran looked at the mirror and asked her with concern. It's a message from my master, my master.
Ji Lingfei looked a little embarrassed.
It's okay. Open it. Sun Lingxiu said to her. Okay. Lingfei nodded, waved her arm, and the mirror opened. Disciple, tell me about the situation on that planet.
When the mirror opened, the old man's face appeared. With a dignified expression, he ordered Lingfei.
Master, you've nurtured me into a god. Over the years, I've brought you enough benefits and resources. In the future, treat me as if I don't exist.
When Lingfei saw the old man, her body trembled. Gritting her teeth, she said directly. She was filled with gratitude towards her master who had nurtured her into a god. However, all these years, everything she had done was already enough to repay him. However, when faced with her master treating her as a chess piece, her heart was incomparably cold. She might as well end it.
Vile disciple, I can give you all of this, and I can also take all of it away from you. Humph.
When the old man heard his words, an unconcealed killing intent appeared on his face as he coldly shouted at her.
After he had said that, he hung up the mirror and the image disappeared. Hearing her master's words, Lingfei bit her lips, her eyes slightly red. Lingfei, it's okay. I'm here.
Xiaoran walked over and gently put his arm around her shoulder, comforting her in a low voice.
Hall Master. In the Endless Star area, the old man looked at the burly middle-aged man and bowed slightly. The gods of all the forces around them all looked in their direction, their eyes shining. They had to get everything on that planet.
Especially when they found out that there was a divine tomb there, it made them a little crazy.
The divine tomb was the divine kingdom of the eternal God Lord. If they could get the inheritance inside, they would have a chance to become the eternal God Lord.
They would truly stand at the peak of the star field. For this, they were even prepared to personally descend to that planet. A piece of good news. The burly middle-aged man revealed a faint smile. That planet is moving towards our direction. From the route, it should be preparing to enter our boundless star field.
Oh! The surrounding gods were slightly stunned, their eyes flashing with a luster. We don't know why that planet recovered, but since the spiritual essence has recovered, if they want to continue to improve and if they have ambitions, they have to enter our boundless star field.
A middle-aged man riding on a 10-meter-large divine beast said indifferently, his eyes flashing with excitement.
So, we just have to wait here? An elder from the boundless universe narrowed his eyes and looked at the leaders around him. There are more than a dozen damaged god kingdoms on that planet. There are 2 god tombs. How are we going to divide them? An elder on the pyramid asked calmly.
No one can open those 2 god tombs now. When the time comes, we'll rely on our own abilities. The burly middle-aged hall master of the Lingxiao treasured palace said indifferently. What about the other god kingdoms? If they are not easy to distribute, they can be used as cultivation areas for our disciples.
The elder of the sacred hall said as he swept his gaze over the other factions. The surrounding gods slowly nodded, their eyes shining.
From their point of view, the most important thing was the god tomb. After entering the god's tomb, whether they would fight or kill, that would be another matter. However, we absolutely cannot let other factions know about this planet, especially those 5 factions.
At this moment, the temple master of the Lingxiao treasured palace said with a grave expression.
We naturally know about this. Otherwise, with our strength, your Lingxiao treasured palace and the sacred hall wouldn't have given us such a huge benefit. The gods on the pyramid said with a faint smile. Among the 5 major factions, the pyramid faction was the weakest. The reason why the 5 major factions were able to share the benefits fairly was because they were afraid that someone among them would tell the other factions about the planet.
Especially if the 5 major godlord factions knew that there was a divine tomb on that planet, they wouldn't have a problem with it. Boom! 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 Roar! 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 At this moment, roars suddenly came from the void behind them.
The gods from the 5 godlords were slightly startled and hurriedly looked behind them. It was located at the boundary of the infinite star field. There was only one life planet in a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers.
At this moment, in front of that life planet, 3 enormous divine beasts were pulling an extremely luxurious sedan.
At the top of the sedan, a young man was lying on it with his legs crossed. He was eating a fruit that was emitting spiritual energy. Around the void beast carriage, thousands of demigod-level maids and guards were following them. Above the beast carriage, a flag was flying. On the flag was a picture of a plant. They were flying in the void, heading towards the planet in front of them. They were bursting with terrifying power. That's right.
The 5 major factions that were attracted by this unbridled power were slightly shocked. Their eyes were flickering as they stared at the flag.
Our actions haven't been exposed, right? A god couldn't help but ask with slight nervousness. Impossible.
Only those present know of this matter. We haven't even told some ordinary gods.
The middle-aged man standing on the flaming great sword in the fire god palace immediately said,
That planet belongs to the divine leaf god lord. It should be the divine leaf god lord's son heading to that planet. Don't worry.
The middle-aged shopkeeper of the soaring heavens palace said indifferently,
Let's disperse. According to time, that planet should take nearly 2 years to arrive. We'll come here and wait a year later. An elder of the sacred hall said, All right, we'll prepare here a year later.
The gods of the 5 great factions nodded and instantly teleported into the distance.
Eh? Uncle Lin, who are those guys?
At this moment, the young man lying on the divine beast starry sky sedan sensed the fluctuations coming from that side. He raised his eyebrows and asked the old man driving the divine beast sedan,
Young master, I wonder what those people from the small factions are doing here. The old man swept his gaze over and shook his head. Sigh, this time father sent me to this remote planet. It's really too miserable. What's on this broken planet?
The young man did not care about that group of people and said helplessly,
Hee, young master. 20 years will pass very quickly. The old man said indifferently.
20 years can suffocate me to death. The young man's face fell as he raised his head to look at the vast void.
If young master can ignite 3 wisps of divine fire, the old master should let you return early.
The old man smiled.
However, at another location. A voice that was filled with boundless arrogance resounded throughout the entire starry sky. The voice spread over at least 1,000,000 kilometers. Fuck! Which fellow is even more arrogant than me?
The young man immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the voice.
Hong!
In his line of sight, a wisp of darkness quickly flew towards his right and soon disappeared. This fellow runs quite fast. When the young man saw the wisp of darkness quickly disappear, he muttered, Oh! At this moment, the old man below suddenly stood up and a grim expression appeared on his face. Young master, that man is not simple.
The old man said with a serious face.
Not simple. The young man was also slightly surprised. If Uncle Lin said that he was not simple, his strength was definitely not weak. Jia, I have finally passed through that chaotic star area. Here, I can fly in the sky.
Jia, I have obtained the body of the demon dragon. I have a group of evil spirits. Soon, this place will be my world.
The young man who was full of devil chi revealed a ferocious and excited expression.
This young man was the one who obtained the dragon soul. He had already condensed the body of the devil dragon and controlled more than 20 powerful demons. With the body of the devil dragon, he was confident that he could quickly raise his strength to the eternal God Lord realm. At that time, he would suppress the star field, and he would become the king of this star field.
This is the beginning of my road to hegemony.
Devil Dragon Son of Heaven's eyes burned as he flew forward and started to build his invincible path. Soon, I can sense the aura of life. In a month at most, I will be able to enter the life star area. My grandson is the true dragon son of heaven. My grandson will become the ancestor of the gods and suppress the entire star area.
When the son of the earth god entered the boundless star area, a short young man was traveling through the starry sky in the chaotic star area.
His body sank into the meteorites like a fish.
At this moment, his face was also filled with excitement.
Before he died, he had already ignited 9 wisps of divine fire. Now, as long as he had enough resources, he was confident that he could recover to the peak. Furthermore, with the body of the Earth Divine Dragon, he was confident that he would be able to reach the level of the Eternal Divine Lord.
He could suppress a region and be invincible.
Perhaps soon, a legend would appear in this region. In the vast chaotic starfield, a blue planet was also heading in the direction of the boundless starfield. Teacher, I'm afraid that my master's soaring heaven's treasured palace will descend on earth. Perhaps, when we enter the boundless starfield, they will make a move against us. In the underwater dragon palace in the ocean, Ji Lingfei was sitting at a dining table with Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls. Ji Lingfei recalled her master's cold-killing intent not long ago and said to Wang Xian worriedly,
"Don't worry, let's eat something." Wang Xian smiled at her. "In the boundless galaxy, how is the strength of the Lingxiao treasured palace that used to belong to you?"
There are also a few forces from the Holy Church. The Hall Master of the skyscraping treasured palace has already ignited 9 wisps of divine fire. Excluding the gods that descended here, there are still about 30 of them. The Hall Master of the Holy Church is about the same strength as the Hall Master of the skyscraping treasured palace. His strength is also about the same. In addition, the throne room of the Fire God Palace, the Pyramid, and the boundless galaxy are slightly weaker.
Ji Lingfei said to him,
"We don't have to worry about this strength. Even if the 5 factions were to join forces, they might not be as strong as the God of Light Wings." Guan Shuqing and the others comforted Ji Lingfei.
"That's right. Lingfei, you don't have to worry. As long as the Eternal God Lord doesn't come personally, we don't have to be afraid with Master's Dragon Palace's strength." Xiao Ran comforted her with a smile. "Yeah, I'm just a little worried. After all, the endless star field is the other side's territory."
Ji Lingfei thought for a moment and smiled.
Just as Xiao Ran and the Dragon Queen had said, the current Dragon Palace could only be suppressed by the arrival of the 5 major god-level forces in the boundless galaxy.
The other forces didn't seem to have anything to worry about either. Ji Lingfei, tell us about the boundless galaxy after dinner. Earth should be able to reach the boundless galaxy in less than 2 years. Let's understand it in advance. Wang Xian said to her. Yes, teacher. Ji Lingfei nodded. However, Wang Xian and the rest did not know that the boundless gods were already waiting for them at the entrance of the boundless star field.
Inside the chaotic star field, water-blue planets were shuttling back and forth.
They were heading towards the boundless star field with many life planets. The boundless star field had 700 to 800 life planets and a bunch of void bases.
The area of the boundless star field could not be described by kilometers. Even the distance between the 2 planets was over 1,000,000 kilometers, and the entire star field could be described by light years. Other than the life planets, there were tens of thousands of planets and stars in the boundless star field.
In the entire star field, the 5 great god lords were the most powerful. The 5 great god lords occupied the east, west, south, north, and central areas respectively.
The 5 great eternal god lords were not to be offended. Other than these eternal god lords, there were hundreds of other powers.
After all, basically, there were gods born on every planet. It was also possible for there to be dozens of gods on powerful planets.
As for the 5 eternal masters, each of them controlled only a few dozens of life planets. There were more than 100 of them.
Wang Xian, Prime Minister Gue, and a group of leaders of the Dragon Palace sat in the Dragon King's palace and discussed some matters. Right now, they only had a basic understanding of the boundless star field. Furthermore, this information was obtained from Ji Lingfei. As for the unknown, they had to be fully prepared.
Aohe, if you devour the eternal divine kingdom with the light wings, can you upgrade it to the level of the eternal god lord?
Wang Xian looked at Aohe and asked him, Dragon King, if I devour the eternal kingdom of light wings, I can upgrade my strength to the peak of the god realm. At that time, I can fight against an expert at level 1 of the eternal lord.
Aohe said to him,
That's good. As long as we have the strength to fight against the eternal lord, we have nothing to fear.
Wang Xian revealed a faint smile on his face as he swept his gaze across the group of leaders. In the entire dragon palace, apart from the leaders, there were 9 wild dragon species, 3 starwood dragon species, and 2 thorned dragon species that ignited the divine fire. Apart from these, there were about 75 members from the other combat divisions who ignited the divine fire.
Currently, there were a total of 103 members who ignited the divine fire in the Dragon Palace, excluding the group of girls and his clones. Such a large number of godly state members were all nurtured by killing countless space locusts and killing the god of wings of light who had obtained resources from the divine kingdom. Ao Crab, who was at the peak of the Dragon Palace, was followed by Wang Xian himself. Xiao Lan and Ao Qitian were about the same level of strength as him. Ao Qitian had improved after absorbing the God of Wings of Light's corpse. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, it was considered a top existence even in the boundless star field. By the time Ao Crab had devoured the eternal divine kingdom and reached the peak of the godly state, they wouldn't be too afraid of the 5 major god-level forces. Of course, Wang Xian also knew that there was still a huge gap between their strength and the 5 overlords of the boundless galaxy. After all, the 5 major forces had been standing in the starry sky for hundreds of thousands of millions of years. During this 1 year, let all the members cultivate well. When we arrive at the boundless galaxy, we might not be so carefree anymore. Wang Xian said to them, "It's the Dragon King." The leaders of the Dragon Palace nodded. Wang Xian waved his hand and walked forward. "Hey, our busy man is here." He came to the left and right of the Dragon King's palace. When he walked over, he heard 2 sarcastic voices. "Come and take a look at the 2 of you." Wang Xian looked at Huar Kaier and revealed a smile. "HMPH, if you don't accompany those wives, they will get jealous again." "That's right. They still want us to call them mothers. Why don't they take a look at their own age?" The 2 little girls said with displeasure on their faces. Wang Xian smiled embarrassedly. He came to the chair in front of their residence and laid down on it. "You 2 girls, stop causing trouble for me. Do you still think that I'm not miserable enough?" He shook his head slightly and said, "You pervert, you're miserable. We're the ones who are miserable. We've taken in a pervert as our father and now we have 9 stepmothers." Hua glared at him. Wang Xian smiled and argued with the 2 girls. In the following period of time, just as everyone expected, the earth had completely calmed down. Usually, Wang Xian and the group of girls were happy and accompanied the 2 little girls. As time passed, the group of girls didn't have too many conflicts with the 2 little girls. Gradually, they became more familiar with each other. In the outside world, Sun Lingxiu and Lu Minxin often stayed in the Eternal Kingdom at the South Pole to cultivate. Not long after, Lu Minxin ignited the divine fire and lifted the divine kingdom. Because the eternal God Lord was of the light attribute, many of the treasures he obtained were suitable for Sun Lingxiu. In just a short year, his strength had risen to the realm of 3 wisps of divine fire, far surpassing the other girls. Chun Feiyang's strength had also recovered to the peak of the demigod realm. He only needed to build a divine kingdom to lift it. The students and disciples of the Dragon Gate Academy had cultivated in the eternal divine kingdom for a year, and each of them had received a huge increase in strength. The strength of all the living beings on Earth was much stronger than that on the supernatural continent. A year later, the eternal divine kingdom at the South Pole was devoured by Ao Crab and the 2 tombs on Earth had completely disappeared. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and decided to leave the ancient divine kingdoms on Earth. Buzz! 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 A year later, at the border of the boundless starfield, numerous huge teams flew over under the leadership of the gods. 5 huge flags fluttered in the void. An incomparably huge temple with an area of more than 10,000 kilometers. Pyramids that were tens of thousands of meters tall. An ocean that covered an area of thousands of kilometers. A sea of fire. Sacred mountains that were emitting holy light. The incomparably huge divine kingdoms carried vast and majestic auras as they sailed in the void. Each banner had around 100,000 followers. Each faction had 100,000 disciples and 5 factions had 500,000 people. None of these 500,000 people were weaker than demigods. In fact, 30% of them had the strength of a demigod rank 5 or above. On every planet, they were definitely considered elites. The strength of these 500,000 people far exceeded that of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals and the holy warriors. In fact, the 2 were not even on the same level. Let's enter the chaotic region and wait there for about 500 kilometers. The 5 forces gathered. In the sky above the Lingxiao treasured palace, a burly middle-aged man holding a giant hammer, the Lingxiao treasured palace master, glanced at the leaders of the 4 forces around him and said indifferently, "Good. We'll go about 500 kilometers deep. There won't be any danger." We can also avoid people finding out about the situation here. The leaders of the other four forces nodded. The powerful forces entered the chaotic star area and immediately began to plan and wait. Boom. Boom. The five forces had an army of 500,000, and each of them had at least 20 God realm experts. All the gods added together had a total of 140. When the vast skyscraping treasured palace, the sacred mountain of the sacred hall, the huge pyramid, and the river of stars entered the chaotic space zone. The meteorite, which was tens of millions of meters in diameter, was smashed into pieces. The five forces entered the chaotic space zone and flew 500 kilometers forward. Set up a formation immediately. We must be able to predict the arrival of any planet within 10 light years. Don't worry. Leave the formation to the pyramid. We can detect all creatures within 20 light years. That planet will arrive in a year's time at most. Within a year, we cannot let our guard down. A vast voice spread through the void as powerful array formations were set up one after another. The entire chaotic region was enveloped by a vast divine radiance. What are the gods preparing to do? They actually mobilized all of our elites. The five major forces have moved out together, and all the gods have arrived. What is the situation, my lords? Surprised voices came from the disciples of the various forces. They had come here without receiving any news. Even after the array had been set up, they could not contact the outside world. More than 10 years ago, we, the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, and a few other forces seemed to have sent gods to an area where spiritual energy had been restored. Could it be for that planet? Some people guessed in their hearts as they waited quietly. What's going on? There are actually so many people coming to this godforsaken place? It seems like it was those few factions a year ago. However, what the five great factions did not know was that on the planet closest to the chaotic region, a young man was holding a divine artifact and shining it into the void. When he saw this scene, a curious expression appeared on his face. So many people with such a big fanfare searching for treasures? Interesting. The young man's interest was piqued. His eyes flickered with a luster. With a wave of his arm, a milky white plant covered it. Buzz! The plant trembled slightly and disappeared into the void. The young man immediately flew towards the chaotic star field. Young master! Not far away, Uncle Lin sensed the young man's figure and shook his head. His figure also flickered as he followed closely behind the young man. More than half a year had passed in a flash. The distance between Earth and the boundless galaxy was getting closer and closer. Dragon King, according to the markings on the starry sky map, we have one more day before we enter the boundless galaxy. On the surface of the sea above the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gui said slowly to Wang Xian. Yes, one more day. Wang Xian's eyes were flickering. Tell everyone that Earth will enter the boundless galaxy in one more day, he instructed Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. I'll inform Xiao Ran and the rest. Prime Minister Gui nodded and informed Xiao Ran immediately. In less than half an hour, Xiao Ran announced this matter on the internet. Are we going to the boundless galaxy? Are we going to the other vital star field? We're going to arrive tomorrow. So fast. We're going to enter another star field. Are we going to fight those aliens? I wonder what the boundless star field will look like. I heard that there are many gods crossing the void there, and there's a god lord suppressing an area. If we want to become gods, we have to enter the boundless star field. At that time, we have to fight with the chosen divine sons of many planets. When the news spread across the entire planet, everyone was in an uproar. After more than 10 years, Earth had finally arrived at the boundless star field. Now that the countdown had begun, everyone walked out of the room and looked up into the void, ready to watch the splendor of another world. Some were excited, some were sad, and some were full of fighting spirit. However, they were not too worried about their safety. With the Dragon Gate Academy and the experts of the Dragon Palace here, they weren't too worried. Everyone came to the open space. They could afford to wait for one day. They looked up at the starry sky and the future. These guys have been here for more than half a year. What are they doing? Are they waiting for the treasures to fly over? In the void not far away from Earth, a young man was hiding somewhere, looking at the five forces in front of him with a bored face. Only a bored person like him could do such a boring thing.
Uncle Lin stood at the side with a speechless expression, protecting the young man.
Everyone. The formation has detected a life planet coming over.
At this moment, an excited voice suddenly sounded in front of them.
The young man was slightly stunned. He immediately took out something that looked like a telescope and looked over curiously. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the skyscraping treasured palace, the pyramid, the sacred mountain, the ocean, and the sea of fire that were standing in the void immediately headed toward a certain place.
Are they here?
At this moment, many gods flew out of the divine kingdom's palace. Their faces were filled with excitement and fervent expressions.
They're here. They'll arrive in this direction in 7 to 8 hours at most.
On the top of a pyramid, an old man roared in a low voice with burning eyes. 7 or 8 hours? Over 100 vast figures gathered together, their faces filled with excitement.
The divine tomb. If we can enter the divine tomb and obtain the inheritance of the eternal God Lord. The gods looked at each other, their eyes filled with fanaticism.
Next, it was time for them to enjoy the fruits. There's a powerful person on this planet called the Dragon Palace. We'll get rid of them first. Also, what should we do with the billions of lives on this planet? One of the gods on the pyramid asked with sparkling eyes.
Leave no one alive. For the time being, no one can know about the divine tombs. A flame giant's deep and cold voice came from within the sea of fire. The eyes of the surrounding gods flickered and they did not reply. Clearly, everyone agreed with his words.
For the sake of this planet, they had lost many gods.
Moreover, in their eyes, that group of mortals were nothing more than ants. All factions get ready. When that planet arrives, surround it. Do not let even a fly fly out. The palace master of the Lingxiao treasured palace said with a cold expression.
All right.
The other gods nodded and immediately passed down the message to the 500,000-strong army.
Yes, great gods. Qi Tian's shout rang out, and everyone's eyes sparkled. After more than half a year, they had a detailed understanding of this operation. More than 100 gods from the 5 major factions and 500,000 experts at the demigod level and above looked at the void in front of them. Time passed bit by bit. 7 hours later, a planet slowly appeared in their line of sight. Everyone's pupils constricted slightly. Earth was here. Earth was coming.
Their fruit, their opportunity, their hope to become the eternal God Lord was coming.
Seeing the sky-blue planet, the gods revealed excited and fervent expressions. As long as they took this planet, their era in the endless star field might be coming. Whether or not they could become the 6th great God Lord force in the endless star field would depend on this one time.
The leaders of the Lingxiao treasured palace, the sacred hall, the pyramid, the fire god palace, and the endless sea of stars revealed a crazed look in their eyes. Hall master, when the planet arrives, you go to the divine tomb. I'll take care of the rest.
In the Lingxiao treasured palace, Elder Li said respectfully to the hall master of the Lingxiao treasured palace.
All right, I'll leave the rest to you. Clean it up as soon as possible and then you can go to the other god tomb.
The palace master nodded slowly and said, Yes, palace master. Hearing his words, Elder Li's eyes revealed a trace of fervor. Wait a moment. The other 4 forces also transmitted their voices. 2 god tombs and 5 forces. At the end, they would definitely start a fight or even a fight. However, for the sake of the shrines, they would fight even if they had to die. The atmosphere became solemn. Everyone was staring at the planet in front of them. What's that in the void in front of us?
What's that? Could it be the boundless star field in front of us?
What's that huge palace, the sea of stars, and the sea of fire? When Earth was getting closer and closer, everyone on Earth looked up at the void. When they saw the faintly enormous palace in front of them, the holy mountain that was emitting light, the sea of fire that contained endless flames, and the sea of stars, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Was this the world of the endless star field? That's the divine kingdom of the palace master of the soaring heavens treasured palace. That's the divine kingdom. Those holy mountains are the holy church, and that sea of fire and the sea of stars, those are the powers of the fire god palace and the endless sea of stars.
However, at this moment, exclamations rang out one after another. The disciples who had descended with the gods immediately recognized those terrifying powers. Among them, there were even many families that were disciples of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace's sacred hall. When they saw the enormous Lingxiao Treasured Palace in the sky, some people were shocked while others were secretly delighted. However, very soon, some people couldn't laugh anymore. Is it the faction that descended here from the endless starfield? What are they doing?
Are they attacking us?
They should be attacking us. Absolutely. How strong are they?
Are they as strong as the God Lord of Light Wings? Hearing the disciples' exclamations, the others said with sparkling eyes. Hearing these words, the disciples who were secretly delighted turned stiff.
According to their estimations, the skyscraping treasured palace, the sacred hall, and a few other forces combined might not even be as terrifying as that God Lord Lightwing. Some of them opened their mouths and stared ahead quietly.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, everyone saw figures rapidly flying toward the void from the direction of the Ocean Dragon Palace and the Dragon Gate Academy. There were more than 20,000 figures from the Ocean Dragon Palace and more than 500 figures from the Dragon Gate Academy.
All of them were at least at the demigod level.
Teacher, it's the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, the Holy Hall, and the others. They are the 5 powers who descended here previously. That huge divine kingdom is the divine kingdom of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace's Hall Master. They are all here. All of them are here. Ji Lingfei's face was filled with anxiety and worry. She came to Wang Xian's side and said immediately,
"All of them are here? They are actually waiting for us here in advance."
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he stared at everyone in the void in front of him. At the same time, numerous gazes landed on them. There was a hint of fanaticism, disdain, and coldness in each of their gazes. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, waves of mighty divine might covered this area. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, everyone on Earth was shocked to discover that in the void in front of them, within the huge palace, sacred mountain, and sea of fire, figures were lined up neatly from the void as they charged towards them.
No, they weren't charging over, they were surrounding them.
The powerful aura and terrifying pressure caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. There are so many of them, and this terrifying pressure doesn't come with good intentions. What are they trying to do? On the ground, countless people cried out in alarm.
One by one, figures could be seen with the naked eye as they surrounded Earth.
Some rode on majestic demonic beasts, while others stepped on their weapons as they flew through the void. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of figures, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Buzz. At this moment, the entire Earth suddenly trembled violently. In the void, invisible energy appeared around the Earth. The terrifying energy caused the entire Earth to suddenly stop in the void. Some people couldn't help but stagger as shock appeared on their faces.
They forced Earth to stop.
Everyone was slightly shocked.
Wang Xian looked at his surroundings and his face was filled with indifference.
He raised his head slightly and looked at the gods that were flying towards him. We have been waiting here for more than half a year. They are finally here. Ha! They are finally here. An extremely excited voice came from the void in front of them.
An old man standing on top of a pyramid shouted excitedly. At this moment, more than 100 gods flew towards Earth. Their vast auras charged over.
They were filled with fanaticism. Oh! At this moment, Elder Li, who was standing beside the palace master of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace, swept his gaze around. His gaze locked onto Ji Lingfei, who was standing in the void, and a terrifying killing intent shot out from his eyes.
"Evil disciple, I will personally clean up the sect today."
A cold voice came out from his mouth as he shouted at Ji Lingfei. They are just a bunch of ants from the ruins. So what if they have some strength? Today, I will clean up all of them. An elder from the Holy Church looked at Wang Xian and the rest who were floating in the sky above Earth and said indifferently. His voice was filled with disdain and contempt.
Even though all the gods that they had descended upon had been killed, they still did not put the people on that planet in their eyes.
This time, the 5 of them had come out in full force. With the combined strength of the 5 of them, in the entire boundless galaxy, other than the 5 god-level forces, there were not many who could contend against them. Wipe them all out. Let's enter the divine tomb. The palace master of the Lingxiao treasured palace didn't even look at Wang Xian and the rest. Instead, he swept his gaze over to Earth. The divine tomb was their true goal. As for the group of people in front of them, they would kill them immediately.
Kill everyone on the entire planet. Don't let any of them go. In the sea of fire, a fire giant roared coldly.
Boom! 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 When the flame giant's cold roar sounded from the sea of fire, a terrifying killing intent shot out from the bodies of all the experts surrounding Earth.
Killing them is a piece of cake.
This should be the planet that the gods and some disciples descended on. I heard that the spiritual energy has recovered and a divine kingdom has appeared. It shouldn't be too easy to destroy them. The disciples of the 5 major forces surrounding the planet had a relaxed expression on their faces. They were looking down at Earth from above. Their bodies were filled with killing intent as they scanned the planet wantonly. At the same time, they were also extremely astonished.
Divine tomb? What divine tomb? Could it be the divine tomb of the eternal God Lord?
When Wang Xian heard the words of the flaming giant, a hint of cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. Uncle Lin, isn't that the endless chaotic starfield in front of us? Why did a planet suddenly appear out of nowhere?
This bunch of people have been waiting for more than half a year just to see this planet. At this moment, a young man was lying on a floating meteorite behind the 5 major forces. He was eating fruits while watching the show.
God's tomb.
At this moment, the old man seemed to have not heard him. He murmured and his eyes were shining.
What God's tomb?
Uncle Lin, what happened to you?
The young man was slightly stunned and looked at the old man curiously. Young master, we seem to have found a shocking treasure. Uncle Lin's breathing was a little hurried. If it is really like what the palace master of Lingxiao treasured palace said, God's tomb. The God's tomb, the tomb of the eternal God Lord? No way. That planet has the tomb of the eternal God Lord. The young man reacted and widened his eyes, his face full of shock. Uncle Lin shook his head, not daring to be sure. If there really is a God's tomb here, I'll tell Father, and Father will tell great-grandfather that I've done a great deed. I don't have to stay in this godforsaken place at all. And when the time comes, great-grandfather will definitely reward me with many treasures. The young man was excited, and his face was filled with excitement.
If there really is a divine tomb, young master will not only do a great deed. Perhaps he'll be able to add another eternal God master to our eternal divine leaf.
Uncle Lin also said with incomparable excitement. At this moment, the young man trembled.
Evil disciple, I'll clean you up first. At this moment, in the void in front of them, an incomparably cold voice sounded. Old Li's entire body was like a terrifying tornado, and the distance of more than 100,000 meters disappeared in the blink of an eye.
He held a scepter in his hand and smashed it towards Ji Lingfei's head. All of you, get rid of these ants as soon as possible. Then, go to the tomb of the gods. The hall master of the sacred hall spoke to the surrounding gods and flew straight towards Earth. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the leaders of the other 4 forces also flew towards Earth at a rapid speed. Kill! The other gods locked onto Wang Xian and the rest and roared loudly. Kill!
The 500,000 disciples surrounding them also started to move and charge towards Earth.
Evil disciple, die! Elder Li, who was charging at the front, was only 1,000 meters away from Ji Lingfei. The wind attribute divine weapon scepter in his hand emitted a terrifying glow.
Master, I'm sorry. Ji Lingfei looked at her master and sighed helplessly. Then she slowly closed her eyes. When he closed his eyes, a piercing sound was heard.
Ao Crab, who was standing beside Wang Xian, raised his right arm. His entire right arm turned into a sharp black claw.
The huge claw extended for 1,000 meters and directly penetrated Elder Li's body.
What? At this moment, Elder Li, who was overwhelmed by intense pain, was filled with shock and horror on his face, which was filled with killing intent. At this moment, he felt the sharp claws that had pierced through him slowly grow bigger and completely wrap around him. How is this possible? He couldn't help but let out a low growl. His eyes instantly turned blood red as he stared at his body that had been pierced through. He was shocked. He was a god that had ignited 8 wisps of divine fire, yet his body had been pierced through in an instant. Even though he had been very careless just now, being able to penetrate his body in an instant still caused his face to be filled with shock.
No, no, no! The threat of death enveloped his body as he shouted out in terror.
At this moment, all the gods rushing over were completely stunned.
They looked at Elderly, whose body had been penetrated, with a face full of astonishment. Elderly was an elder of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, and he was also the deputy hall master of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall.
His strength was second only to their hall master and the hall master of the Holy Church.
However, in the instant just now, his body had been penetrated. Upon hearing his horrifying screams, the pupils of the gods contracted slightly.
Everyone, don't be in such a hurry to enter Earth.
At this moment, Wuxia looked at the 5 leaders who were flying toward Earth and said faintly. His face was filled with smiles,
just like the expressions of the group of gods just now. His face and eyes were filled with disdain and contempt at this moment. Hall Master, please save me, a terrified begging voice sounded. Without needing Wuxia to say anything, the hall master of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the hall master of the Saint Hall, and the others also stiffened. They looked in Elder Li's direction with an embarrassed expression. Tsk. A god with 8 wisps of divine fire wants to kill us in front of us? And the gods of the boundless galaxy, is Earth something you can do as you please?
The sharp thorn in Ao Crab's hand slowly grew longer, completely enveloping Elderly. He wanted to escape with a face full of fear, but to his horror he realized that he couldn't break free from Ao Crab's sharp claws at all.
The current Ao Crab could fight against a level 1 eternal god lord with his full power. He could easily kill a god with 8 wisps of divine fire. His strength.
Seeing that Elderly could not break free even with all his might, the temple master of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace had a grave expression.
Beside him, the expressions of the leaders of the Sacred Hall's Fire God Palace changed slightly, and they stopped in the air. How is this possible? How can a small, ruined Earth have such an expert? The surrounding gods from the 5 great factions widened their eyes as they looked at this scene in disbelief. This was merely a planet that had been recovering its spiritual energy for more than 10 years. To be able to produce a god that was comparable to 6 or 7 wisps of divine fire was already heaven-defying.
However, the person who had attacked had actually killed Elderly, who had 8 wisps of divine fire, in an instant. Everyone took a deep breath and a grave expression appeared on their faces.
Ah!
At this moment, an extremely tragic and desperate cry rang out. Everyone from the 5 major factions immediately looked over.
With a clench of his sharp claws, Elder Li, who had 8 wisps of divine fire, was completely dead.
An expert who belonged to a faction in the boundless galaxy had died just like that. Everyone's expression changed drastically and the atmosphere instantly became strange.
Wuxia swept his gaze across all of them, and the corner of his lips curled up slightly. Buzz. In the chaotic starfield, the wailing of heaven and earth could be heard.
The austere atmosphere slowly became a little strange.
The leaders of the 5 forces on the right stared at Wuxia and the rest with an awkward expression. Elder Li's death was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. In their opinion, even if this planet that flew over from the ruins had killed the gods that they had descended upon, its strength was at most 6 to 7 wisps of divine fire. From their point of view, this was already at the peak.
However, now a peak expert with 8 wisps of divine fire had been killed. This was something that they had never expected. It's not a one-sided killing. This is interesting. At the position behind them, the youth and Uncle Lin were hiding under a meteorite. When they saw a god with 8 wisps of divine fire die, they were slightly shocked.
We really didn't expect this. No wonder the gods who descended from our Lingxiao treasured palace died in your hands. On the right of the center of the battlefield, the Lingxiao treasured palace master, who was about to directly enter Earth, gripped the war hammer in his hand tightly and growled in a cold voice. Buzz! As he spoke, the war hammer in his hand rotated, and a terrifying air wave spread out in all directions. Kill them first, then we'll go to the graveyard of the gods. He looked at the leaders around him and said indifferently, All right. The hall master of the sacred hall and the other 3 leaders nodded. Their gazes locked onto Ao Crab, and their eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Although the strength of the other party had completely exceeded their expectations, they were not too afraid. They really didn't believe that their side's hundreds of gods and leaders weren't a match for the other party. I want to see just how much strength they have. The Hall Master of the Sacred Hall revealed a cold expression as he exchanged a glance with the Hall Master of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace. Wang Wing. The Hall Master of the Lingxiao Treasured Palace slowly raised the war hammer in his hand and coldly spat, "Kill him!" "Okay. Let's end this quickly." The Temple Master of the Sacred Hall smiled and nodded lightly. As a powerful force that had stood in the boundless star field for hundreds of thousands of years, as the leader, they had already ignited 9 wisps of divine fire. With the entire force as their foundation, they controlled many resources and had powerful divine weapons in their hands. Even the middle-aged man who had instantly killed Elder Li had ignited 9 wisps of divine fire. They were not afraid. "Holy light, judgment!" The Hall Master of the Sacred Hall raised the holy scepter in his hand. In an instant, streams of holy light seemed to streak across the sky behind him. Each stream of holy light was more than 10 meters thick and a few hundred kilometers long. They crisscrossed and covered Wang Xian and the rest. Void hammer, tremor. The Hall Master of the Ling Xiao Treasured Palace raised the warhammer in his hand and dropped it into the void. Bang! 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 The entire void seemed to have exploded. Countless cyan-colored tremors in the void swept towards Wang Xian and the rest. The attacks of the 2 of them enveloped all of them together. "Dragon King, leave the 5 of them to me." He saw their attacks and a terrifying fighting spirit erupted from his body. He moved his body and transformed into a devouring dragon that was 20,000 meters in size. Roar! A roar sounded from the side. He waved his tail and an earthen yellow energy swept forward. Boom! The earthen yellow energy swept past and the holy light and vibrations were all devoured by the earthen yellow energy. "None of you can leave today." He roared and moved, instantly appearing in front of the palace lord. His dragon claw clawed at him. "You're courting death." Seeing that his attack was blocked, the palace lord raised the warhammer in his hand. Waves of green energy gathered on the warhammer and met Crab's dragon claw without any fear. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the impact of the warhammer covered an area of 100 kilometers. Bang! However, the moment the hammer collided with Crab's dragon claw, the Temple Master's expression changed drastically. A terrifying power sent him flying backward. A large amount of blood oozed out from his arm. What? The Temple Master's expression changed drastically and fear appeared on his face. Such powerful strength. The Temple Master's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He tapped the holy scepter in his hand lightly, and a majestic power of light entered his body, healing his injuries. Boom! 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 Following that, the Hall Master of the Sacred Hall released a light shadow, a light wing, and a light armor. Rays of light fell on the body of the Hall Master of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, condensing into light wings and light armor on his body. "This guy is very strong. Let's attack together." The expression of the Hall Master of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall changed slightly as he shouted at the other leaders. "Attack!" A fire giant, an old man covered in white cloth, and a middle-aged man with huge waves behind him. The 3 of them had solemn expressions. An expert who could send a Zhan Lingtian flying with a single strike was definitely stronger than them. Lingxiao Divine Kingdom, Lingxiao Palace. The Lingxiao Hall Master was clad in light armor and had light wings on his back. He stared coldly at Crab and roared once again. Buzz! 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 The huge divine kingdom within a radius of dozens of kilometers emitted a green light. Beams of wind attribute imperial palaces flew towards him and slowly rotated around him. Shatter! He roared and the war hammer in his hand smashed towards the imperial palaces. Boom! The war hammer landed on the imperial palaces and the imperial palaces smashed towards Crab. The terrifying throne was like a meteorite. Go! Boom, boom, boom! A flaming meteorite condensed from flames, a white void cloth, and a giant void beast condensed from water elements all attacked Crab. With just you guys? AO Crab saw their attacks, and a look of contempt appeared in his eyes.
He spread his enormous wings and flapped them quickly.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Streams of black soil instantly covered all their attacks.
The black soil was like a swamp, melting and devouring streams of energy attacks.
This is bad.
The faces of the temple master of the Lingxiao treasured palace and the hall master of the Saint Hall changed slightly when they saw that their attacks were easily blocked again.
Kill them all.
Leave no one alive. At this moment, Wang Xian glanced at AO Crab and the others from the front. He stared at the surroundings and gave a stern order.
Yes, leave no one alive. Anyone who dares to invade us, kill them all. The group of Dragon Palace leaders revealed a violent killing intent.
Kill! AO Qitian raised the ocean-pacifying divine needle in his hand and charged straight at the gods in front. The rest of the godly state Dragon Palace members followed closely behind. The violent and terrifying pressure charged at the gods in front.
Kill!
The 20,000 members of the Dragon Palace also started to move. They stared at the 500,000 demigod-level experts around them as they charged forward.